truth seekers. It is Friday, as you know how we roll. I want to welcome you to Roderick's Martin High Strangeness. And as always, you could have been any other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, I'm going to serve you. Now, how I'm going to do that is be the boldest, baffling, belligerent YouTube channel in the world, creating captivating conversations that'll certainly cause controversy. Now, I want to bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the 24 time zones that this show airs. I'm located in the Jumbo State. This is where those UFOs come out to play, and the eclipse. It's in a Texas thing, y'all. And everything in Texas runs big by nature. All right, I'm good. We got a little humor tonight because I'm full of energy. I'm full of excitement. And I'm not going to bullshit you. We're going to have a great thing tonight. We're going to really get down with this thing to really do some stuff. And we're going to talk about the Planet X, or the hypothetical Planet X, Nibiru. So put the kids to bed because, as you know, on Friday, we talk about things that can create dreams. And you know how it works. All right, so let's get down with this. And I hope you're ready, because I'm ready. I hope you're going to get ready to open your mind like a parachute. Why? Because it works best when it's open and your eyes are useless when your mind is blind. Make sure you open your motherfucking eyes tonight, because we're going to be talking. I know, I just said it. I told you to put the kids to bed. I did use some profane language. So what? Yes, so what is what I have to say, because I am definitely full of energy off this fucking coffee I was telling y'all about with these cordyceps mushrooms in it. And then I've been taking their little magic product. I'll tell y'all about it later. Boosting that immune system and energy and all that stuff. It really got me jacked up, but that's okay. And I did weigh in a little lighter than last week. I'll give you those results too, because you're going to witness right now. You're going to witness the transformation of this king into something even better. And then it's going to be on and popping. All right, so first of all, I want to say welcome to everybody who's in here tonight. I'm going to give a good shout out to Seagrave is in the house tonight. Let me go back to the beginning. Me and the Moon, Rainbow Light Warriors in the house, our moderators. Philly Cat is in the house as well. Rick, that's our moderators tonight. Sean is here. Roger is here. Laura is here. Diana. Of course, y'all know Diana is the godmother of the channel, so y'all make sure y'all give her a shout out. Jay Shara is in here in the house as well. Mark is in here, Netta, and if I miss you, then charge it to the head and not the heart. But Body Electric is in the house tonight, and let me just keep scrolling. Rob is in here, and Sandra, Theo, Mumblebees. Let's see, I already said Laura, and then Nicole is here. All right, so Rainbow Light Warrior. If I miss you, like I say, charge it to the head, not the heart, because I do love you, and as you do know this. All right, so we know there's a lot of sugar honey iced tea that's happening when it comes down to what's going on today. And so we're talking about this particular eclipse, but it's tying into some other weird stuff. And I'll set the tone for that because I do want to talk about it a little bit as we get down to the conversation, because I think it's important, especially with some of the things that we will share when it gets down to the conversation. So let me set it up a little bit. All right, so let me set the tone here for you to know what really is happening at this moment. Now, there's a lot of conspiracy out there going on with the eclipse. There's a lot of conspiracy going on with NASA. There's a lot of conspiracy going on with our planet pole shifting. We had earthquakes today. We've had so many different things that are challenging right now that I know it can send some people into a frenzy. Now, once again, I've gave my message of preparation. I've told people to prepare. I told you maybe get you some preparation kit. Oh, maybe get you some seeds. And tonight we're going to cover all of that into what is happening on the government side and the conspiracy side and the reality of the time that we're living in at this moment for you to prepare yourself for whatever is going to be happening. But if you get left behind in thought, and I'm going to say that if you get left behind in thought, it's your own damn fault, because we've been talking about this. We've been hammering it. Some may be against some of the things I say, but it's in real time, people. We got stuff that's happening in our real reality. This is not congregated up into the higher consciousness of the beyond and the astros and all of that. It's happening right now in front of you in real time. And so for me, that takes us down the rabbit hole. That takes us down a hole of believability. That takes us down a hole of saying, hey, what kind of evidence you have, Roderick? Because my job is to give you things that you can see, give you things that you can read, you can hear, so that it open up the possibilities to your mind so that you say, okay, I'm gonna look deeper into the situation, because I don't have all the facts. I never would. And if somebody told you they had everything, run and save yourself, because who fucking knows what's going on and why but we should pay attention to the signs and not how they're doing it, but pay attention to why things are happening. And when you pay attention to why it's happening, it opens up everything in the Pandora's box for you to then gather enough information to save yourself, if you need to. All right, I love it. I love it. I love what I do. I really do. I love this thing wholeheartedly. So how are we going to start? Where do we want to start tonight? Maybe we can get into the context of Nibiru, right? Which is what it really is all about. And when it gets down to what is happening today. So let me chime down the music here a little bit and get you into full throttle of conversations. And let's do that right now. All right, so if you've been keeping up with the Anunnaki and the stories of that with Zachariah Ascension, I actually got his book behind me. I meant to get it out to hold it up. Now, the stuff that I'm going to talk about tonight is placed into, I have some contextual files and resources, and if you want those 100-page documents all about Nibiru, then I will be more than happy as a contribution to send you the PDF, as we have done in the past. This one is really good. But contributions will start around about $10, because I know some people that I don't know how you can cash out 50 cents in a dollar, but they did. They really did. And so I'm just telling you, let's just work together on this in value or what. But whatever the value is to you tonight, definitely do that. You can support the show. You can do whatever. This show is also brought to you, real quickly, get this out of the way, is LIVEPURE. This is the coffee that I've been telling you about. I've been drinking it. You're going to see some of the energy that I'm getting from this mushroom and actually increase a lot of stamina in a lot of different areas. But anyway, livepure.com, Roderick, and you can do that. They got other products too, man. They got silver. We all talk about collateral silver and how the benefits that, the immune system. You can get into this thing where you got noni juice. They have all of this stuff, greens, just all of your greens. This company is off the roof. And definitely it is something that I have been personally gained with. And like I said, I'm using their product Magic, and this is for weight loss. And so if you want to lose some pounds, there are a couple of people in the audience right now, Philly Cat, a lot of us, we formed a accountability team for this journey. And thank you for joining with me, and a few others. If you want, email me at contact@whythebigsecret.com. And that's contact@whythebigsecret.com if you want to get some accountability. Because I know it's summertime. Some of you want to shed a few of these pounds and stuff. I got a lot to shed. I really do. I'm big for my age. All right, so basically, Nibiru is a hypothetical planet that is believed to exist in the orbit of Pluto, okay? It's in our solar system, so make no mistake about it. It's also known as the planet X. Now, Nibiru is believed to be a large planet, possibly as large as Jupiter. Jupiter is fucking really big. If you go look at it, it's contextual to all the other planets when you go look at our solar system. And it actually has a highly elliptical orbit that brings into the inner solar system every 3,600 years. And we'll get into that 3,600 years here shortly. Now, we can start out really talk about the orbit of Nibiru. And it's believed that it has a oval-shaped orbit, which is, it takes 3,600 years to complete. Now, coming into our solar system through the Sagittarius and is an anti-clockwise rotation, it will make a rotational path which will take it between the orbits of Jupiter and the Earth. Now, we'll get deeper into that because, like I said, there are so many tall tale signs that comes to all of this. And when you are really thinking about what we're talking about, then it's another one of those things to say, okay, let's really dig deeper into this whole situation here. And I call it a situation. That's what the old folks say. And I know some of y'all are still young and you might not know what I'm talking about. But anyway, while far away from touching Earth's surface, we're talking about Nibiru here, it will be close enough to cause a dramatic weather change due to Nibiru's gravitational pull and the magnetic force, possibly, okay? So it's possibly even like it's tilting us in a few degrees of the Earth, off the Earth axis. So this thing is supposed to be so powerful that it can really cause a pole shift, what people are talking about. But then they're already saying it's already happening at some point, and then there is some evidence of stories, and stick around, we'll get into most of that tonight as well. And it is Freaky Friday, so we will then have our second half, as always, from there. But anyway, welcome here if you're here for the first time. And really, again, I'm Roderick Martin, if you're here for the first time for Hot Strangeness. And if you can go to get more of things that I've done, you can go to Apple TV. You'll see me there. I'm in a couple of shows there. You can go to Gaia. I'm a brand ambassador for Gaia TV. I'm in there with George Norrie. You can go to Discovery Plus channel, History Channel, Ancient Aliens. I was featured in there a while back. Billy Carson's Forbidden Knowledge TV, Forbidden Knowledge Network. I have an 8-episode show there, as well as Amazon Prime, Fox Tubi. So there's a lot of things that I have done, which is going to allow me to tell you why I sit in front of you and why others maybe shouldn't be sitting in front of you, but that's okay. I love everybody what they do because there's a lot of intelligent and smart people out there. All right, back to the show. We'll stick on a point here. Then leaving Jupiter's orbit around the sun, it shoots out our solar system. We're talking about the gravitational pull of Nibiru. And then it will take another 3,600 years for it to return, possibly as a different rotational path. Now, we're talking about the 9th planet, something called, yeah, I think it's the 9th planet. Now, I'll get into in a minute what, everything else. Yeah, thank y'all for Rainbow Light putting that link in there. Yes, please support the show, support the products. And then if some of you, we're going to be putting a business group together too, where we're going to lose weight, help 1,000 families, make some money too. So if y'all interested in those products to do that too, reach out because man, everything's for the change right now. I got so much going on that we're getting ready to pop this thing wide open. Even look up, even I got a UAP partnership coming with a device that you're going to be able to just put outside. It's going to detect when UFOs come. I'm telling you, y'all better be ready. Y'all better be ready. All right, so it is believed, listen to me, that it will cause days of obscurity while passing the next other planets and possibly even stopping their rotation during this transition across space to this incredible magnetic properties, okay? Now, this has everything to do with, what can I say? It has everything to do with the Anunnakis. Okay, and if you're familiar with the story, and it all came from the Anunnaki tablets, if you ever heard of that. It was a Sumerian text. And basically, the tablets of the Anunnaki is a series of ancient day clay tablets that tells the story of the Anunnaki and a race to extraterrestrial beings who came to Earth from planet Nibiru, hence and forth the fucking giants, okay? Now, the tablets were discovered in the ruins of ancient Sumerian city, the city of Nibiru, back in the 19th century, and they have been translated by Zechariah Sitchin. Like I say, he got a series of books. You got to get them if you go into it. But if you really want all of this information, once again, it will be available for you. You can cash out the show and just put that you want the all about Nibiru and your email address, and I will get it to you. So let me kind of put, there you go at the top up there. So I'll keep that up there as a reminder so that you at any time feel compelled to do so. Now, one of the things about the tablets, they described that the Anunnaki's arrival on Earth and their mining gold in their creation of humans. bump, bump. Let's stop right there. Let me get a little transition stuff that a lot of people will do when they're going. So they said that the Anunnaki created humans. All right. I always wanted to do that. I don't never have a use for all of this stuff, the horns and bump, bump and all that. But it comes with this thing. Where I'm going with this is we talked about the prison planet. We talked about the aliens. If you go to some of the previous videos where we've talked about all of these different things, who actually made the humans. We talk about the scriptures in the Bible. Let's make man in our image and the likeness of ourselves. It's right there in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And we talk about the implications of what's happening into society today. And if you watched News Nation yesterday, they did a story on angels and aliens in the Bible. A lot of stuff was based on Ezekiel stuff, but I'm saying there are so many fucking stories of who made us. One thing's for certain, somebody got to be telling some kind of truth in what we're talking about, right? You do understand that. And therefore, it should leave you to some type of curiosity when it comes down to the stories that we've all been trained or taught when I was little, that Santa Claus was real, and that also we got Adam and Eve and Jesus born in a manger, which he could have been, and that's fine. But the fact that all of us came from two people, I have to kind of debunk that for myself right now. And hopefully you may get on the bandwagon too and know that Noah didn't put all these fucking animals, aliens and not aliens, but big old, I don't know, giraffes, rhinoceros, you're talking elephants and all these things in this particular boat that was 300 feet, right? That's way long. That's over there. But he did. And we believe it. And we pass it along year after year, generation after generation. Now, these tablets of the Anunnaki are some fascinating, controversial accounts of human origin. We talk about that. And they provide a unique glimpse into the beliefs of ancient Sumerians, and they also raise the important question about our place in the universe. And I'm going to give you a little connection between the Anunnaki and Nibiru, and so that it'll set up some of the conversation and where we're going to be heading here momentarily. So I definitely want you to do that. The Anunnaki was a race, like I said, they came to Earth from planet Nibiru. According to the text. Now, they came to Earth in search of gold. I've said that. We talk about that all the time, to repair their atmosphere. And so they got enough of it and they left, but they're supposed to be coming back. Now, they created humans as miners. We were a slave race. Now, of course, according to the alien Ariel that we talked about in this, I don't know, I think I put the book up, but yeah. In this particular book, she talks about that humans were, this was a prison planet and our souls are here. So I don't know if there's a difference in between our souls and our bodies, and that maybe the Anunnaki created our bodies, but yet the aliens created the soul. See, again, it's all worth it, but then now we know there was all kind of species of humans, and there could have been, if you go to the Theological Prophecy by Samuel Chan, who's one of our guests, he's part of Project Black. He says that Chinese people and black people were brought here from other planets. So now it's like, who's feeding this narrative? But we're going to keep going deeper and keep deeper and deeper. So again, they created us as to help mine. The Anunnaki was said to have left Earth around 300,000 years ago, but some believe they will return someday. So I get that all the time. I get those currents that the Anunnaki is on their way back. Some of you will hear that today, correct? Put in the chat. Yeah, they said they're on their way back. Anunnaki is going to be here. The Anunnaki is going to be here or whatever. The giants are still here. Oh, we in this. Let me give you all of it. We're in this particular dome. Earth is flat. Oh, it's oval shape. Oh, we're in some type of simulation. Maybe none of this is real. So what I want y'all to do, even though we can say what's real and not real, and this is our mind, I want all of you right now, take a pen if you got, and just boom yourself. I'm not going to do it, but you can do it. I just want you to tell me if it hurt, if you feel it, if it's a simulation, if it's whatever. Because the reality for me, we're in something. Life is life. Don't worry about it. I'm not a comedian. It ain't Friday night. It ain't, amateur night. I'm good. I'm going to keep going with you. But once again, there was early hints of Nibiru nearing our galaxy. So for quite some time, we've already known that this is coming back. Nibiru is coming back. Now, again, I'll give you what NASA is going to be doing. So you better stick around for that, because they're going to be playing with all of us Monday when the eclipse coming. And so for their thoughts, they think of it as something totally different. And the question is why? Why in hell would they want to fire some rockets? I have the whole story right here. We'll go to it in a little bit. But the whole point is that Nibiru is also known as Planet X, the 12th planet. And I said earlier the 9th, but it's actually the 12th planet. And NASA doesn't call it Nibiru. They call it Planet X. For whatever reason, and I can figure out why, it's because it ties into human culture. In some cases, could be racial culture that this ties into. And why would they want to say the most biggest thing in history will be not what we think it is? So they're going to keep a scientific approach to it, and they're going to call it Planet X, as X in being unknown. And so I get it. I understand why they want to roll that way. But we, the truth seekers, we're in a whole different ball game, and we see things a little different. And so we will go to that right about now. All right. So, and I will say this is that, you know, it's a hypothetical planet, is what they're saying, Planet X, which is Nibiru. These are interchangeable tonight, okay? And that is believed to exist beyond Neptune, which is of our solar system. Now, the concept of Nibiru gained popularity from Zachariah Sitchin's books. And I have one right here on my shelf, but you should get the purple one. I forget the name of that one. That's the one I've been reading, 12th Planet. That's the one. But anyway, which claims that Nibiru is inhabited by a race of extraterrestrial beings called the Anunnaki. And according to Sitchin, in his book, the Anunnaki came to Earth thousands of years ago in search of gold and created us as a slave race. Plain and simple. Now, Enlil, Enki, and then I forget their sister's name, if you remember in the story, that even though they created the human race, but when they were looking to do this, the sister told Enlil and Enki, what you seek is already here, which meant from the text of that is that human beings, or maybe some Neanderthal or some type of whatever man, bipedal at this point, was already walking to Earth. We just wasn't refined to where we are today. And at that point, we weren't able to procreate either, is what the story has said. And so they gave us that point of procreating, which sex, for if there's any kids in the room. All right, so other than that, there is no scientific evidence to support the existence of Nibiru or the Anunnaki. Astronomers have also searched extensively for Nibiru, but have not been able to find it, and there's no evidence of past visits to Earth by extraterrestrial beings. That's where they're still trying to stand today, right? Now, the idea has been popularized. Now, here's where we're going to go on our rabbit hole, by conspiracy theories. I'm one of them, okay? I'm into the thing, which claim that it's on a collision course with Earth. I'm still looking for the evidence of that, but would cause global catastrophe. We get people talking about that now, and give you some of the signs of that in a little bit here as well. And however, there's no evidence to support those, and astronomers say that there is no threat to Earth. Of course they're going to say that. They're not going to tell us, hunk, hunk, here's the alarm. And besides, it's kind of like that movie I'm watching, the Three Body or whatever it is, but the aliens are coming, and it's 400 years when they get here, and it's like, why should we worry? I'm going to be long gone in 400 years. Yet, we are being reincarnated souls, so I could be here again. And so they was racing against time. But the fact that this comes around every 3,600 years, you know, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, baby, because all of you in this room and listening to my voice, according to that, will probably be long gone. Unless you're not done here and they bring you back to perfect you and create a better soul for you to ascend beyond the planet. So that's where it is. So is Nibiru inhabited? Is something really there? But according to Sitchin, in his book, the Anunnaki is there, and those stories of giants, and supposedly that's where they come from. Now, there haven't been anything from the scientific approach when it comes down to this. And hang on, like I said, we're going to really get into the deep conspiracies of this in a minute. I'm just setting you the foundations of everything. Now, after recent efforts to debunk this planet and Nibiru conspiracy theory, they have been emphasized that science itself has abandoned it and the quest for the Planet X really kind of dimmed down, but now all of a sudden NASA is bringing it back up in the last few days. So, all right, so there's a movement if you're here. Now, let's get into the worries. Now we're going to get deep into a little more conspiratorial talk here, and what the data or the information is going to show, where people is going to be talking about it, and where we're going to go into where people are saying that one of the things is a pole shift. There's going to be a pole shift that comes from Nibiru, the cause of them coming into our gravitational pull or orbit. I will use that word. And that's where the little other stuff is already starting to happen. Now, according to the information gathered by the scientists, a pole shift is expected to occur when the planet X passes our planet. So it's not going to collide with our planet that a lot of people talk about that right now. Oh, it's going to hit Earth. It's coming in a collision course with Earth. It never did before because we're still here. And this thing is supposed to be twice, 3, 4, 5 times bigger than us and bigger power force. And so therefore crashing into Earth will probably cause a cataclysmic event. We will be gone, an extinction level event. Okay. It did cause the Great Flood, though. We'll get into that. Now, according to this, the pole shift is predicted to cause, listen to this, though, violent lightning, wind, and firestorms due to the change in Earth magnetic axis. I'm going to stop there for a moment because now I'm for to stir the pot. And I broke my little pen here. I'm going to stir the pot because violent lightning is stories that we have already heard in Hawaii. Remember all this stuff that happened recently, the Hawaiian fires, and all this was caused by some type of lightning or maybe some beam or some government experiment. And that was a sign of things to come. So we can look at that. Now we're talking about wind and fire. Fire has been raging through a lot of stuff right now, but yet we've always had fire, but now people are starting to say they're reporting these things a lot more. You still got storms. You got a lot of storms that's happening. And one of the things that really goes out, as you know, we have a device, a government device, which was intended for humanity in the beginning called HARP. You can look that up. It's an acronym, HAARP, and it's the High Aurora, whatever. But it creates a signal into the atmosphere where they can actually dictate where they want it to rain, clouds, tsunamis, earthquakes, and different stuff, simply of doing that. Now my challenge is this. Dallas knew that there was going to be 4 million people here. Now they're saying that as of yesterday, it's going to be 400,000 coming Monday. People are canceling their hotels and whatever, because they knew that something says you can't see it. Now, could that be HARP? HARP is able to create clouds. Maybe they say we don't want them in our city, in all these places. Let's make a band of clouds to come. I'm just throwing it out there if there's a conspiracy, because NASA is up to something and maybe they don't want you to see what they're doing. But anyway, additionally, the Earth land masses, will shift, is what they're saying, resulting in earthquakes. Let's pause right there. So I don't live in Philadelphia. I've never had. And supposedly I have a friend that grew up there, too, as a matter of fact, that maybe is in this call tonight. And, I don't really know. They are my friends, but, we'll get into that later. But anyway, they grew up in Philly and then as well as New York. Now, I don't think I've ever heard of a damn earthquake in New York. And hopefully I didn't follow and start looking it up yet. I just got a bunch of text messages this morning about this. But again, if the eclipse, and you're talking about the Planet X, Nibiru, and what scientists are talking about, psychics are talking about, if all of this stuff is happening and starting to happen, would these signs be true? And so we would have to kind of look at all of that stuff and really find out. I'm not really sure, but we would have to know. We would really have to know. All right, so, and we're going to get deep because this shit is real. All right, so once again, we're talking about the Earth land masses will shift, resulting in earthquakes. We have RN Diva in the house. She said we had one in 2011. Where at? You talking about as far as here, like an earthquake here? Okay, well, we'll get that. Some scientists believe that the pole shift could also result in a temporary halt in Earth rotation, which would lead to a period of darkness and extreme weather events. And it's important to note that the timing and exact timing and consequences of the pole shift are still uncertain, and there's more research that's needed to fully understand this impact. Plain and simple. But yet, we still got people and psychics and all that, and I'll tell you about a few psychics too. It's worth mentioning, though, listen to me closely, that the likelihood of a pole shift happening anytime soon is considered a little low by mainstream scientific organization like Scientists of America, okay? But it is possible occurrence that the scientists continue to study and monitor. So they're saying, on one hand, it is possible, and that's all we need is a possibility. We all know that for any damn thing, just possible. And it's possible that a pole shift is going to happen or could happen. No one just really could predict when it happened. And so that makes it a whole different conversation, and I think it's pretty much from there. All right, so let's continue where we're going with this, because there's a couple of biblical things that happen in the Bible in relations to Nibiru. I'm glad you asked. I know some of y'all was going to say, Roderick, is there anything about it in the Bible? Because the Bible is true. Everything is true in the Bible. I need to know the truth. The word is the word, and it's the word. Well, throughout the history of ancient civilizations and recorded details of heavenly body known as the destroyer. Look in the Bible, the destroyer. And many believe this to be Nibiru, all right? And the biblical events such as the Great Flood and the parting of the Red Sea, all right? And the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah may have been caused by its passing. So this Bible that we talk about, that we have as a reference material to our life, or some people say the guidebook of guidebooks, and written by him and he who's omniscient, all-knowing, all-seeing, wrote this, right? And so at this point, we look at to say the truth is the truth, is it? And should we believe some of the stuff? So should we extrapolate some text from the Bible and take in our own perception and ideas based upon what we hear, or is there some truth? It's just kind of twisted, and we have to decipher through it ourselves. Now, there has been a disastrous event in Nibiru alleged to have caused in the past, and I said it again, was the Great Flood. We already know, even with the story of Anunnaki and Enlil and Enki, they were supposed to have been the ones, the dad, who said, let's just kill all these humans. And then one of the brothers had a change of heart, told Noah to build the ark, and here we are today. So the Great Flood was already there, but it wasn't an extension level event, but it was happening to wipe out these ants and roaches of humans that are allegedly there. But also having the potential to collide with Earth millions of years ago, creating what we call the asteroid belt. And so those are stories that are there as well, too. So we'll look at that as well. Now, I know you have a question, Roderick, if everybody's talking about it, if all of this is here, where is this damn thing and when is it coming? And so I could do this in more of a dramatic fashions, and so that'll kind of get you going here. And I think I will. I'll do it in a more dramatic fashion here, because that's how I want to do it, drama. Listen to the story here. Will Nibiru get here? Now, this is going to come from the psychics. Now, psychics have speculated that Nibiru arrival, and some claiming in 1822, all the way to 2034. Now, you don't have to be a mathematician to guess that 1822 and 2034 is hundreds of years apart. But I will say to you, for you young folks in here tonight and people that are here today, that 2034 is 10 years away from here. And the most likelihood that everybody listening to my voice was within the will of the universe and God will still be here in 2034. Now, I do know that the psychics today has been accurate as hell. They've been predicting the puffy stuff. They've been predicting all of these things because they are somehow tuned into where we're going and what is happening. So I dare not dismiss their thoughts and ideas, but only to take it as a wisdom and a carrot to understand. However, these calculations do not align with the calculation based on scientific evidence. And that's where we most are today. We're going to go off of scientific evidence and there was a psychic named Christine. Anyway, that's my drama. Let me turn my drama off. But I just wanted to let you know that we can be dramatic about this. I just want to. I'm just trying to be cute tonight. Okay, that's fine. You know, I'm there. We got a lot of energy. I'm telling you that coffee and this fucking stuff, man, got my metabolism burning, dude. All right, bro, for some of y'all. What is the significance, though? And let's get into the significance of the number 36. Now, I think this is a little dramatic, too. I'd rather put a little bit on that if I could. I just can't. But I really would love to. Yeah, I would. I think I can. I really want to put, the 3600 is probably going to be the pinnacle of where we are. So let's put a little more emphasis on that right now. According to the text provided, listen up. The number 3600 was represented by the Sumerians as a large-ass circle. Now, the expression of the planet Shar, so remember that in the future, means the perfect circle, the full circle, and also represent the number 3600. The ancient astronaut theory, you heard that on Billy Carson all the time, believed that the convergence of these three concepts, we're talking planet, orbit, and number 3600, could be or not be a coincidence, because there's no coincidence. I think coincidence is God's way of being anonymous, right? The planetary periods of the Anunnaki was also multiple Shar, 3600, leading to the speculation that the empire of Shar related to the orbital period of 3600 years is about to return and claim their dominancy over you, I, and everyone else. Except for the people that's building fucking bunkers, right? We talk about that all the time. Why are they building the bunkers? So if I knew something was to come within the next 10 years, I would go ahead and prepare my bunker too. If I had Beyonce's money, if I had Rick Ross's money, Elon Musk's money, and everybody else. But I got a shovel, and I think if all of us work together, like I said, it's hard to collaborate with people these days, but if we all get our damn shovels together, we can dig one big ass hole, not a burial, but a bunker for all of us. We can coexist. But I wonder who would get put off the bunker first, because you know how we get. We'll get, oh, such and such got to get off the bunker. They're not a team player. Oh, Roderick is eating too much vegetables. We got to get him off. No, I'm leading the pack. And you can't put me off. I'm going to be in the bunker with y'all. So let's go with that. All right, so now the other part of this is the astronomers. So we can go into what they may be seeing out there. We're talking about astronomy. And over the last few years, countless of people, including scientists, top scholars, universities, all had documented the fact that the moon, see, now the moon comes into play. Somebody was telling me today the problem, the moon is really not what it is, but now the moon is really not going to be what's covering the eclipse. It's going to be some other stories. And like I said, we'll get into it right here in a minute. The hypothetical planet X from NASA's perspective and why they're doing the shit that they're doing. So we'll get into that in a few seconds here. Well, probably another few minutes. But anyway, the moon, the sun, and earth are not in their proper positions, and that things may seemingly be unwinding in our solar system. And I'm going to say this again. For those of you who are not in preparation mode, I'm not saying tomorrow and Monday is it, because I've heard from 10 people now that if you got that thing in your arm to keep you from catching that flu-like symptoms and also hitting your respiratory system if you are vulnerable to those things, and it could possibly take you out. But if you got the shot, I got 3 of them, okay? 3. I got the 1, 2, and the extra booster and whatever, because I'm a high risk to whatever the plan is. I'm not testing it because somebody said, don't go get it, Roderick, because it's going to kill. Well, it's fine. Shit, if I don't, it's going to do it anyway, all right? So whatever. I'm just saying, but they're telling people like myself, don't even fucking go outside Monday. Don't even go breathe air. Don't even look up. I got to walk around with my eyes closed all Monday, just like this, and you know, at least for a few minutes, like Stevie Wonder. I can't look at nothing. And I would want some nice person to come tap me. Hey, baby, look at me today, and I open my eyes and fall down. I don't know. It's like that is what's saying. And I'm not saying, people, that there's no truth in some of this stuff, but come on, man. Some of this stuff gets really, really weird. It really does. It really does. So I'm just telling y'all that's just how they're saying it's supposed to go down. Okay? All right. But anyway, we already know there's been change in the weather, though. So we're not going to deny that. We're not going to deny the seasons. We're not going to deny volcanic activity. We're not going to deny the tectonic activity and more tornadoes. Shit, we in a tornado belt here. And we're not going to talk about lightning and how things are striking as early as June. You know, it's the timing and the shifting of everything. Well, it could be, again, a pole shift. But for the governments, they've been aware of this approaching thing for years. They call it the brown dwarf star. You remember that? That was some stuff. So go look it up. Look it up. And it's still in the 3,600-year cycle of devastation outlined to the ancient Sumerian text. Now, once again, this is where I told y'all, if y'all know, we have Project Black and we have Dr. Haynes, where we're going to be talking more about building a spacecraft for the next generation, because that's where he is in. And we're going to do our first kind of seminar, I think, or online conversation in the next few weeks. And so I hope we only have limited 50 spaces. So when I announce it, you better get there, because we're going to be talking about some stuff that's not going to be on the airwaves. And whatever you think it costs, it's going to be worth it to you. That's all I'm going to say to you. I'm warning. All right. So, but where I'm going with this is that this is probably the pledge for most people who are trying to get off the planet. Now, the first theory that we used to talk about was they would get off the planet because the souls don't want to be trapped here. Now, if they know something is coming, why not build something for your family and generations could be off this place when it wraps around again? So there's so many theories. Or, once again, build a bunker, go underground until the Earth, the top half of Earth, resets itself. Because the Earth is going to do that. It's going to always reset itself. It's just built this way. Now, there's also an excerpt in the Washington Post. There's an article. I want you to go check it out. And it's dated back in December the 30th in 1983, okay? Now, it had a headline, and I looked it up a little bit, and the excerpt was and this was in the Washington Post. It said a heavenly body, possibly as large as a giant planet Jupiter and possibly so close to Earth that it would be part of the solar system, has been found in the direction of the constellation Orion by an orbiting telescope aboard the U.S. infrared astronomical satellite. It's so mysterious that in this object that the astronauts do not know if it's a planet, a giant comet, or a nearby protostar, that it even got hot enough to become a star, a distant galaxy so young that it's still in process of forming its first stars, or a galaxy shrouded in dust as none of the light cast by its stars even get passed through. Now, this was by Dr. Jerry Nibiru. He was an IRAS chief scientist of California's Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the director of Preliminary Observatory for California Institute of Technology. And he said in an interview, this is what he said, his quote, quote unquote, "All I can tell you is that we don't know what this is." All right, let's stop right there. Pause for a second for station identification. I want to thank you for being here. If you're here for the first time, you're here with Roderick Martin, High Strangeness. Make sure you hit the like button, share this as well, post your comments for and after as well as this video. And again, thank you for being here. So where I'm going with this is, this was in 1983 when I looked this up. Now, we know a lot has changed. We know media is controlled immensely by the powers that be, the puppet masters and people who control the strings. So something like, and we do know in the past, historically, there's been a lot of honesty in the press back then. They would really report things. They could be a trusted source for information before it became a global money-making machine. And the fact that they make just as much money hiding shit as much as they want to report stuff. And if it's not in the best interest of the elites, we, the people, is not going to hear about it because the editors control the flow of info. So if 1983, which some of you and me by then, long time ago, I was a young man, and just coming into my prime and probably losing virginity at that point. I don't know. It was, and so I'm saying I was doing a lot of stuff at 13. That's 1983. So I probably wouldn't even heard nothing about this, if you get what I'm saying. Probably even not. So yet it was probably profound then. And I always talk about us talking about things that was big when it happened, but less talked about today. And this will be one of those articles. So do your research, go back and look it up, that there was a time that they did spot this. And they reported it in the Washington Post, which was one of the well-known media outlets to the world. So then all of a sudden the cover-up begins. Same thing with the aliens in 1947. Whenever the powers that be feel that what we don't need to know and they don't want us to know, they end up by all means necessary shutting down the information flow to us. Now, there's a lot of you young folks in here. Some of you weren't even born in 1983. So why would you give a damn? Well, you wasn't born. So now that you were born, wake the fuck up and go look for the information in the past and stop looking for these crazy stuff in the future, because the past what dictates the future anyway, right? It really does. And if you go and listen to this stuff, you will get, listen, I'm talking to you from wisdom with the grade tonight, all right? I'm giving you some wisdom, all right? I know y'all don't want the wisdom. Y'all don't want wisdom. I'm just telling you. I hear it. Sometimes the wisdom is good. Sometimes it's good. I know y'all want, anyway, because what we're going to talk about now is what changes will occur or what changes will Nibiru cause, okay? So that you know. And I spoke about it already a little bit, but let's just go deeper. Floods. Floods been happening all the time. Water is one of the most powerful things on earth. You got tsunamis, these things taking out cities and stuff. I don't know why people still live near that stuff, but they do. Maybe that's the only last place to do. Instead, we want to focus on somebody taking down a bridge, a cargo ship hitting a bridge. But the reality is the stuff that is huge, just sitting right in our face. I think it's one of those deals, and I just want y'all to know. Earthquakes. We said it again. Now, I know I asked a question, and I really didn't look over here to see, but is earthquakes normal in New York City? Is it normal in Philly? Y'all let me know. Let me know if earthquakes is normal or not normal. I just want to know. And just tell me. So anyway, they're not. All right, so that's what I'm saying. So this is an anomaly. And that should wake you up, that at least get curious. And I told someone today, and they didn't really reply to my text. So if y'all like to reply to my texts and stuff, somebody text me and I want to reply to your text and we want to communicate. I try to give some answers, but they just ignored what I said. And they're supposed to be my friends and stuff. But I told them, I said, listen, New York is a hotbed of multinational and multicultural people. If you're going to start any trouble and you want to make sure that you reach things with anomalies and test water and everything, New York is the perfect spot for you to throw those things out there, right? You have to, and you really want to know. So that is the perfect place. They're not going to pull shit off here in Texas because you're going to get a bunch of rednecks and cowboys. But if you go to New York, you want to release a pathogen or some type of contagion, or if you want to practice on some stuff and take some stuff, that is the place. It's the hub. It's the word. That's it. And you can get everybody there. Now, test what you need to know. What did he say? Rod, you need to clear your voice, man. You need to answer the phone when I call back, Damon. How about that? Yeah, he's on that friends list, too. They don't be calling me. I mean, I ain't going to say it. I'm going to call y'all my friends out tonight. That's what I'm going to do. I called you. I called you back. Left a message. So did you get your voice message to call me back? Yeah, all right, there we go. Surviving the pole shift. Okay, so now we're gonna get into. Let me stop right here. Let me make a note. We'll get into survival skills and all that, because y'all don't care. None of y'all want to live longer than you need to anyway. So I won't get into the preparation side just yet, because y'all don't listen anyway. So I'm gonna reserve this over here. Somebody says called you. Right out, Damon. Oh, me and the moon. Oh my God. Don't let her talk like that to you, Damon. Oh, please, Lord, no. Shit, she's the. Whew. Yeah, if you look up, don't call back. Her face is in the dictionary. All that kind of shit. You look that one up. I guarantee you, So don't. You may do it a couple of times, Damon, but this is like an anomaly, all-time occurrence. All right, so listen. Here's what I'm saying. The hypothetical planet X. So this is from NASA's perspective. So let's get into the scientific approach. And like I said, I'll get back over here on how to survive and what you should be looking for and do it. You do want to know that, right? You do want to know how to survive. You do want to know preparation and all that kind of stuff for what has happened. Do you give a damn? Do you care? If you care, just put it in the chat. Say, I care, and I'll let you know, you know. Laura says, I guess I'm not anyone's friend. Laura, you're my friend, okay? All right, that's fine. You know, I'm just saying there are some folks out there, man, you better not, you can call them, but your ass better not being chased by a fucking bear, and you need them to give them GPS coordinates to send the Rangers to help you. Your ass is eaten up. I'm just telling you. They'll call you back. Like, they won't even ask you what you want. They'll just call back like ain't shit happened. All right, so the overview of the hypothetical planet X, and let's go with that. And we can kind of go with what we're talking about, the overview. Now, this is the scientific approach before we now get into all of conspiracy side with all of you, and maybe I may get some of you to call in. Well, shit, I can't trust that y'all will do that either. Shit, man, give me some soldiers. Give me some people where we have our circle is so small that we can conquer the world together as truth seekers. And whatever. And if they come and I can tell somebody who comes, because I talk about some shit that'll get me in trouble, right? I want to be able to say my friends will be looking for me if I don't check in at a certain time. I want to be able to say that. I don't want nobody to call me 3 days later talking about what you've been up to. What the hell you mean I've been up to? We friends. I haven't talked to you in 36 hours. Anyway, I'm just in my feelings right now. So Caltech researchers have found that the mathematical evidence suggesting that there may be a planet X deep into the solar system and a hypothetical Neptune-sized planet orbits the sun is highly elongated orbit far beyond Pluto. Now, the object, which is the researchers have nicknamed Planet 9. Zachary Ascension call it the 12th planet, okay? So now we have scientific stuff and everything else, okay? So now we can say that it has a mass about 10 times that of Earth. So this thing is big. And if you saw in the thumbnail that I put in today, you will see that I put a reference point of Planet X in Earth. And you will notice in the thumbnail of this video that this thing is humongous. It's relative. They're not even close to one another. So once again, if it was to collide with us as though what they're going to say, that's fine. Now, we still want to look into, all right, we'll go back to that in just a second. However, the orbit is about 20 times further than the sun on the average than Neptune, and it may be between 10,000 to 20,000 Earth years to make one full orbit. Now, the announcement does not mean that there is a new planet in our solar system, but this is NASA. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm reading you from NASA's website. So you're going to see and hear the spin that they put on it for the public, yourselves and us, not what we talk about on the other side of the fence as truth seekers. So they're saying the announcement does not mean there's another planet in our solar system. See, they don't want us to know that they were wrong, and there's some shit that they don't want to say and couldn't figure it out because you're talking to Orion, you're talking to Dogon tribe, you're talking all these different stuff that we hear comes from books and spirituality and consciousness and the scientific side and conscious and non-scientific side. They are not on the same fucking page when it comes down to any of this stuff, because scientists says if A plus B times 3 equals 6, and if they can keep doing it over and over again, then that hypothesis turns to a theory. So if they cannot theorize anything, they're not going to put their mind behind, anomaly talk like we do. Oh, this happened over here. Maybe this means that. The 3 means this. The 6 means that. And I get it. I think we should have both worlds in this deal. The announcement does not mean, again, but the existence of the distant world is only theoretical, and that the point that no direct observation object the nickname Planet 9 has been made. Now, the mathematical prediction of the planet could also explain the unique orbit of some smaller objects in the Kuiper belt in a distant region of icy debris and extends far beyond orbit of Neptune. And astronomers are now searching for the predicted planet. And I'm going to in depth here in just a second. And what I want to throw out there for many of y'all, we got the greatness of Nicole in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Nicole, hopefully put the kids to bed because I'm going to need you on screen tonight, sister. Yes, so prepare yourself. You got plenty of time. You got plenty of time. I know you got some warm milk or whatever you got to give them, whatever, because these kids been up for 3 weeks. You ain't been up here in 3 weeks. They've been up for 3 weeks. Do they ever get any sleep? Let's put them down tonight, my friend. Anyway, Nicole is our lead researcher, so tonight she can definitely jump in on this conversation. That's my buddy. All right, and she does answer all of my calls. So that, I'm telling you now, you need a friend like Nicole. I'm telling you, y'all need a friend like Nicole, no matter what. All right, so another part, let's get into in depth here. In January 2015, Caltech astronomers Custain, whatever his name is, and Mike Brown, that I can remember that name, announced that there was a new research that provided evidence of a giant planet tracing an unusual elongated orbit in our solar system. Now, the prediction is based on detailed mathematical modeling and computer simulations, not direct observation. They didn't see this shit, okay? However, they also said this large object could explain the unique orbits at least 5 smaller objects discovered in this distant belt. Now, this is still on the NASA's website. The possibility of a new planet is certainly an exciting one for me as a planetary scientist, for all of us, said Jim Green, the director of NASA's Planetary Science Division. This is not, however, the detection or discovery of a new planet. See, the problem is this. They don't want to say that this could be a life existing planet, because then that changes the parameters of there's life beyond Earth. Because NASA's job is to make sure that we think that there's something out there always looking, that we're always checking things out. They got our back. And whenever something surfaces, we're going to know that it's out there. So that is their plan all the time. And we want to look into that. So that's something that I will say that it's pretty much a little different than normal, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. And so I just want to kind of say that from there. All right, so another part of this is that y'all give Noel, let's give him applause because it is Friday. And y'all know this is a community-funded channel, okay? Thank you for the contribution. I want to call it out. You the first. You the first. When was this discovered? Okay, Planet X has not been discovered, and there is a debate that the scientific community about whether it exists. So the prediction in the January 20 issue of the Astronomical Journal is based on mathematical modeling. Now, you get the terminology they just used. It does not exist. Now, we're talking about Nibiru. Okay, we all know it's called Nibiru, the Anunnaki. They're on their back. They're in the return. The Sumerian text, history, all of the found documents and all, not documents, but bricks and rocks and all this stuff has been found long time ago, right? And so therefore, they're trying to close that gap to not say that there is a new discovery. And this is right in our faces, but yet, come Monday, we're going to get into in just a second that they're going to fire some rockets up in space because of this damn eclipse. So what is the name? And I'm going to go into why do they think it's there. Astronomers studying this belt have noticed some dwarf planets and other small icy objects that they follow into a cluster. By analyzing these objects, they predict, this is Caltech, that there is a large previously undiscovered planet maybe hiding beyond Pluto. Now, this estimate is, and remember, this is one of the things. So I'm going to jump up out of this NASA stuff because I just wanted to set a technological overview, something that we can discuss a little bit, and we can put that together. And so I think there is one of the things that we can really do when it comes down to what we're doing. Now, all right, so let's get into what's happening with this rocket stuff in the eclipse. And the eclipse, I'm sorry, in a mission to set fire on this thing. Now we're going to get into a little conspiracy talk. Y'all ready for that? I know you should be. All right. We're going to get into a little conspiracy talk right about now. So let's kind of hit that. In 2006, there was a disaster, a solar attack or coronal mass ejection from the sun that threatens to ignite the atmosphere and end all life on Earth. Once again, this is the conspiracy talk. I'm not standing behind this. Please make sure now you understand we are in the process of that. And maybe I need to just do a little something to get your attention to let you know that we are. So let me just do this, give you what we call an unjust.
The shit that's about to come out of my mouth is not my way of thinking. Do not post your comments, Rod, you are wrong. Rod this, Rod that. Fuck that. I'm telling you up front that this is what I'm reading to you like a bedtime story on Friday, Freaky Friday. Comprende? Understand? Do you hear the words that's coming out of my mouth? Are we clear? Thank you.
All right, so that's my, suggesting for you so that you know and make sure that you understand what I was saying. So in a 2006 disaster flick called Solar Attack, they were saying that coronal mass ejection from the sun threatens to ignite the atmosphere to end all life on Earth. Now, this solution involves shooting a nuclear missile. Now, why is this so freaking deliberate today? We'll get into that. At the North Pole, to put out the planet's spanning fire. Fortunately, the solar activity does not really represent what most of the threat to the planet, but it won't stop the real-world scientists from firing a trio of missiles at an upcoming solar eclipse on April 8th. Do y'all get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? So just like out of a damn movie, these people about to do some dumb ass stuff, okay? Now, it's dumber than people telling me don't go outside because I got the shot, that I'm going to fall out and faint and not be able to render myself, whatever. Don't go outside, all right, or whatever. I get it. But isn't it quite as wacky as it might sound that there are some interesting scientific reason for shooting at the eclipse? They really have a reason to do this. The mission is known as APEP, short for atmospheric perturbations around the eclipse path, named from the Egyptian serpent deity. Y'all hear me? Egyptian serpent deity and nemesis of the sun god Ra. And the alternative name for the same deity is Apopis, whatever, is given to the near-Earth asteroid and subject to NASA's ongoing Orion APAC mission. Now, why would one of the nation's greatest top scientists, the people who knows more than what they're supposed to know, the people that's supposed to have intelligence so high that they wake themselves up or they can think shit through, they can put shit together down to the most millisecond and fly a rocket to space, come back, land it right on the exact time that they already knew before he went up there. Why would they go back to Egyptian times and texts and anything else to put us in a predicament that on Monday, I just want you to know, if you didn't know, they're going to fire some rockets at the eclipse. Now, that shit there really worries me the most because nobody know what it's going to do. We don't know. We didn't do it the last time because we weren't prepared to do those kind of rockets. But this time, these dummies are going to do this. And now, maybe that's a difference when somebody says, don't go out there if you got the shot, because the eclipse is going to cause a problem. But maybe when these rockets hit this, whatever, the atmosphere or whatever they're doing and blow a hole in a portal or something, and all of a sudden, all the stuff that we ever thought about come through. And once again, I'm just reading from the paper. I gave you my disclaimer. The disclaimer is still on, people. It is still on, okay? But anyway, why is NASA shooting missiles at the solar eclipse April the 8th? And that's Monday, in 2 days, people. All right? No, 3. The ionosphere is highly impacted by solar radiation and the charged particles on the day side of the planet, okay? Now, on the night side of the planet, the charged particles can relax back into a backwards before getting charged up again when the sun rises. So this creates sort of a regular cycle in the ionosphere with a normal ebb, what they call and flow. And so what scientists are hoping to learn what happens to the cycle when only a proportion of the ionosphere experiences a rapid but temporary decrease in solar interaction. These people, I've told you before, these big secret keepers, these boogers don't play, guys. They don't play. All right, and everything else. Fred, send me some information on that, Fred, on my email address. I'm not familiar with Dave Reese and maybe Trey Smith, but anyway, if now what we're talking about tonight, Nibiru, like I said, I have a document that a guy written. They'll teach you the ins and out of this thing. It's about 100 and some pages, and this is what I read and did some learning from, and I think you will gather some different information if you wanted me to send it to you. Once again, you can do a contribution. Make sure you put your email address in the Cash App. Is right up at the top that you want the Nibiru document, all right? And I'll send it to you. And let contributions start at $10 or whatever, so nobody gets confused. And I had this person sent me $1 for something, and I don't know what it was. I sent them $1 back and said, oh, whatever. I didn't know what they was trying to do, and they text me 27 times, said, I want this, and I couldn't believe it. And, well, you know, through the Cash App, they kept sending a reminder for this $1. And I'm not saying I don't appreciate that, but it took a lot of time to do that. I thought they were just playing with me. Well, anyway, interaction in the ionosphere are interest because they impact communications and technologies. So let's now get the bells and whistles really moving, everybody, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. They know if they shit this shit in the sky, it's a possibility that it will mess up with communication. Now, when they first start talking about the eclipse, and we were getting back channel notices telling everybody to get money out the bank, maybe prepare, phones may not be working, make sure you get some battery packed communication devices. No one really said that the reason why, because you remember I always tell you how is never as important as why. So they was always talking about, well, it's the eclipse, and I kept couldn't like, well, what the fuck, we done had eclipse before. Well, not like this, not where they're getting ready to fire some rockets into the damn thing to test and see what happens. And it's going to break down communications, it's going to cause some issues. Isn't that a problem? Isn't that something we need to be really think about it? Y'all give Droney, you know what? He's always just been here, man. Y'all give him a big applause. So. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the support, Droney. Always, man. Always on time and in time. I will tell you that as well. So, again, this is a community-funded show. I don't know if that means anything to any of y'all. Aside from me saying it's offering time in the sanctuary for the church or whatever, I don't know how to relay the message. But I will say get you some coffee, get you a couple of things. The description, the link is there. Maybe the moderators will put the link again in the description. Make sure or get you some of the products, because that way you getting you something, and then they're going to support us from what you do. So maybe that's a key that helps out as well. All right, so here's the deal. So they're saying that it's going to impact communication technologies. It's an electrified region that reflects and refracts radio signals and also impacts satellite communications as the signal passes through. And now understanding the ionosphere and developing models to help us predict disturbances is crucial to making sure our increasingly communication-dependent world operates smoothly. What if they fuck this shit up? What if during the test they mess it up? All right, so that's cool, because that would mean all of my friends who don't call me back is going to have the biggest excuse. Oh, man, I was going to call you, but, you know, the fucking, eclipse caused my phone to not work. I get it. So y'all make sure, all of this stuff. So I'm prepared to hear all kinds of excuses from those people when the eclipse come Monday. I mean, really. And I got some good ones myself. I'm going to make up some too. So what I'm saying is the conspiracy of April 8th solar eclipse and why you should not do that. Let's give Nina, round of applause for the super chat. Yeah, so it's pretty much that. And I'm sorry that my friends are complaining. But anyway, also listen to this real quick. If any of y'all want some of this coffee, I got 4 boxes, and it's about 30 servings in this thing, and the retail's like $34 or whatever. You send $35 with your address, then I will mail this out to you. That's less than $2 a day. This thing got that cordyceps, for that mushrooms and stuff. I'm telling you, man, I've been reading up on that shit, and it's working for me. Y'all see, I got a lot of energy. I've been getting energy from these 2 stuff. But anyway, I got 4 or 5 of these boxes I would like to send out to you. You can try it. It's a little pouch. You drink your cup, and it's enough for a whole fucking month. It's cheaper than Starbucks. Way cheaper and better for you and tastes better. So this is the bowl. This is some deep shit. So if you ain't ready to jump over everything and ready to pounce on your lovers, don't buy it, because I'm telling you to wake you up. I'm single, and I have to stop drinking it. I'm just telling you. Figure that out later. But the whole point is that there's going to be a conspiracy behind this. All right, so as the moon cuts the path across North America on April the 8th, so here's what we want to expect. Research is expected to trigger. Listen to me now. And then after I finish this part, I'll go back to some preparation, and then we're going to open up to really get in some real talk about this shit, okay? And we're going to go there. So, but anyway, they're saying that the moon shadow cuts a path across North America on April the 8th. This is Monday. And researchers expected to trigger large-scale atmospheric waves and a small scale of disturbances in the air overhead. We already know that the total solar eclipse can wipe out clouds of lower atmosphere. So why I don't get it that people are not hanging around, because they said the clouds are going to mess it up. But supposedly this fucking eclipse is supposedly to do this. Now, unless they're hiding something, maybe they're using HARP, maybe whatever reason, when NASA fires these rockets right at the right time to do it, maybe they're saying they don't want us to see what happens. So why not create the cloud cover, or why not tell everybody, hey, you don't go out, it's not going to be worth it, or looking at, I don't know. The whole story could be wherever it wants to go. So you can take that with a grain of salt, or you can take it to the bank, as most people do. But what happens in the atmosphere isn't as well understood. So once again, that's where these missiles come in. Okay, listen to this. The atmosphere hovers between 55 and 310 miles, which is 90 to 500 kilometers overhead in sort of an exploratory middle distance. It is too high for most scientists and balloons and too low for satellites. So sounding missiles help bridge the gap to deliver instruments to this Pacific altitude, okay? And the other part of this is the first of the 3 sounding rockets were launched with Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia 45 minutes before the peak of the eclipse. The second would follow at the peak. So they're going to do this in intervals, okay? So the second missile will follow at the peak, and then the last one will fly 45 minutes later. The idea is to capture information at various points to see how the atmosphere changes and evolve during an active eclipse. This will actually be the second flight for the rockets. They have already flown during October 23rd at the annual eclipse. And after that mission, they were recovered, refurbished, and made for flight again. So, again, this is not something that these people are not doing. This is not something that they're not playing with this for, right? So I'm saying to y'all that, I don't know. I think it's one of those deals. Yes, the coffee took over. It made me realize, it opened my eyes, it let you really know who your friends are and people, and you can see, I can see clearly now, and I can hear, I can get past the bullshit of blah, 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 and see reality. You can really see reality. I'm telling you some good shit. You got to get this bold stuff. If you want to alter the reality and clear some stuff, get you some. It's instant premium black coffee with cordyceps. I'm telling you. And if you want me to send it out to you, I'll send it out to you without a problem. Yes, I will do that. All right, Nancy, I got you. I'll later on tonight, I will send the document to you. I appreciate it. So again, thank you, Nancy. Yeah, people I can count on there. I'm good. Now, after launching these rockets, let's come to a close on this so we can get deep into our conversation of conspiracy now. Is that the maximum altitude is 260 miles, measuring charge and neutral particles and everything else. And so all I'm saying is we won't see another eclipse like this until 2044. So what fucking difference does it make if Nibiru is going to be here by 2034? What are we preparing for? What is it that they want us to know? Why are they doing this? If Nibiru's return is in 3,600 returns, supposed to be somewhere around 2034. Now, I would think something is big and coming. We will see it 10 years away. It can't be that far out of our scopes because, again, something traveling that far in time, we will see a bump of it some kind of way, right? We really would. So this is the last chance to gather some of this data. They're using words like that. The last time we can do this stuff and blah, 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 and besides any opportunity to fire missiles back. All right, so at this point, get your bunker. That's all I can say. I'm getting a bunker, so I'm going to be, Mr. And my bunker is going to have room for me and 10 people, women. All right? And that way, y'all already know. And we'll kick you out the bunker. No headaches. All right, so let's get now into the good part of where we at. He says, my coffee got to be blonde and sweet as honey. I don't like coffee. Well, Jarrell, didn't you try to get some coffee already, didn't you? Yeah, anyway. All right, so he said, damn. He said, screw the man. And what? You saying not? You know what I'm saying? Y'all worrying about me saying, hey, my bunker got strippers pole. See, everybody know. The bunker's got to be made for entertainment. If you're going to be down there 2 years, the fuck you want to do? Play some dominoes or you want to play strippers pole? I mean, come on, give me a break. All right. So here's where we're going to get back to surviving this thing. And then I'm going to open the phone lines up for some of you who got some stuff that you want to say. Rod, what was the PDF about? The PDF is all about Nibiru. Somebody wrote the stuff that I discussed tonight, but it's 100 pages. It's in deep. It goes really deep about the Anunnaki, Nibiru. It goes into the government, what they're doing, the plan, stuff that I don't talk about on the air because it's not need for me to say that. And now they'll be shutting it down and stuff like that. Because I was talking to somebody today and I said, the problem we got to be careful with people like myself and others that talk about some of this stuff, although some stuff could be speculative and some stuff could be more conspiratorial talk. But what if we are right? And that's the problem because some of the stuff we don't know exactly how much truth is in it. And you don't want to be spreading something that's exactly a threat to the big secret keepers. And yeah, it sounds good. And yeah, y'all maybe say, I want to hear it on the channel. But you know what? When you don't hear from me, well, it don't matter. Y'all not going to call and see how I'm doing anyway. But I'm saying, regardless, if I go dark for weeks and weeks and weeks, then who's going to come searching for me? Which one of y'all will come searching for me if I don't go live in 3 weeks? Let's just put it out there. How many will come to Dallas looking up, asking people, do you heard about a guy named Roderick Martin? Do you know where he is? He's this big guy. He's not hard to miss. You know, all of this stuff. Who will actually take the time to look for me because I'm serving you with information I'm not supposed to talk about? And would you come looking for me? You know what I'm saying? Would you come to rescue my ass? Right? Who would do that? No. Who? See, Nicole, I already knew you would. I already know you and your son and your husband out. Y'all gonna pack up like the Beverly Hillbillies and come down here and look and with the gun and on the back. I already know you will. I appreciate you, but I need to tell you what. Who else? Yeah, me and the moon. Shit. She gonna be like, I tried to call you. I'm missing. I tried to call you since I didn't hear from you. I decided not to come because you didn't call back. I'm missing. How could I do that? Right? All right. Who else said they're gonna come for me? Laura said, I'll be there, though. Okay, cool. Is this during the eclipse? Because no. See, there's already restrictions. Philly Cat said, I will search for you, but I'm underappreciated. No, I appreciate it. I'll be like, no, Philly Cat is coming for me. See, Nicole know what to do. She like that lady in Jurassic Park. Remember he said, call old girl when they was, and he was like, she would know what to do. Remember all the military people showed up. All right, so surviving the pole shift. You better not go anywhere right now because you may need to have this information just in case. So this is based on a website, okay, Zeta Talk, if you ever go looking for it. But one of the things they talk about is identifying a safe location. Now, this location should be high in coastal mountain and far away from the water, because we already know if the pole shift in the gravitational field, then those things that was close to the water is now going to possibly be underwater. Now, we can go back to the hypothesis or the theories of what happened to Atlantis and all these other places, because there was a time that all these things is underwater, and it so happens to be the time when the last time the fucking Nibiru was here. So could it be? Could that be some indication that we're going to have an issue where some of these people are going to be in a... All right, Sean, thank you for the contribution. I'll get the document out there too. Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right. We might keep the lights on tomorrow now for some of y'all. Some of y'all are helping to keep y'all doing your part. So you just know you're one of the reasons that I'm here as well. Thank you. So preparing for a pre-industrial lifestyle. This means learning how to grow food and raise animals. Let me stop right there. See, because I'm going to get into what the government, I'm going to give you a pretense of what the government is preparing for. Right here says seed vaults. Now, why haven't I been talking about that before this even came across my desk to even talk to you about this tonight? And I've been trying to tell y'all, I was telling someone else about the Great Reset. Oh, no. The reset is about the head's going to be the tail. Maybe the wealthy people are now, broke people is going to be rich again. They're going to realign money. You know, they're going to reset this shit even further than you think. So, because what happens is they got us believing the reset meaning this to keep us off of what they're doing right in our faces. But anyway, we'll get back to that. I'm just gossiping. No matter. That's going to make that person not even look for me now that I said that shit. But what I'm saying is this. Building a portable building. This building can be used as shelter during the pole shift in the aftermath. You got to be on the move like Channel 8. You got to be covering stories. You got to get your ass on the move. And these things are it. Protecting yourself from the elements. This is wearing a helmet, knee, elbow pads, and ear protections. Now, all of this stuff comes in my preparation kits. I've told y'all about stuff when, let me put this up real quick here, just to put on the screen here. Preparedness life. I've been talking about bug out bags for preparation bags. I've had a couple of people to order, but I would have thought that this audience would have been so in tune to be prepared that it ain't crazy. And now all of a sudden it's sitting right in our face at all times that preparation needs to be done. So that's another part of what I'm talking about. Now I'm saying to you is this. They also talking about prepare for the possible of martial law. That is true. Now, y'all already heard this dude who is running for president. He recently said at a fucking convention, if I don't get elected, it is the end of elections, period. If though there's going to be, what do you say about that? And I'm not saying that should force you to go vote, but it will tell you if people who are listening to this person. Okay, I'm gonna put it out there. And I'm talking about the Trump, okay? And I'm saying this is the crisis stuff that we get that calls you have to be prepared for shit like this because you don't know what the other people are gonna do. And then I'm not talking about everybody's races and all of that. And listen to me closely. And let me make sure I say this correct. I wanna make sure in my alien voice, all right? I wanna say this, listen.
All of Trump supporters are not racist, okay? You heard me say it. There are some very good-ass people. However, all the racists follow Trump, okay? You hear me? The alien said it. Roderick didn't say it.
So what I'm saying is you have to understand that if they're putting dumb shit out there, it causes people to act crazy. And then other people will follow craziness, okay? And you want to do that, you know. So I'm just saying you have to be prepared at all points. Now, how did you survive the pole shift? Stay informed. You got to stay informed. You can watch this YouTube. Make sure you spread it. Make sure people subscribe to the channel and all of those things, okay? And say this. And I'm saying that, you know, stay informed, and this will help you make the decision. Be prepared to evacuate your home. This is where fucking preparedness kits come from, right? It really does. All right. And I'm just saying, and if you live in an area that could be affected by the pole shift, make sure you have plans for where you're going to go and how you're going to get there. You got to make sure that you're not planning on being on the open roads. You got to be prepared with maps to take the back roads, because the open roads is going to be filled with people who did not prepare. And the worst thing you want is the non-people. It's like the people that ain't fucking ready to go out there and do some stuff. And I'm just saying, you got to be ready. All right, so the Tree Seminole says, and thank you for the contribution. Let's give him a shout out first. All right, he says, I don't have much to say. I just wanted to support your efforts. And I know where I would be during the eclipse. I'll be hiding from that gray, weird-ass light, and I don't do well with eclipse, and I don't do well with eclipse. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Now, he's saying, hey, he just already know he's going to be prepared, and you got to be ready for some shit like that. I don't blame him. You know, like you said, I'm going to be where I'm at, and I'm going to do what I'm doing, so fuck it. Why not? And so that's it. Jeff, man, it's been a while. You know what? I'm going to get Jeff on here with us tonight. Jeff, be prepared to, we ain't talked in a while. Do you want to come on live with me in a little bit and bring some shit to this conversation tonight? If you do, send me a text or hit me, contact at Wild Big Secret, and I'll send you the email to come in tonight. You know, Jeff got a YouTube channel and stuff too, so if y'all want to hear some stuff, that's my guy. He'll really get you going tonight. All right, so where I'm going with this is you got to have a supply of food and water. This will help you survive the disruption in food and water supplies. My bug out bag in there got water packets. I can drink like a fucking camel. Once again, I guarantee you, if the shit hit the fan April the 8th, many of people is not ready to even have to survive 2 or 3 days until shit come back right. They're not ready, and they don't care. Yeah, you might care, but it's all hogwash until they shoot 3 missiles up there and blow some shit up, and the cell phones don't work, and you can't find nobody. It goes dark, and the communication, the Netflix, you can't watch TV, and you can't use whatever, blah, blah, blah. All right, you'll be, I'm going back and watch Rod's video for safety tips. Well, the shit ain't going to work. You ain't going to be able to watch it. So what difference does it make? You're not going to be able to watch it. You're not going to be able to watch it. I'm just telling you, you're not going to be able to watch it. But that's okay. I'm just saying. It's all good. It's all good. All right, Veronica, appreciate you. She says, appreciate you for the contribution as well. All right, y'all are doing really well supporting tonight. I really appreciate it. It makes it all the worth it all. It really does. All right, so another part of this is, like I said, have a first aid kit. That comes in bug out bags. First aid kits come in bug out bags. And this will help you treat injuries and illnesses. You're going to get some injuries out there. You're going to get some people scraping at your shit. You're going to get people, you know, you might step on a nail or a tick attack or something. Now you got to sterilize these wounds. It's so much, because I'm saying to you once again, make sure you get yourself prepared, because a map, you don't want to be on open roads. And you're not going to be doing it anyway, because you think about traffic jams in the afternoons for people just getting out of work, but think about a highway with millions of people trying to get out of here at once. It's going to be chaotic, but you get your ass on the back or go buy a horse. If your property can allow you to have a horse, get you a horse and you know, be ready. What about preparation H? Well, I tell you what, I could use some on the seat today, but I'm saying, you're funny. I'm just talking about you have to do your stuff. And that's all I'm trying to say. Now, your personal preparations is this. It is wise to prepare for a disaster, including the possibility of Planet X encounter with the pole shift. You want to monitor the flags, observe the geophysical sequences as a dream guidance. Monitor life-changing early warning signs. Secure your location, like I said already. Prepare for self-sufficiency. Protect those essential supplies, because you're going to need to, because food, water, gasoline, all these little hardware secrets, you want to bury this shit for secret. You want to make sure you don't tell nobody you got nothing. Nothing. Because the ones who don't have will do it in the name of survival and in preparation, and not preparation, but self-preservation is an incredible motivator to take you out without spirituality and go to church on Sunday and apologize to God that they took you out for your applesauce. And then at the same time, all of a sudden, they go repent Sunday and it's over and done with on a journey, and your ass is left over under a tree because you didn't listen to Roderick. You didn't want to hear what he said, well, whatever, and I ain't going to call him back and so he can tell. Because I called some people today to tell them something. I really did. I was like, hey, listen, make sure I call you back and answer the phone because I want to share something that just came through because I got, I was getting a phone call from some other people about doing some stuff. And you know what they did? They didn't call me back. I was like, I'm going to give, I said, listen, make sure you answer the phone because it was important. It was important. I'm going to give you some life. Now, there's no need to give the life-saving tips. For what? What? And I'm not lying, boys and girls. I'm telling a true story. I begged, I pleaded. I said, listen, make sure you answer the phone. It's me. Yep, that's what I said. All right, so here's what I'm talking about now. On the government side, why would the government be doing what I'm about to share with you if henceforward they wasn't preparing as well? On the government side, they already got underground facilities. Constructions of underground tunnels, cities, and facilities may indicate preparation for a large-scale catastrophe. See, I'm telling y'all, we were talking. You see that? It's already happening. Boom. Oh, my God. I got to go. This is my secret Spider-Man government alert. I only get this alert from the secret people I work with because they're saying, damn. All right. I will call my friends and tell y'all what it is so you can, but you ain't going to answer. So fuck it. Save yourself. So here's the deal. What I'm saying is they're already building these underground facilities. They're building underground facilities. You get what I'm saying? And they're building these things, and the rich are buying bunkers. Okay, I talked about the zombie apocalypse. Okay, I did that, and that threw a lot of people in a frenzy. Like, what the fuck? Ain't no zombies around. Whoa. Because there are some other diseases that was out there. There was our first disease of bird flu. Bird flu gives this zombie-like crazy symptoms. Texas had their first human encounter right here last week. The CDC said they're going to look into it. Yeah, there have been a couple of people that caught it in the past and passed away. But now they killed 2 million chickens. They didn't check all of them for bird flu, but they said if one of them got it, maybe another. 2 million laying egg chickens because of bird flu and the symptoms, and it went into the human. I'm telling you, this shit, I'm not making this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't make it up. Seed vaults. The establishment of secure storage facilities suggests anticipation of potential food shortages. Now, I'm going to throw something out here at you. There is this big-ass conspiracy that Bill Gates is buying up all the seeds and he's buying up all this land, okay? I'm going to give you my personal take because the government is preparing seed vaults. Now, on one hand, I explained to you all on the Great Reset, which some of you didn't really hear me, and my closest people didn't really pay attention either. And I said the reset is not what we think. We're led astray. We've been bamboozled. They want you to feel that they're resetting things so you can have a better life. But on the other side of the coin, they're resetting the structure by putting seedless foods in our stores, which meaning that in the future, we cannot grow our own food. Well, not to say we, your grandchildren cannot grow. So think about the little grandkids walking around that you ain't doing shit about, that you're going to make sure they're going to starve and can't even cook a freaking carrot or cook more, and what I say, grow it in their own yards, because they're monopolizing on that. Montecito, the beans, and all of this genetic modified stuff, they're controlling the food supply. And if they can control the food supply, there's no way you're going to do this. Now, Bill Gates has been out there cleverly And he's a philanthropist. He's always giving money. The Bill and Melinda Foundation has always. But we got this attack going that he's up to something because he's buying land and he's buying all the seats. He's been a philanthropist. Listen to me. Is it possible that he could know? I mean, he's got billions of dollars going to charities right now. Could he know that the other people are about to, rage a demise on a human in society and the people that need? And he's saying, wait a minute, maybe I can do something about it. Because here's what I want you to know. Because if they're doing it because of money, then all of them will be buying up all the seeds. All of them will be buying up all the land. No, he's buying up available land and the seeds so that if there's a food shortage, maybe some humanity people could survive. That's just my thoughts, because based on what he does, and forget all of the rumors, because if it's something, like I said, if it's a money grab, you're going to hear a lot of people buying up seeds and land because they want to control money. He's not doing that. So I'm just telling you. I'm just saying it. I know y'all going to get mad at me. I'm just saying, just think about it. Just think about it. All right, K Bird, thank you. I'll get that document out to you. Yeah, appreciate it once again. All right, appreciate it. All right, so I'm just saying, yeah, so, all right, so there you go. Jeff is saying Bill Gates has bought up land along the possible disaster map lands in order to control what may be left. And that's cool. Control may be survival for humanity because he's doing something that, see, one plan is they're producing all this food and stuff so that no one can raise food. And if he's buying up the opposite and so that he can still grow stuff, maybe there will be some people. I don't know. Yeah, so I don't think he's buying land to stop it. It doesn't make sense to me. Why buy up all the world's seed? You got to have land to plant them. It just makes perfectly sense. And again, y'all caught up in the wrong conspiracy because y'all not looking at the possibilities of what could be happening. Could be a hero and we don't even know it. And I'm not saying that he hasn't done some malice shit. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. But maybe he's thinking about his family too. And all of that. I'm just letting y'all know. You got to understand what's happening because the other people are building their empires by wiping seeds out. Nobody's talking about them. Y'all don't give a damn about that. Actually, there's more people spreading rumors about Bill Gates buying up lands and the seeds more than y'all walk into the grocery store where you live in your neighborhood. You got seedless watermelons. Watermelons is a sexual, it helps with seedless watermelons. Viagra was made out of watermelons. You didn't know that, did you? So I'm saying the core part of this. So I'm saying seedless watermelon, seedless grapes, seedless oranges, seedless everything. That means you can't plant them in the future. So why are we not talking about that? It don't mean it tastes better. It's not natural. It's genetically modified. Nature didn't create a seedless whatever. But what's going to happen is there's going to probably I'm just throwing it out there, it could be part of some sterilization process. Eventually, we eat enough of seedless grapes and the nature that's in it, and all of a sudden we can't reproduce. All right? Maybe we eat enough of those blind chickens they're making so they can catch them, and all of a sudden we're born children in the future have no eyes. There's a movie out there. Y'all got to watch it. It's a whole series. Yeah. All right, well, we got scientists in the house. Monica says you can grow without soil. All right, that's cool. I don't know about all that. But I'm just saying that's cool. I'm just throwing it out there. The government has emergency plans. We're talking about the government, the big secret keeper. Implementation of continuing government programs and emergency preparedness. The word emergency preparedness. The company I got is called Preparedness Life. I'm trying to prepare you. And exercises that may hint to a plan for managing societal disruptions, military drills, secret coded military drills such as Ellington could be testing readiness for global disasters and suppressions. So if we want to think about, there was a message that we can say from the Anunnaki. They came from Earth around 450,000 years ago to mine gold. They genetically manipulated primates to create humans as workers about 300,000 years ago. They left, but some Anunnaki may be still here. And ladies and gentlemen, that is my closure of my conversation tonight. So if you want to, so I'm going to add a couple of people here if y'all want to call in. If you do, I will call out to my friends, but they're not going to answer. So, but if anybody want to, let me check email to see if my guy Jeff wanted to come on the show. So obviously not. He did not send an email to put him on the show. That's cool. He said, forget y'all. But if y'all heard him say it, he'll say it out loud. So once again, I'm not saying Bill Gates is a hero to humanity. I'm saying maybe he realizes he got family that's going to still be living, and maybe he wanted to do something to protect them. I don't know. I'm just telling y'all rather take the negative or whatever. So, yeah, one of those deals. All right, so Roger says, get your bonnets ready. So how many of you are going to walk outside during the eclipse and look up at the eclipse? Or try to with your glasses. How many of you are going to do it? Put it in the chat. Say, I'm looking. Just put in the chat. I want to know how many of you are going to do that. Now, I will tell you this, though. There is a rumor. If you wear a bonnet during the eclipse, it's going to just whack your head up. It's going to actually make it stuck. It's going to cause whatever it is in the bonnet is going to grab into your hair, and it's going to stay there forever. You're going to be a bonnet wearing person the rest of your life. So I'm just telling you, this is what I heard. It's out there. They're saying don't wear bonnets and all that the night before and during the day. But I know a lot of you going to wear bonnets because you don't care. But if you wake up April the 9th and you can't pull it off, then you're a bonnet, whatever. A big head ass bonnet. That's what it's going to be. All right, so who's going to be looking up? Roger said I saw that last one too. It was so far away. I'm going to buy me some bonnet, and God damn it, Philly Cat's going to do that well. Sean said, I'm looking for things that are not distraction, the bonnets and the BBLs, Beryllian Brut Lift. Yeah. Cosmetologist said, ancient Elix Soul Cliff. Egypt, solar eclipse symbolize the death of kings also. All right. That's why aliens have big heads. They were wearing bonnets. That is probably because I think some people are aliens. I really do. I will say that some people are like aliens, and they really are. When it comes down to that. So, all right, who just for a moment or two or whatever, who's got the courage to join me? I can put a link. I'm gonna put a link in the description here, and there you go. All right, so if you click that link and you got your camera and your what's the other part? And maybe this will work. It may not because my system has been acting up. We can't even hear you, but we'll see if it works. But anyway, you can click it, and you can come in with us, and just make sure tonight you be seen. Because if you got any crazy stuff that you want to say and you don't want nobody to see who you are, don't do it. We do not want you to do it. Nicole, what about you? You ready or not? Do I need to send you a link or not? What I need to do, and you just tell me. That's cool. I get it. I understand, and everything else. But anyway, I'm just saying it. So, like I said, be prepared, be ready, all of that good stuff, and we can really get into those conversations and everything else. I think it's something once again for us to think and talk about. When it gets down to April the whatever, and if you are going to go outside, you are going to do some stuff. You can do that, and that's it when I say that. How do we know that this isn't going to be a harvest? What do you mean, Blackbeard? Give me more explanation. I'm ready, but don't talk about my hair. We're not going to talk about your hair. Why would we do so? So let me get the link and send it to you, to your email. Hang on one second. She says, don't talk about my hair. We are not going to do that. There we go. Yeah. All right. There we go. All right, Nicole, check your email. It is ready for you to rock and roll. And we can, yeah. So somebody said they're going to look with their phone. That's fine. I think, if you put a different camera or something out there. Rod, I would like to talk another day. I just can't do it tonight. My kids around me, and I hope when I do talk, I can, what do you say? I could hold a conversation. That's cool. It's all good. It's all good. I get it. Magneticus is in the house. It's been a while. My brother, what's been going on. All right, so Nicole is going to join us. And if y'all got some questions for her too, and some outlook about what we're talking about, Nibiru and the eclipse and the rumors and conspiracies and all of that stuff, we'll get into that pretty much. And if any of y'all got any questions of conspiracy, I want to hear more of the conspiracy talks. What's going on out there? What is happening? Why it's not happening? All of these things, because I think it's important for us to touch on that. Of course, evidently, we need to, because that is something that we want to do. So we can do that as well. Damon said Nicole has curlers on. I don't know. We'll find out. I doubt it. She said just don't look at her hair. When she comes into the studio, then we will soon know exactly what's happening. All right, so so I sent the email out and pretty much. And Jeff, if you still in here, where you at, brother? Jeff, y'all need to, get him on in here with us and put that on. But if y'all, again, we may have to start doing some type of abundant resolution these days and letting people really do that. So maybe that's a point we can do. All right, so we got David in the house. David G, make sure you turn on your background noise. Point we can do. All right, so we got David in the house. David G, make sure you turn on your background noise.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Got David in the house. David G, make sure you turn on. You can't hear us?
So turn off my background?
Yeah, because it's going to loop back.
I can't hear you.
We're going to hear it. You can't? Oh.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
For some reason, my audio not working. Give me 1 second.
Oh, well, we can hear you, so.
All right, check. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, audio good.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, brother, what's going on? Talk to me.
Nothing major, man. First of all, I mean, I'm usually in here, man. I've been kind of MIA for a couple of months, man. I had so much going on, but I do tap in, a little bit, every now and then, and listen to you, man. There is a lot going on. I don't got too much to say about conspiracy. I study Vedic astrology, and there's a lot going on in the sky. And it's also funny. I thought it was funny because the title was about the Nibiru planet, and I missed the first part of this podcast, but there's a crypto that just did an airdrop that is called Nibiru chain. So I thought it was very, very funny, to be completely honest. But no, I mean, honestly speaking, man, I don't have like too much to go into. I just thought I'd come in and show my face, because I'm usually in here. I just don't really say too much in the chat. I know we spoke before. It's been a minute, so.
No, I appreciate it. You got more courage than a lot of people I know that call my friends out there. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I appreciate, we got some people that, I don't know what's wrong with showing faces these days, but hey, I'm here. I show my face because I want everybody to know, but I take the lumps by myself, So
Absolutely. I love what you're doing with the channel too, man. It grew a lot since the last time we spoke. Love to see it, man. I love to see what you're doing, Billy Carson.
Yep.
And a lot of other people. I follow, all of you all, and I got my own stuff going on. So
what you got going on, man? Tell us about it. Anything we can help with or what?
So right now, man, I have a video game being published. It's kind of on hold right now. I study astrology. I do tarot. A lot into spirituality. So I'm always on my Instagram talking about quantum leaping and, going into different timelines, and I'm reading books and obviously I'm into ufology and things of that nature. So I have my hands in a bunch of different things, to be completely honest. But yeah, man, heavy into spirituality. Astrology is my thing. I do people's charts and I do tarot readings if anyone's, ever wants a tarot reading and things of that nature. So
all right, where they can they put it in the chat, your IG and stuff, if you want them to know where it is.
I'll make sure I do that. And I'm putting it anyway, but it's at STLCTY03. And it's the same on Twitter too. I was actually talking about, I literally reposted this today, but I mentioned first it's the earthquakes and then it's the volcanoes. And so it's funny that we just had a earthquake in New York. So, there's a lot going on, and all of these things are like very predictable through Vedic, and it's crazy.
Well, go into it a little bit. Tell us how you come up with this, or how does it come to you, so to speak, using your techniques.
So it's planetary alignments, and it's very hard to explain, in detail, but it's planetary alignments, and basically, if you have two planets in the same sign, that is called a conjunction, right? And conjunctions mean they blend energies, and they're basically marrying the two different energies, and they're creating the result based off of it. You know what I'm saying? So, for example, Uranus is in the sign of Taurus. And Taurus is an earth sign. Uranus is the great awakener in the zodiac. It's all about authenticity and individuality, but it's like very shocking, out of nowhere news. You know what I'm saying? So if you blend those two energies together, you can see why, earthquakes happen, or you can see why, for example, the Maryland Bridge collapse happened, which honestly goes into, what you're talking about with the food supply and things of that nature, because that's going to cut off a lot of food supplies and things of that nature. And I think I read something, I'm not sure how true it is, but I read something about the two master, I forgot the exact title, but the two masters at the port were Ukrainian. So,
okay.
I read about that. So someone may need to look into that as well. But yeah, man, planetary alignments play a big role because they have energies. And this is where the as above, so below comes from. Basically, planets don't make things happen. They just mirror and reflect what's happening in the spiritual realm, hence why it's as above, so below. And so that's kind of why astrology really mirrors what's really going on. So it's interesting concepts, interesting planets. Venus is transcendent, and obviously the solar eclipse is happening on the 8th, but it is happening in the sign of Pisces as well, which is a water sign. So don't be surprised if you see some crazy event happen, like in the ocean, or some like tsunami or something happen. Just don't be shocked. I could see something along those lines happening.
Yeah, somebody sent me a thing. Nicole, what's going on? Can you hear me? Okay?
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah,
What's up,
we
Nicole?
see you. And your hair is fine. It really is.
It's just wild.
It's okay. It's okay. I just appreciate you having my back. I appreciate you being able to come and save me and all of that stuff, because there's a lot of people wouldn't do that. They saying that shit, but they wouldn't.
Told you I'm calling the Texas Rangers and get them all down there.
Yeah. So there you go. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, all right. So before we get into with you, Nicole, David, let's do this. Can you do a reading for somebody? How does that work? Anybody in the audience? What can we do?
Absolutely can.
Let's pick somebody like Me and the Moon. She just BSing. So let's do a reading. What would you need from her to do a reading?
Just give me give me access to your energy. You got to give me permission to tap into your energy.
Okay, let's find out if she's down for that. She in the chat. Me and the Moon, you want to give him access to the energy so he can do a reading? Yes.
Yeah, and my tarot card is back there, so I'll get it. And it's a perfect time because I just got a new moon oracle deck, so I could pull that card as well. It's too easy.
All right, go ahead and pull the cards while we're waiting on her to respond. She disappeared now. She out of here. So Nicole, while he's getting the card, okay, she said, "Do me, Roderick." She want one. That's Rainbow Light. Just hang on a second. We'll see what we get here. And so Nicole, what's been going on with you?
Man, just been busy, keeping busy. My boys are constantly keeping me busy. So between them and work. But there's been lots of really interesting things popping up over the past couple days. So.
All right, we'll talk about that for sure. All right, so, Me and the Moon, I think she disappeared in thin air. So, because I haven't seen her chat, she usually whacking in there, but
you can do mine.
You can do yours?
yours?
All right, shit then. Let's roll. Let's go with Nicole. Let's go.
All right, you just want me to do like a general reading, or do you have like specific question?
We want to know if she's a killer first. Is she in her past lives? Is she a born natural fucking killer? Okay.
I'm a
All right,
killer
me and the
of
moon
ants.
says she's here, so we'll do that hers after Nicole. Let's go, Nicole.
Maybe like about like around my spiritual side. I've had a lot of interesting things I've been feeling myself. So
I got you. So
curious to
basically,
what
like,
you say.
basically like a spiritual guidance, something along those lines.
Yes. I recently asked my spirit guides for their name, and I got a random name just popped into my head. So I'm just kind of curious if that was a message or not.
And also you're going to have multiple guides. Like there's going to be guides that pop in and out. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to have ascended masters and things of that nature too. So it's definitely going to happen. But I'm going to tap into your energy real quick, and I'll pull. You know what I'm saying? So guides, angels, ancestors, tell me what's up. Give her anything she needs to know. Let me see. First of all, the first card out is the Ace of Cups. And first of all, cups represents your emotions and your feelings. And aces are always new beginnings. Aces are new opportunities. It's also love and it's spirituality. So it's funny that this card comes up because it literally represents spirituality and compassion, and it's Capricorn energy. Mercury is on this card also. The reason I wanted to use this deck was because we were just talking about astrology, and Mercury just went retrograde in the sign of Aries. And it's funny because this is a normal cycle. It goes retrograde 3 times a year, and all of the same elements. So for this year, it's going retrograde in all of the fire signs. So for anyone out there, check your fire sign placements, and also make sure when you put in your free astrology chart calculator, when you put in your information, make sure when you click, you're going to see something called a house system. It's going to say Placidus. Make sure you hit the drop down and make sure it says whole house. It's going to be a lot easier for you to track. And there's going to be 12 numbers. And make sure you look what number is in all of the fire sign placements. So Aries, Sagittarius, and Leo. And that's kind of where Mercury is asking you to review everything you want to do in that aspect of your life. Make sure you're reviewing whatever you're manifesting, review it so you're sure that's what you desire. I just wanted to give that tidbit to people out there. Just in case. 9 of Swords comes out, and Swords is all about your mind. It's about your intellect, your mental, how you think. And in the grand scheme of things, it talks about alchemy, because you're taking 2 perspectives. It's like the observer mindset. You're taking 2 perspectives. Instead of just becoming both of them, you're alchemizing the 2, and you're creating a result based off of those processed emotions after that, whatever time frame go by. So some people, it takes 2 weeks, some a week, some longer than that. So that's why you could, if you find yourself in like difficult situations with people, it's because you're meant to observe what's happening. And then when you kind of move forward from that, it's because you're taking those perspectives and you're literally creating a better result based off of those perspectives. Mm-hmm. And so in the card itself talks about anxiety, but from the aspect of, it doesn't want you to have anxiety. It wants you to look at it from a higher perspective. So you're healing that wound. That's basically what's happening. And it's Mars energy in Gemini. And again, Gemini is about the mind and the intellect. Tell me more. 2 of Swords. That's confirming that, because it's telling you to stay balanced. You see the Libra sign is on the card. Mm-hmm. And the moon is significant because the solar eclipse is happening on the 8th. And again, it's a new moon in Pisces. That is exactly what's going on. It talks about tough choices, and really not avoiding what's coming. Because honestly, I just pulled a moon oracle card, and I'm gonna pull this for you in a minute. And I pulled a moon oracle card, and it talked about truth. You know what I'm saying? So if there has been anything going on behind your back, if there's been anything you haven't been sure of, the truth will be coming out. That's for you, and that's for the collective, for sure. Nice. And when I mean the collective, I mean everyone. Tell me more. The Devil card, more Capricorn energy. could be a Capricorn. You're not really involved with, but you could know a Capricorn. But the Devil card talks about the shadow side. It talks about your subconscious mind, and that's why I mentioned truth, right? Because when we talk about truth, it's illuminating the things that has been happening on the shadow side of, you know, your subconscious program. That's what's coming to light as we speak. That's what the solar eclipse is talking about. And I would go into like the mythology in regards to the eclipse, but it might be too long, so I'm not going to do it. But there is like a story. There's like a big story behind it in Vedic astrology. It's called.
I know about like the Mayan theory, but I can't remember all. Like I know there's different cultures have different.
Listen, we were here 8 hours last Friday. You got time? Go ahead.
All right,
I won't be
say less.
that long.
So real quick. So in Vedic astrology, first of all, in astrology period, there's the North Node and the South Node. But in Vedic, it's called Rahu and Ketu, right? Rahu is the North Node, Ketu is the South Node. And the eclipse comes from basically the story. I'm going to try my best to explain this. I'm not the best at doing this, but there were gods and then there were the Titans. And when they were at war, there was a Titan who basically masqueraded himself as a god. And all of the gods were in line to drink the nectar to, you know, be immortal. But the Titan who masqueraded as a god, right as he was drinking the nectar, there was I forgot who it was. I want to say it was like Lord Vishnu or Krishna or something along those lines. He seen it and he hurried up and severed his head. But the Titan still had a drop of the nectar, so he still became immortal. So the eclipse represents his head getting cut off because the sun passes through. He tried to eat the sun, and when it went through his mouth, you didn't see the sun anymore. You just seen a ring, and it went through the rest of his body because the rest of his body was gone. So you just seen it. So that's where that mythology comes from. You know what I'm saying? And Ketu is like the opposite side, hence why it's the South Node and the North Node. Card out, Page of Swords, more Gemini energy. So that could be significant. That's definitely.
I have 2 Gemini parents.
So okay, so you could have some truths coming out about that, and especially the father, because there is Saturn on this card, and Saturn in Vedic astrology and astrology period represents the father and father figures. Yeah. And for just a tidbit, if anyone has Saturn retrograde in your chart, that usually means you have father issues or in some way, shape, form, or fashion. You know what I'm saying? And that's because you, in this lifetime, you are literally meant to basically make your own way. You're supposed to do something without no support from your father figure. That's what that's talking about. And I always tell people, man, the pages in tarot is all about, it's a youthful energy. It's like you're at home and then, you know, the young 24-year-old who's like into so many different things. They come over and they're just so excited about talking to you about stuff. And you know what I'm saying? That's that type of energy. And it's swords, so it's the mental. So it's really putting emphasis on making sure you control your thoughts, continue to manifest and think positive so you can truly create what you're trying to desire, what you desire. So that's what that's talking about. Justice card. I mean, this is kind of crazy because the first card was a 1 and the Justice card is an 11. And the next card I'm going to pull out, I already pulled it out, which is another 1. What now?
11.
Yeah. Now ones represent a portal. Like those are portals. You know what I'm saying? So and it's funny. I seen like 11:11 when I had turned on this podcast, and the other day
I see it all the time.
Yeah, because when you do, it's telling you that you're ascending. It's like numerology, and it's the way God speaks. This way the universe speaks to you. They're not going to come down and say, "Hey, this is what's going on." It's usually through numbers, synchronicities, and things along those lines. And it was funny because on my IG I was talking about, you know, the Matrix being a documentary and not a movie, and I started seeing cats. And every time I see a cat, I know for a fact we hit a different timeline. And it's always during the full moon phase, because if you ever wonder like why out of nowhere you get crazy emotional, like you'll be good for 2 to 3 weeks, and then out of nowhere you're like, why am I feeling this crazy energy?
Yeah.
It's because of the full moon. The full moon illuminates what you weren't conscious of. You know what I'm saying? And it usually lasts about a week and a half. And the most like turbulent energies is around the full. So for example, the last full moon we had was on the 26th of March. So if you've been feeling some turbulent energy like earlier this week, last week, that's because we just came out the full moon phase. Now we're hitting the new moon, which is the lunar cycle, which is what we're truly supposed to follow. But that's another conversation.
Right.
The Justice card, you're basically more Libra energy, and this is just telling me you're getting good karma for your good decisions. I mean, in a nutshell, that's what's happening, and it's taken a while for the wheel to really spin. But that's because we're talking about energy, and what you're trying to create is something probably no one in your family has did before. So if it's uncomfortable, that's because you have no one to go to for advice. So it's supposed to be like that. And I always tell people this because I feel like it really helps people, right? Instead of like being stressed about something, picture this. Picture you have this bubble, right? Like this is your bubble, and everything you have right now is in this bubble. But you want more inside that bubble, but nothing fits. So you have to see your bubble expand, but it's going into locations it's never been in before. So that's why it's uncomfortable. You'll perceive it as stress because you can't see what the future is. But ultimately, the universe is pushing you so it can put more of what you desire into that bubble. So don't be stressed. Anytime you perceive things to be stressed, just know literally you hit a different timeline and you're literally manifesting, which is funny because that's the next card that came out, which is the Magician, more Gemini energy. That's confirming that. Manifestation. Yep. And the next card out is the Ace of Wands. That's literally God giving you the wand to create what you want. And Aries is on this card, which, that's the spring solstice. And that's your creation. That's your divine willpower. That's your passion. That is like, when something excites you so much that even though you don't necessarily feel like doing something, you can't help but to do it because it lights you up so much. That's the energy you need to be in all the time, because that is what alignment is. When you're in alignment, you're happy. When you're happy, you manifest quickly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna get one more card, and then I'm gonna pull a card from the Oracle deck. And we'll be good on that. The Hangman, which makes sense. Pisces, new moon in Pisces. That's literally confirming this reading. And really, the Hangman talks about you transforming. You going through a metamorphosis. Again, it could be uncomfortable, but that's because you're literally going from a caterpillar to a butterfly. It's not an easy process, but once you get through it, you flying high. You know what I'm saying? So, and it also represents wisdom, letting go of things that don't resonate with your energy anymore. That's what that's about.
Yes.
So let me pull I'm gonna pull a Moon Oracle deck. I'm not gonna lie, the Moon Oracle deck gonna hit you. It's gonna hit you because I read from the guidebook too, and it really tells like a lot of it gives a lot of details. I'll say that.
I consider myself a moon child, so that's cool.
Right, so check this out. Take risk, Moonflower. Right.
Yes.
And it's funny because this is like a karmic wheel. Didn't we just get done talking about you getting justice for your good karma?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna read from the guidebook. Let me see. Moonflower. Okay. Moonflower, take a risk. Do you have the courage to spin the wheel of life and see what comes up? Playing it safe will not serve your current situation. No one is saying you should take a massive risk and gamble everything away, but nor should you refuse to make your move. It could be time for you to adopt a more positive mental attitude and see your glass half full, which is funny because we talked about a lot of Gemini energy. A regular gratitude practice will help. For example, every Friday night, try doing your practice with friends or family for a few weeks. Adventure is calling you somehow, and this card has come up because your higher self wants you to look further into it. As Moran Williamson famously wrote, "You're playing small does not serve the world. It's time for you to take a risk and show the world who you really are and how you really feel. If your self-esteem is hampering you, this card is a sign to work on it for real. The wheel is still spinning when you get this card. Take a chance." Additional meanings for this card: take a trip, be optimistic, love yourself more. Life is short, make the most out of it, believe in yourself. And the last paragraph is, the seed of a moonflower, which is also funny because we were just talking about Bill Gates and seeds. That's what he was talking about. The seeds of a moonflower are hallucinogenic. These flowers bloom in the evening and have an enticing fragrance. This card is leading toward adventures.
Mm.
Yeah, that concludes your reading.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so
I like that. That's good.
That was. I might
Sure.
just have to go ahead and let you throw down on me tonight. You know, read that card. And so, what's going on with you, Philly Cat? Right quick, are you here to? You want a reading, or you just what?
Nah, I actually read tarot myself. I was going to ask David what made you choose that particular oracle deck as opposed to others. Was it something that stood out about you, or to you?
It was a few things, man. It just goes into how the universe works. Like number one, just for like, first of all, I started my personal spiritual journey, like really obviously started my spiritual journey last year, like early 2023. It was like April, May, right? And I remember just, journaling and a bunch of things. And, the way they talk to me, I'll have like recommended YouTube videos and just all types of things, right? Mm-hmm. And I remember having this YouTube video and they were like, moon cycles is important to you. Moon cycles is important. And I never really wrote it down, but it's always been in the back of my mind. And so one day I was in a library, or I was in a bookstore, and I was looking, I was like, hold up, they got tarot cards in a bookstore. So I'm looking, and there was a moonology deck sitting right in front of me. And I don't know how to explain it. There's something about something that just calls you. And I don't know. It's like an energy. You just look at it like that's not a coincidence. Like this. And it was funny because someone Apple paid me $22.22, and it cost $22. So for me, that was just confirmation. It was just confirmation.
Yeah, every place here that sold tarot because when I got my decks, I just felt the vibration from them. But they're gone. They're all closed. So I'm trying to pick an oracle like online, and it's just not working for me. So that's why I was trying to.
Maybe this just came to me. Maybe because you should physically go somewhere to find them, like and see what just resonates with your energy. You'll just know. Because maybe you don't want it online. Maybe you just want. Yeah, you probably go to like a bookstore or hit your local bookshop. Or local shop, because some local shops have them. I went to one and they didn't have any, but directly across the street was a whole spirituality store. He was like, yeah, they might have some across the street. I go across the street, they had all type of shit. So, that might be something, you could look into.
Yeah, all our witchy stores closed. This sucks. Okay, I'll keep looking, but thank you.
All right, so what we're going to do real quickly, David, hang on. You got time, right? You good?
Absolutely. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So as y'all know, I was nominated for the second annual Forbidden Knowledge Conscious Award in the podcast category. And if you can just extend the vote, if you find value, there's about 100 plus folks in here. If everybody haven't vote can vote, there's a link in the description of the video. So you can click that link. Go there to job forms. It may have you to vote for some other people, but all right, you still go through the process. I'm right there on the top, Roderick at Why the Big Secret. I need your vote. We want to win it this year. I think we were second runner-up last year, and we had an exciting part. And this time, it's a 3-day event. Make sure you get your tickets. We're going to do a get-together like we did last time of our community at the hotel, and we're going to have some great times together and all of that. So I want to make sure we all kick it, but Friday night is going to be a celebrity basketball game. Then it's going to be kind of a conference Saturday morning. Then we're going to have a yacht party out on a yacht. And then on that Sunday, there will be a book signing, and then there will be the Conscious Awards. And so make sure you get your tickets and come out. These are the other people I'm in the category with. If you see some people like my sister Erin there, she is great. If you know, she announced her new baby coming in August. And so,
congratulations.
Yeah. So, well, she told me about it a long time ago, but she did an announcement a couple of days ago. So, so congratulations to her. And then I don't know the other people, Alex and Sean, but we don't need to know them. Not that they're bad people, but that's just we don't need to know them. So make sure you vote for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. Make sure y'all vote. And then also, once again, if you're a coffee drinker, We got some coffee. Like I said, I got some boxes here. I'll send out to your house. I'll ship it. There's $35 and that'll cover shipping and everything. But if not, go to livepure.com, Roderick. Make sure you go. There's other products there. Like I said before, there is skin defense, silver, immune system. There's greens. I got that coming where you just get all those greens. I'm using a couple other products. I think Philly Cat has got some. She's going to be part of our, we're going to do some weight loss things and put a group together where we can all be accountable. And in fact, I've lost 6 pounds this week.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I'm on there. And I was going to tell my friend that too after I voted. I was so happy. Didn't. I was like,
Mooney.
oh, you bet. Fuck that. But I get it, y'all. That's how the friends I got. But anyway, listen, this pure magic shit is some good shit. And then, like I said, if you cash out me your name and address or your telephone number, I'll call you. And this is cheaper than Starbucks, but it's got the cordyceps in it. I'm talking. Y'all seen I have been having a lot of energy lately, so I'm telling you, this
I need that. What's that?
You listed.
How?
Is it like the description, the link, and all that stuff?
Yeah, the description. Yeah, in the description there's Pure link. You can go there, and then Live Pure. The link is in my description of video. Make sure my name is up there. You can get it cheaper. Actually, you can get it $28 if you want to be a preferred customer. And this one box is 30 packs in here. So that's like if you drink one coffee a day, that's a whole month. That's cheaper than Starbucks. 10 times cheaper. And it's healthier, and it's got that mushroom that increased stamina in a lot of places.
That's the thing now, the mushrooms.
I know. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you.
All different health benefits.
Yeah, and they still got the caramel. You can get that. They got caramel and cream. I've tried this cold. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I just started drinking it lately. I put it in some ice, make some iced coffee, and it's good. And
I drink a lot of tea.
Me too. I'm a tea person.
Well,
So am I.
Lil Pure got tea. They got all of that stuff. Y'all see me taking some Hydrate. I'm using all their products, and so I got $1 million gut. So once I get some of this weight off, I'm gonna actually do the business side of it and help other people make money and do this too. So if any of y'all want to partner with me on that, we're gonna do some big ass shit with that. I'm getting with Billy and some other folks, and we can all make some money together. Hit me on my email, contact@whythebigsecret.com. All right, so here's the deal. What did you get ready to say?
I was going to say they have, besides weight loss and hydration, they have things for bone support, your immune system. That's what I actually got, bone support.
And you talked about, was it not silver? What was that?
And sulfur.
Sulfur. What was the benefit of that?
Sulfur is for your immune system. It is something that the body already has, but it's also for your joints. So I got that plus the calcium. And their sulfur is also mixed with, I think it was magnesium. I don't remember offhand, but it's supposed to help with stiffness. They offer the sulfur not only with joint support, but for recovery after a workout. Because they have, I noticed Pure has, LIVEPURE, has, I got my mouse in my hand, has packages with like different products they offer that go toward one goal. So they have a weight loss package. They got the joint support package. They've got heart health package, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I was impressed by
there's some good stuff too, y'all.
And stuff.
There's some good stuff. Their corporate office is here in Dallas. Eventually, I asked them, any new partners that I'm going to work with, can we fly them in? That'd be a great way y'all to see me. We'll put this fuck up group together. They fly all y'all in. But anyway,
they pay for it?
Yeah, I'll get them to pay for it. I just have to make sure people are committed to working first, and then they'll bring them out. And they can visit corporate and come to Dallas and take us to eat dinner together as a group. Yeah. So we'll be doing that in actually about another month or so. But anyway, coffee powder and cordyceps powder. So there's mushroom and the coffee stuff, me and the moon. All right, so unleash it. You know what? Go deep. I'm gonna give you my energy, David. I'm gonna put the light around me right about now, and I'm gonna post it out to you, and give you access to go in and spare no areas or whatever, unless it's just top secret shit, and you just the code word would be the hungry rabbit jumps, and that means I'm not gonna ask you to go further.
Do I have permission to? I was just wondering.
How? Oh, one at a time. I need everybody.
Oh no, I'm not
space.
gonna do it here. But I already did your chart for the Eastern astrology. I was just looking to see something.
We'll
I did
go
you
in a
and
minute.
Billy and Doc B.
Oh shit. Okay, well just hang on there then. You know what? Let it be. Let it be. You know, people get to know me. Then they might just find out I'm a good ass guy.
I'm not prepared for it. I was looking for something specific when I did your charts.
Did you
and
find
I found
it?
it.
Did you find it?
That's why I'm here. I wanted to make sure you guys weren't con artists. Yeah.
I'm special. Oh shit, she's a con artist. God damn.
I had to make sure because I've been through a lot in this community.
What the fuck?
That's why I disappeared for 10 years. So I had to make sure that you guys were what you appeared to be.
That's creepy.
And you are.
Let me put some theme behind it. I want to make sure Roderick is not a con artist. So we're gonna check his records. We're gonna go beyond and violate his space.
Why? You gotta make like a little reel.
We're gonna go deep into his mind, his consciousness, so that he's here to serve, or is he conning people by saying Nibiru is gonna fuck us all up? But regardless, it's not true. I love all of you, and at the end of the day, she's gonna confirm that I'm good people. And for those of you who may be in relationship status with this man, she's saying that this nigga is a good dude, which is me. Okay, what is it gonna take for you to know those things? Is it gonna take lightning? Is it gonna take a flood? Is it gonna take a building to fall? Maybe squirrels drop nuts on your house? Whatever.
It's gonna take an eclipse.
Or a fucking eclipse, yes.
He did on Monday.
Goddamn eclipse. That's what it's gonna take. All right, let's go with it. David, I'm ready. You got me, brother.
All right. First card out is the Queen of Wands. I'll show you the card. Queen of Wands, I always reference the Queen of Wands being like Regina King, Taraji P. Henson energy. Like very, very powerful, individualistic, confident, knowing like what the fuck you're doing and really standing in your power and can't no one do shit about it. That's the type of energy.
Nice.
And that's like your past energy. So you've been in that energy for a minute. The Four of Pentacles came up next. Capricorn energy. So it's really talking about you building a strong foundation on what you're trying to build. So right now you're in the foundational building phase. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so far it definitely looks like you got a strong foundation. And the four, that's what it represents. Four represents structure because it's like Saturn energy. Also, if you don't got your numerology report, highly recommend getting your numerology report. 14 Temperance. That's funny because that is a number. That's another 4, and 4 + 1 is 5 for numerology. So that is counting up 4 to 5. Temperance is patience and it's alchemy. It's just like the 9 of Swords in a way. It's you already seeing both perspectives of multiple things and you creating the best result out of it, which kind of tells me what you're doing because that's how you're building the foundation of what you're creating. Which leads to a 1. The Ace of Wands just came out in her reading. So a lot of new opportunities. And this is what I like showing this card because it's like literally God giving you the 1 and create what the fuck you want. Like you can't make this type of shit up. And this is 2 Aries cards. So Aries, this is definitely starting during Aries season. You're going to see probably a significant boost in shit during Aries season more than likely. And I always say like the seasons changing is really metaphorical because if you look at, you know how you ever notice how it gets warm or hot for like a week, then it goes back to cold, then warm, then cold, then it goes. That's because it's almost like planets are retrograding. You know what I'm saying? It's like a retrograde phase before we permanently go into the new season. So it's like making sure you're reviewing on what you want to do. It's signaling that you need to review shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what that's talking about. So right now we're in a review phase and really introspection and reflection. So if you see things that make you a little bit uncomfortable, like I did this shit already. Why am I seeing this? It's just because it's your reflection showing up. That's all it is.
Okay.
Because you've already quantum leaped to another timeline. And once you get to that timeline and, you know, your physical body and time is catching up, you're eventually going to see your reflection because you already passed time. Can't make this up. Justice card just came out of her shit.
Yeah.
And that's three 1s in a row. So that's significant. That is portal. Like I said, that's confirming we went through a different timeline for sure. Make sure you stay balanced. Also, Venus hits. Let me see. I got to figure out what sign Venus is going. And I forgot, man. I was just looking at it today. But right now, Venus is, I think she's still in an Aquarius. And by the way, Mars is before this card. So just real quick for people in astrology, this is the sign of Mars, the circle with the arrow. Now, what this represents, it represents an entity with a sword. That's why it's an arrow. And it's cutting anything that doesn't resonate with your energy. That's what this symbolizes. You know what I'm saying? So what's happening is Mars is going through, like, Mars and Venus switches places sometimes. It's like a cosmic dance. And Mars is like fucking shit up. Like, he's going through a house. Picture like a kid going through a house just tearing things up. But then you got the maid just cleaning up shit right after Mars. That's basically Mars and Venus energy right now. You know what I'm saying? So if things are going kind of crazy, they seeming like kind of turbulent. And then right after, like a week after that, you see things clean up a little bit. You're like, okay, it wasn't that bad. That's because Venus is right behind Mars.
Okay.
All right, tell me more. That makes sense. The Fool card, new beginnings. And I just mentioned Venus being Aquarius. So this is literally confirmation. And the Fool, first of all, 0 is probably the most spiritual number there is, along with 7. Because 0, there's no gaps in it. So it's like infinite possibilities, right? And it's literally like, it's confirming you going through a portal because it's a circle. And if you look, they call it the Fool card because most people are going to probably called you a fool for taking the leap of faith that you took. And you see how the fool looking up at the sky, but he's about to jump off and the dog is about to jump off with him. That's because even though he knows he doesn't see what the hell is about to happen, he trusts that universe, God, divine, whatever you believe in, is not going to let him hit the damn ground. That's literally what the Fool card represents.
It's funny you say that.
That's you and Zulu.
Yeah, my brother was talking about this a while back, and he says, "Man, my older brother, he said, one thing I admire about you, little brother, he said, you like a man going down this river and these logs. You just jump from log to log. When it's about to sink, you get on the next one, but you still go forward. You know,
you like Frogger.
Yeah,
that's weird. And the Sun card came out, which is the most positive card in the tarot deck. It's also funny, the first 2 cards that came out had the sun on it too, so the sun is significant, but that makes sense because the sun is going into Aries April 13th, and that's kind of a whole different conversation. Like, usually people are going off of Western tropical astrology, but Vedic is so much more accurate because, you know, Western tropical, I struggle with explaining that, so I'm really not going to, but there's a 23-degree difference between where the planets are at, literally in Western tropical and Vedic. But Vedic is so accurate because the zodiac signs that we go by, they go by the nakshatras, which are the star systems the zodiac signs are in, and they only move 1 degree every 72 years, so it's basically static. So it's very accurate predictions with Vedic astrology outside of Western tropical. Western tropical just goes by the Aries season, but it moves just a little bit every year due to the wobble of the, you know, on the axis the Earth has and its rotation. So it's off just a little bit every year. You know what I'm saying? So in Western tropical, you may be like a Gemini or whatever it may be, but if you're within that 23-degree range, in Vedic, you're technically not that. You're going to be a whole nother sign. I'm just saying.
Venus is in Pisces right now. Did you want to know that? Is that what
Venus is. Okay, that makes sense. So she must have just left Aquarius. So yeah, she's in Pisces. That makes sense.
Does it matter? I'm a Pisces. It don't matter. Does it? No.
Yes, it matters. It matters. Are you a Pisces?
Yeah. March 10th. Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, new moons are really, really good for setting your intentions and setting your goals. So definitely journal during the new moon, okay, on what you desire, because the way it works is when the new moon comes up and you're journaling about what you want and desire, 6 months later, there's going to be a full moon in that same sign. And full moon is at its bright. The moon is at its brightest peak because it's illuminating solutions to what you are manifesting. That's why we're supposed to follow the lunar cycle and not necessarily the sun cycle in regards to our emotions and manifesting.
Wow.
That's the key that I just dropped. I'm just saying.
I need to learn that.
Yeah, and the lunar phase, there's always going to be a new moon and there's going to be a full moon 2 weeks later. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I always follow those. The new moon is really good, again, for setting intentions and things. And when your emotions is kind of all over the place, look at the calendar, and there's definitely going to be a full moon. You're going to be within a week and a half of that full moon. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's very important just to let the emotions flow, because when that happens, we're perceiving things to be just out of whack, but it's really just the moon. The moon represents our emotions. You know what I'm saying? And it also represents the man. Like, you ever notice how you pick up and learn things a lot quicker than other things? Yeah. That is because the moon, this is where it get crazy. The moon is a satellite, right, for for us, and it carries over the intelligence that we learn from our past life. That's why we learn things more easier in this lifetime.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Let me see. Six of Pentacles is funny. Listen, didn't I just talk about the moon? That's literally the moon on the card. You can't make that up. And it talks about wealth. It talks about you getting support for what you desire. It talks about you being authority, and also make sure you keep on giving too, because that's the language of the universe, giving, and you're going to receive 10 times back. That's literally.
Oh, yeah, I believe in that. Right around my birthday, there was a moon coming up, and I spoke with one of our audience. But anyway, I ended up writing all of my intentions, released some intentions in people and things. Went outside here one night right before the midnight, which was coming the next day, and I read them, set them fuckers on fire, let it burn, and then make sure the ashes just went, and then I set new intentions all day the next day, you know. And it was the first time I ever done that, and I can see things are transpiring. And, you know, like you said earlier, last week, I was in really disarray last week. I had so much left, right decisions to make. And I really don't talk to anybody about that kind of stuff. I try to, but some stuff I just kind of leave, you know, because, you know, I'm a full-grown man, and sometimes you want to deal with it. But it was a lot from contracts and business stuff and just decisions that I needed to make. And, you know, got through it. It's all pretty good. So, yeah, we're going to get that bag. But go ahead.
You were casting a spell.
Absolutely. Yeah. And also, everybody, like, I know everyone knows their sun sign, but I highly, highly, highly recommend knowing your moon sign. Like, your moon sign is so important to know, because it explains why you emotionally respond the way you respond. Like, your moon represents the emotional body, because that's why, if you think about it, the body is made out of like 60-70% water. The moon is ruled by Cancer, which is a water sign. You know what I'm saying? So definitely know your moon sign for sure. That is important. But the guidance right now is the Two of Cups, which is funny because literally I just said the Cancer with the moon. That's Cancer on this card. And it talks about love being in harmony. It talks about soulmates and really divine partnerships and relationships you're coming into. That's what it talks about. You know, so stay in that energy.
Soulmates, what do you mean?
Like, it don't need to be like a lover soulmate. It could be like you know, just divine people. Like
my dog?
It could literally be your dog.
Yeah, because he's cool. My dog is cool. No matter what, every time I come back, he act like he ain't seen me in years. It's the most loving thing you can do. I can walk around this room, come back. He'd be like, Roderick, oh shit, it's you. I'll be like, I just walked out of the room, dude. And he wag his tail. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? I can say bad things like, get on back in there. I come back in. I don't even have to say I'm sorry. He forgives. He'd be like, hey, you back, Roderick. What's up? You know, I'm like, you need some dog love. That's the love you really need. You need somebody to love your ass like a dog. Yeah.
Hump my leg? Nah.
No, I mean, a female dog for me though. Yeah,
I got you. I figured.
Not a dog humping my leg and I bend over, you know, all that shit. No.
Moon card that came out is this: stay in integrity. And it's funny, you see that one star, like that one star is you, and this triangle is basically the Merkaba. You know what I'm saying? That's body, mind, and spirit. That's what that's representing. And if you notice, she's on a road, but she's in between two mountains. So again, you're alchemizing. You are an alchemist. You know what I'm saying? You are creating better results off of different perspectives. So that's one thing. And I'm gonna read from this guidebook for you. Also, moonshining means talking. It's funny. This card came out the other day for someone. Moonshining means talking nonsense or empty or foolish talk. There is a sense with this card that what someone is saying is all style and no substance. Is that person you or someone else? Drawing this card suggests there's a risk that someone has been filling your head with ideas that have no place in there. Maybe someone's been making promises to you that they can't or won't keep. Or maybe someone has said something hurtful to you and you've taken it far too seriously. Perhaps they were just being provocative. There is a sense when this card comes up that you should disregard the empty or cruel words that someone has spoken to you and instead gather up your own power and love yourself more. Also, do not be the person who is doing the moonshining. In other words, make sure you are acting with integrity in all your current dealings. Otherwise, as sure as the moon rises, karma could come and even things out. That's not meant to sound alarming. It's just stating a fact. Additional meanings for this card: Don't make empty promises. Someone is baiting you. Think about who you trust. Don't let someone's word hurt you. Don't take life too seriously. And about this symbol, although you may have previously associated the word moonshine with the idea of illegal alcohol brewed back in the days of prohibition, when this word comes up, it's time to think about the word's original meaning. Is someone talking nonsense?
All right.
That's good.
I've been told to get my inner circle tighter. You know, in other words, you know, the smaller it get, the stronger it'll be.
Yeah,
you know,
most definitely.
And
That's probably confirming that. That's probably more than likely that's confirming.
I've been having that. Just I'll be going to the gym and stuff, just kind of meditating, and been saying it's time for you to bring your circle smaller for a reason. You get ready to do some big things, and there's some people you're not going to be able to trust. You know.
Yeah.
And I already got a hit last week. Somebody, or 3 weeks ago, somebody was in one of our trusted circles, just stole all of my stuff. I sent him some stuff in private and just thought, dude, and I'm like, this is unbelievable, you know. But I get it, you know. And had it been 20 years ago, I would have saw him at night before he came out to his car. But you know, it's just one of those deals. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little different now. I'm a little laid back, but you just fight it a different way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm talking using a bunnet. You just go put a bunnet and just pull it over his head.
This is my version of a bunnet. That's all I got.
Yeah,
that happened to me last year, man. I sent someone a PC to help him out. The extra one that I had because I'm a gamer. And you know, I think I never got word on it, but I just had a feeling that he sold it for his own money. You know what I'm saying? So that happened to me. I can relate.
I think it's one of those deals. But go ahead. You got more from me?
No, that was it. You good?
That was it.
You mean next? Because I've never had a Vedic reading. So
no, you said you was going to tell me about me being. You did your background check on my spirit. You know.
I just wanted to check a few things, and you have in your chart something that I have in mine, and that a lot of people I know. It's called death and void, or death and emptiness, or void, and that basically means, like, well, if you got a void, then that means you have to fill it up. So you're always in search of, you're a researcher, and you're looking for something. And I was looking to see if you had that. You have it. Billy has it. I have it. I said I did Doc B, but I tried to do Doc B. It was somebody else that I did, and that person's chart was scary, and I said X on him. Yeah, I don't even want to say their name, but I just pulled your chart up. What happened to it? I'd have to. I'm even though I've been doing this for a year, I'm still a newbie, so I like to have my notes around me, and I don't have them. I will tell you that you have noble people. Eastern metaphysics tells you have noble people, and those are the people who will help you. They may not like them, but that doesn't mean they can't help you. And your noble people are monkeys and rats, and I'm a monkey, so I was like, okay, I can help you.
Chinese astrology.
Bunch of damn rats.
Yeah.
Them gnawing rats. They
I
just
think
gnaw at you.
I think mine is one of those too.
Rat is kind of noble. Well,
is it? Okay. Not a stinking rat. They're a good rat. Okay.
I think I
got a bunch of rats around me then.
Even though he conned the cat and wound up one of the animals, but you know.
I'm a dragon. I'm in the dragon here.
That's funny. I think dragon is one of my noble people, actually.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got. You say you want him to do yours?
Yeah. If you know your time of birth, text it to me because your chart will be fuller.
Who, my time of birth?
Yeah, if you know it.
Oh, I'm a galactic spy.
What?
I don't know what he's talking about.
No, 88. What's his name? Cobb. 88. I'm 88.
Okay.
But I will do your reading just if you want me to know. Is there like a specific question or?
I have two focuses right now. My main one is health.
Okay.
Because I have daily. I'm in chronic pain every day. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes I feel like crying just trying to get out of bed. So, is there any relief coming? Basically, I try a lot of. Some things work a little bit, then they stop.
I got you. All right. Let me tap in. All right, Angel's ancestors, tell me what's up, man. She wants to know what's going on with her health. Will it improve soon? Give her any answers and guidance she's looking for.
My ancestors are a little loud, so don't be surprised if it goes astray.
No, you're fine. You're good. I mean, this is the first card that came out here too, the Queen of Wands. What this tells me for health is continue to be confident and be determined.
Okay.
Be confident and be determined. Don't let it get you too down, because basically right now, and first of all, Wands is all about passion. It's about taking that desired energy you feel in that moment and channeling it the best way you possibly can, even when you're feeling down, because it's still an energy, so when you're feeling that, channel it like literally the best way you can. And right now you can't even see the answers, because there's definitely answers coming. You just can't see it yet. And that's probably what's bothering you, because you can't see the conclusion yet. You can't see what the solution is yet.
Right.
The World card came out 3, which is 2 + 1 is 3, which talks about expansion. Which is basically that example I gave with the bubble and you fitting things in your bubble. And it's funny because the World card talks about possibilities. It talks about success, and it talks about you integrating different shadow sides of yourself into your core being. So is it uncomfortable? Yes. Because it's funny because Saturn is on this card. Saturn is in Vedic astrology, I can't get the terms right yet because I'm still studying it, but there's 3 different types of planets. There's basically benefics, malefics, and there's different terms for them. But Saturn is one of those planets who goes against the grain because it's the oldest planet in the solar system.
Right.
That's why Saturn is on the boundary of all of the personal planets, and it's on the front of all of the outer planets. And that's why it was the first one associated with the rings, because it's sitting in between the boundaries of both the conscious and the unconscious side. And it's spinning, so it's alchemizing the energies from both sides. That's Saturn energy. That's why Saturn has so much wisdom. That's why Saturn represents the father. You know what I'm saying? And even time. So it's funny that it hits on this card, because it's really, time might be a thing for you, to where that's what you're worried about is time. And time is just an illusion.
Right.
So don't let it bother you. It's just an illusion. Like, you got plenty of time left. You're not going to leave soon. So just relax, be patient with yourself. You know what I'm saying? And know that you're going to overcome this shit. I mean, the cards are saying it, and we only 2 cards in. Trust me on this. Confirmation, because new moon in Pisces.
And I'm a Pisces.
And this is you're a Pisces. You can't make this type of shit up. And it's a 10. And the 10 is the ending of a cycle, literally. You know what I'm saying? Literally the ending of a cycle. In Mars, remember what I said about Mars? Cutting and severing.
Right.
It's your health has been like that, because right now Mars is literally just taking anything that doesn't resonate with your body, with your energy, and it's literally getting rid of that shit. That's what it's doing. And it's a little bit painful, but again, caterpillar to a butterfly, it's not an easy process. But once you're a butterfly, you don't see that butterfly, you know what I'm saying, going back and saying, I regret it. It's always going to be worth it. And the 10 of Cups talks about emotional fulfillment. It talks about emotional stability. It talks about family. It talks about divine energy, divine partnerships, destiny, blessings, stability. That's what the 10 of Cups energy is. That's why you see, if you look at the card, you see how happy these people are. Like, look at the 2 kids in the background. You can't make fucking happy. They're not worried about a damn thing. They're not worried about nothing. You know what I'm saying? So don't worry about what's going on now. I know right now is difficult because you can't see what the solution is, but the divine can see the solution. They're literally ushering that in. Trust me, that's what's happening. Tell me more. I feel like the Temperance card might come out later, bro. So the Lovers card, which represents harmony. That's why you see 2 people in front of this statue like that. It talks about harmony.
Got my moon on there.
And it talks about also soulmates. It talks about you knowing your values and standing on your values and standing on business. That's what that energy is. And you're devoted to it. because it also talks about being devoted to that harmonious energy that you're desiring. That's what that is. Tell me more. Also, the six talks about what do I get with the 6, man? The 6 talks about increase to me, because if you notice the 6, it's a circle and then there's a line going up representing you're going up, ascension.
That's my birthday, March 6th.
Tell me more. All right. 3 of Pentacles, collaboration, teamwork. Didn't I just say you were expanding? There's literally growing on that card. Growth. That's what's happening. And 3, 6, 9 is significant because that's a 3, 6, and 3 plus 6 is 9. Shout out to Nikola Tesla. Also, Mars energy on this card. That's also confirming you are definitely severing things that do not resonate with you. People, energies, hobbies, all of those things. And you're learning and you're dedicated. 7 of Cups, very highly spiritual number. Scorpio is the sign of transformation. It's the sign of death. It's the sign of rebirth. And when I say death, it's the death in the way of being, right? Like if, for example, for people, just anyone, if, say, for example, you cared about people's opinions, right? And then, you know, all of a sudden you don't. That is a death because there is something about you that you used to be like, and you no longer are like that anymore. That is a death. You know what I'm saying? We're taught to see death as literally us physically leaving this planet, but that's not what it is. Death is us being in a change of mentality and a change in the way of being. You know what I'm saying? That's what it represents. It literally represents metamorphosizing into something completely different. The process is a little bit painful, but it's worth it.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna pull one more. That makes sense. Moon came out again. High Priestess card literally represents intuition. It talks about divine wisdom. It talks about, like, you see how confident this woman is sitting on her fucking, like, you can't, like, look, man. This is one of my favorite cards too. That's one of my favorite cards.
I like this card.
Yeah, it's because it's a very highly spiritual number. I mean, that's confirmation. The focus don't ever mess up on my freaking camera, but now all of a sudden it's fucking up. You know what I'm saying? So that's definitely like your guides talking to you. I promise. My camera literally does not do that. I'm not playing. And
my people talk. They
you know, it talks about also trusting in your talents. It talks about trusting in your talents because I had that issue early on in my, like, especially last year when I started hearing, like, you know, being clairvoyant and clairaudient and clairsentient and all these other things. I thought, you know, like, there's no way, but it's a real thing. So trusting your gifts, you have them for a reason. They want you to really, really stand in that power and knowing these are your gifts and really use them.
Better really get my right on.
Exactly. All right, last card, and then I'm gonna pull a moon card for you. 9 of Pentacles talks about you being rewarded for exactly that, lifetime achievements. Emotional comfort, emotional stability. Don't worry about your health. You're taken care of.
Cool. Period. Thank you. Mwah.
I got you. Let me pull a moon card for you. Hold on. I got you. This moon card is probably going to be a good one. I'm not going to lie. They're all good, but some really just, you know what I'm saying? Some just be good. That makes sense. Process your feelings.
Ooh.
And you see the roses? The roses are talking about things blooming for you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Highlight the moon. So let me read from this guidebook. This is going to be a good one. All right. Highlight the moon, process your feelings. The practice of moonology involves, at the very least, processing your feelings. At full moon and again at dark moon. How are you doing with that? Drawing this card suggests you have some feelings you need to release for your own good as well as for the good of anyone else involved in the situation. Now is the time to let your feelings show too. Bottling them up so that no one knows how you really feel isn't healthy, obviously. If you are doing that, stop. Consider working on your throat chakra and with chanting, breath work, or singing. Literally go out and howl at the moon. You're not at the end of this story yet, which is so funny because we literally just got done talking about your health and that not being an issue. So this card can't tell you what the end will be. It's up to you to create it. But part of that journey toward your answer involves you releasing your throat chakra and expressing yourself. If the situation or your life feels blocked now, processing your feelings could be the key to unblocking. Feel them and deal with them. Negativity blocks your powers. We just got done talking about your powers. Additional meanings for this card: don't insist on having everything your way. Music will be healing to you. Talk to a counselor if you need to. Do shadow work. Face your fears. About this symbol: I feel Goddess Kali strongly when I ruminate on this card. She doesn't care about niceties. She'll howl at the moon if she needs to.
I've done that. I've done it. I actually did it on the beginning of the year. That's weird.
So continue doing it. I think that needs to be like a ritual. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got time for one more? I'm gonna call me and the moon and do it. You good?
Maybe I should start acting again.
Yeah, y'all do one more. I got you.
All right. Let me see if I can
Mooney.
get her into the fray. She's definitely not the one who don't answer the call. Huh? Somebody said do me? No?
No, I said Mooney. Maybe I should be howling at her. Maybe that's what I should.
You should. I mean, she might can hear your ass, but let me find out. See.
She don't live in North Philly no more.
Oh, she don't?
No. And you talked about Philadelphians. You talked to me all day long almost, and you didn't ask me one damn thing about that.
And all three of us are from Philly.
Right.
Oh, for real? I'm from Pittsburgh.
Really?
What? Just because y'all had an earthquake, meaning y'all now top
But
on
you
the
was
list?
talking about people that nobody called you back. I'm like, this nigga, I was talking to him all day.
Well, what happened in Philly? You know what I'm saying? Hang on, let me find out what I'm doing.
He didn't say you all right. Nothing.
Well, fuck, I was talking to you all day. You was all right. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean? You know what I'm saying? I mean, ain't that a double-edged sword? What's going on?
Shut up. Just shut up.
The fuck is that? Hang on one second. Hang on. I got you. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Oh, here we go. My phone wasn't working. There we go.
That is crazy. All y'all from Philly when I'm from Pittsburgh. That's kind of crazy.
That is cool. That's cool. My niece just moved to Allegheny County.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay. Can y'all hear her?
Mooney.
Yes.
Hear me? Hey, everybody.
All right.
Hey.
Waiting for some.
Hey, David. Thank you so much. And I'm sending you plenty of energy because you are reading the heck out of those cards. And I know you need a recharge. Sure.
No problem. No problem. You know you good people. You good. You good. You sound like a good person, man. You cool with Roderick, man. I got mad love for my people. You already know what time it is. Straight up.
I try to keep the circle small, but you know these days.
Facts.
Fucking imposters and
listen,
you know what I'm saying?
there's a lot. Like
everybody want to be Batman and Catwoman with suits at night and hiding behind superhero status, you know.
And don't be doing no shadow work.
I ain't say it. He said that. I didn't say it. All right, so we're gonna be quiet. You got her, y'all.
Absolutely. Just tell me what you have any question, or you just want me to just go off the cuff.
No, just go ahead. Just go ahead and read me.
All right, let me tap in. Angels and ancestors, you already know, tapping in for this lovely individual. Let me know what she needs to know. First card out, Nine of Pentacles, Virgo energy. That card literally came out for Philly Cat. This talks about rewards, being at peace. Also, the nines is literally you completing a cycle, you coming into completion of a cycle. So usually when you're seeing a bunch of nines, that means you're in your reflection phase. So when things are popping up in your reality and you perceive it like, dang, I know this. Why is it popping up in my reality? It's just because it's your reflection popping up, because it's telling you that it's confirming you've already passed this cycle. That's first. Also talks about self-sufficiency and comfort. So make sure you're comfortable, you know what I'm saying, about what you're in, what you're doing. That's important, because that's how you stay in alignment. Tell me more. They want me to take all of these cards. All right. 8 of Wands, quick movement coming up and progress. Talks about travel too, so you definitely could be traveling soon. More than likely, I don't want to say more than likely. Also, first card was a 9, second card was an 8, so that is significant. So that that again, that represents you going in, you coming out of a phase and you kind of descending down into, you know what I'm saying, like where you're supposed to be at into alignment. You could be traveling for business or educational purposes because the Hierophant came out. And the Hierophant is literally spiritual education, is wisdom. It talks about values, commitment, institutions as well, and ethics. And fives also speaks to change and possible internal conflict, but mostly change. So if you or anyone else in the chat have been seeing fives a lot, it's literally telling you that things have already changed and shifted. It's not telling you that change is coming. The change has already happened. You just have to relax and for the time being and watch the change. That's what it symbolizes. Okay. Nine of Swords, that makes sense because you're alchemizing. That's why I want you to relax a little bit, because you've probably been around a lot of different energies and you've been alchemizing energies. So you need to kind of sit in your own energy, let them disperse so you understand, you could get back and understand your own energy so far. And don't be depressed about it, because sometimes, you know, we can feel bad for relaxing a little bit too much because we're conditioned to think we have to work hard all the time when we're not supposed to.
Absolutely. And
while you are doing this, the Two of Wands came out, which talks about future planning. It talks about foresight too. Start making plans for what you want to do in the next phase, for sure. Start doing that. Tell me more. All right, this card just jumped. The Five of Wands, and we just got done talking about fives. That's definitely confirming change has already happened for you, for sure.
Yes.
And if you're having some internal conflict, that's just because your reflection has popped up and you're seeing a lot of things in your reflection, and it can make you a little bit uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? But the good thing is you have already passed the test. You have already made it through that phase. You are literally just meant to relax right now and plan and meditate on what you really want to do, what you want to do in the next phase. That is what you're supposed to do right now. The Four of Swords came out, which literally confirms you resting because it says rest.
Rest. Oh my God. What a word.
Libra energy too. So make sure you stay balanced. Make sure you stay balanced with your energies. Because sometimes, when they talk about balance, they talk about, it's not always 50-50 with your masculine and feminine energy. Sometimes you're going to be in more of your masculine energy. Sometimes you're going to be more in your feminine energy. But it's really just about being aware of what energy you're in. That's all it's about. Temperance card. That's another 5, because 4 + 1 is 5. That's literally more confirmation that change has happened for you. And this talks about patience. Be patient with yourself. Do not be hard on yourself. Okay. They want me to make sure I emphasize that. They're telling me that. Be patient. Like I can hear them say patience. I hear them saying patience. All right, tell me more. That makes sense. You're laying down burdens and you're literally getting rid of the energy that you've been around. And remember, 10s are completing a cycle. That's confirmation because the camera just started getting blurry out of nowhere. All right. I'm going to get one more for you, and then I'm going to pull a moon because they popped that shit out real quick. Another 5. You cannot make this up.
Wow.
You cannot make it up. Definitely relax because you have a lot of internal conflict going on.
Yes, for sure.
You have a lot of internal conflict going on. So definitely meditate a little bit. And all of if you have negative thoughts popping up, like just let it flow. Also, for everyone in here, if y'all don't take my advice, definitely take my advice on this. Make sure you take a walk if you can every day for like 25 to 30 minutes. Getting out in nature is so healing for your soul, and you getting the negative thoughts out of your head. It's so healing for that. I cannot make this up. If you're in a blah mood, if you're just not feeling your best, go take a walk for 30 minutes and you are literally going to feel better in less than an hour. I promise you this. All right, let me pull a moon card for you. What they got to say? They definitely want a card to pop out. I'm not sure which one though. they definitely want it. All right. Yep. Moon dance celebration.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Yeah.
Wow.
Moon dance celebration. Off top, they're telling me straight up music is important to you.
It's very much so.
Because music, you should. So what they're telling me, you should dance more in your house, because dancing is one of the best ways to alchemize energy.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely one of the that and laughing. Let me see, moon dance.
Dance like nobody's watching.
Exactly. I promise. That's one of the first things they told me when I got on my spiritual journey. It's funny you say that. Okay, moon dance celebration. This card brings good news. You will soon have good reason to celebrate, which is the first card that came out was rewards, remember? Expect good things and positive developments. Think about all the good in your life at this very moment. What do you have to be grateful for? Be grateful for it now. Do a little dance of gratitude. Stay focused on solutions, not problems. Open your heart and be as happy as you can with the way things are now. Being upbeat about the good things in your life is hugely important when it comes to creating the life you want. It's as though better things come to people who are already buzzing. The essential message of this card is you'll get what you want once you love what you have. Feeling grateful is the key. If you're going through a situation so tough that it's hard to be grateful, dig deeper for something you are happy about. Good times are ahead. You have to believe it. And this card is a sign urging you to be more optimistic. You have every reason for optimism. Additional meanings for this card: there's good news coming. Be sociable. Praise your life. Take up dancing. Say yes to a party or invitation coming. About this symbol, sometimes you need to celebrate before you really have something to celebrate. Make life a celebration and not just on special occasions.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It's all love.
All right. Well, David, I got one last request. I don't want to burn you out. You're doing it good. And also put in the chat so any of y'all want to use his services and, support the brother and what he's doing and get your reading privately and all that stuff. You can definitely do that. If not, like I said, you don't want to burn you out. But
And I'm just going to put this out there. I do take donations. I'm just saying.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shit, yeah, you should. We're a community support channel, I'm still under the radar now. I'm trying to get Huh?
Is he on YouTube too?
I do.
YouTube?
Yes, I do have a YouTube. It's Cosmoastrology. I'm developing my own video game. I do astrology and tarot.
Can you put the channel in the chat where they can subscribe to it?
Yes, I will. Let me see. I'm about to do it right now.
So what should I do about my friends that don't be calling me back?
Oh, just real quick. You said, David, you were a dragon, right? 88?
Yes.
You're also one of Roderick's noble people on his chart.
Oh, shit. See,
Right.
I'm telling you, I'm surrounded by greatness.
Surrounded by your people, man.
Yes. I'm telling you, because when we get out here and start doing this Project Black and really these seminars we're going to start, it's going to get crazy. You're going to have some because we're going to hit some stuff in the head. And we're going to get some people going to be upset, revealing the truth.
I don't know if you were, I don't know. You this may even come to a shock. I remember I spoke to you last year on the phone. Remember, you it's really going to hit you. You're going to be like, dang, that was you? I called you and I was like, man, I got a lot going on. I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to talk to you again. I had changed numbers because I had Cash App you. And this was right before you went on that summit. You said you was going to a summit. And I was like, I got a lot going on and I plan on linking up with you at some point, blah, blah, blah. You might somewhat remember it. We talked on the phone for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay. Then it'll come to me. I don't have it all together right now.
Yeah, I get it.
Because I do open up to so many people and, and you'll be surprised, man. That transition of communication, I meet a lot of people that's right there in the middle, right? Crossing those bridges. And I really think it's a wonderful thing. And I said too, not to just to go back where you were, but there was a time a few weeks ago, I was just really burnt out. I was just pretty much like, okay, because I would get calls, you know, you want to be there to help people the best that you can. And then I just stopped worrying about it. You know, I'm like, okay, I'm not worrying about who's stacking behind me. You know, but my job is to be here for other people, you know, and if that's the consequences of that, but also the success of where I'm going and the things I'm doing, I'll take it all day long, you know. And that's when I start getting those notions. It's time for you to make your circle smaller because there's a lot of things about to happen and you have to trust some stuff. But at the meantime, you know, who are you going to spring things off of, right? Because there's a lot go on behind the scenes, you know.
Absolutely. And look, full moon, man, full moons are so important for rest because that's why during full moon, you're feeling so burnt out. And this is for everybody. Everyone's feeling burnt out and you want like you're mentally, you're telling yourself to push yourself, but you're not supposed to because the full moon is regenerating your energy so you can make a push during the new moon phase, et cetera, et cetera. It's literally a lunar cycle. It's literally a cycle.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So during the full, and you'll feel it. You will intuitively know because you'll be getting a little bit tired, you know, and like again, you'll be burnt out. You're usually doing more and then you'll start doing less. And you're like, damn, why am I so tired? And then you're going to check the calendar and it's going to be a full moon. And then this is going to hit you like, oh yeah, we're supposed to rest. And it's really going to be like the full moon energy lasts from probably about 3 to 4 days before the official full moon until about a week after the fact. And those most turbulent days, the most turbulent energy, which is, and you'll always know, especially if you're out in traffic, people will be cutting you off, not using turn signals, all types of.
Okay.
Just start note. That's when you'll literally know when. That's when it's the most turbulent energy. On those days, just go home, relax, don't even force it because at that point you're kind of going against the universal flow of things. You know what I'm saying? Which is again why you're supposed to rest. Just a tidbit.
Hey, well, I get it. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. You know, I think rest is important. I do got a bunch of sleepy soldiers sometime around, but you know, but you know, that's it. You know, yeah, I got a few of them. You know what I'm saying? I got a few in my corner, but. All right, I'm gonna do one last little email because I promised, and then but y'all. Hey, what's your cash app? Where can they send some to you? Put that in the chat right now.
I got you. And right now, I'm Cash App kind of bugging. I'm taking PayPal right now. If that's
okay,
good.
you taking PayPal?
I'll put my stuff in there though. If you can, it's cool. Like I get it.
Yeah, y'all make sure y'all support this man. You know, and whatever y'all was gonna give me, go ahead and give it to him. Go ahead, let's pay it forward. You know, I won't be here tomorrow anyway. The light's gonna be out. You know what I'm saying? The internet's not gonna work. You know,
that's Monday, not tomorrow.
Oh,
I appreciate it. Oh yeah, because of the solar eclipse.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Well, I'm talking. They out there now. He just said he'll cut the power off when I'm done. The electric guy he's standing out there in the truck right there on the crane. He's like. I'm like, no, not yet. He said, okay. Somebody save me. Somebody save me, right?
So I should have left your name on that account today. You guys are talking to Roderick and doing stuff. I accidentally put his name on somebody's account and approved him for food stamps and medical here in Pennsylvania by accident, and had to sit there and go back to the player's account and correct the name.
I'm on EBT.
y'all bullshitting. I'm in Texas. I've been trying to get food stamps. It took 7 months just to get them from my mom. Shit, they just now answered back online. And for me, they're not, you know, so.
It's deplorable what they do to seniors in this country.
Yeah, Sean said he gave to me tonight. I appreciate it, Sean. You sure did. You know, I'm not saying for the ones who didn't, and I appreciate the ones who did. In fact, with Sean's contribution, I'm going to get some candles. So we'll have some lights. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll have some candles and lights, and you know, and my battery will work. So when I try to call my friends, I pray that they answer the fucking phone. And you know, you just do whatever, and pretty much. But yeah, you put it.
When you answer the phone next time the man call you.
It's Crypto King at.
They in the chat. I'll be talking about that. They there. Yeah, they in the chat. They disguising themselves, but they out there. You better believe it.
They be lurking. They lurking.
They lurking. They there. I know that I can just feel them. I just know they can feel me. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They there. But that's all right. You know what I'm saying? Hang on. I sent somebody an email to pop in real quick. Hopefully they find it in time.
No worries.
But anyway, while we doing that, man, so what else is going on? I mean, when we think about well, let's first, we're going to get back on the Nibiru, and we'll get back a little bit on this eclipse. So anyone y'all got a question? Anyone y'all want to ask each other? Me and the moon, you're on here with us. Anything in particular? You're a little quiet tonight.
No, not really. Only thing, no, I won't go there. No, I don't have anything to say. Not really.
What do you mean you don't go there? We all
I'm about to
here.
say, what do you mean you won't go there? After
Yeah,
last
you know what I'm
week,
saying?
might as well
Y'all
just
get what
go,
I'm
girl.
saying? What do you mean you won't go? We too
Go,
far
madam.
along. All of us too far along. You talked here 5 hours last week. What do you mean you don't go there?
Madam Moon.
I think I wore myself thin. I think I took it too far. That's probably what it is. No, but what I did want to tease you about was the fact that you kept talking about that jab situation
Mm-hmm.
and how your fall zombie comes solar eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
Remember you kept talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, who's to say? Who's to say? Are you getting scared? That's why you keep talking about it?
No, fuck, I'm going to go out and do a rain dance. What are you talking about? I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go out there butt naked and pole dance. It's going to be dark. Y'all not going to see me anyway.
Are there cameras?
You know what I'm saying?
Is there camera on the poles? Just
Want that
somebody
one
tell
moment,
me.
I'm going to go out there and pole dance for y'all ass. And I'm going to be
You didn't pole
butt
dance on your
ass
birthday, so we don't
naked.
believe that anymore.
No, they
So
didn't give
we're
enough
buying
contribution for me to do that.
You didn't ask for
Yeah,
it.
I remember.
I asked for enough contributions
No,
that I was going
you
to do a
didn't.
private
You was
pole.
gonna
They didn't
pole
give me
dance.
enough. I was going to do a pole dance, but they didn't do it. They didn't.
How will
Well, I
we
just
know
dropped 2
that you
bills
didn't get it
live
done?
tour, so get on the pole. Go.
I'm
Get
saying
Go.
I didn't get enough contributions or motive. Hell, just like
That
I would have been, if they would have made it rain, I would have done it.
If you'd have done it, we'd have made it rain.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, I would have got my ass up there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would have done it. But but I get it. I know everybody don't want to see me in that kind of situation because, they respect that, they can see me with a, shirt and hat and my bees, but, we would have saw UFOs together. We would have saw aliens together.
You definitely would have saw a moon.
It would have been a motherfucking experience. I'm telling you, I would have gave y'all an experience.
I
see
believe
a lot of those UFO crafts where I'm at, like where I live in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Right.
And they call them shooting stars. They're not shooting stars. I see a lot of those things, man. It's kind of crazy how much I see.
Now they're here. I think people really need to understand that, but like I say, what is that? What is that beeping? Somebody playing with
it's my
toys again?
hydrogen, whatchamacallit. Sorry.
Oh, I thought that was, we were hearing fans last time. Now we got beeps. What, the battery's
The
out in this shit?
battery.
You know what I'm saying? What, the battery that went out? Shit.
Don't be likening my battery on my hydrogen thing too.
Hey, y'all got the stuff going on out there. You ladies are something else.
Yeah,
But it's all good.
Got to have your gadgets.
Well, David, you married, relationships, what's going on? Because there's a lot of women in here, or whatever. Your pronouns.
David, nice looking.
No, I'm not. Thank you. I'm not married. I'm not married. I'm not in a relationship. I just got out of a long-term one last year. That literally is, I believe, what prompted my spirit, the obvious spiritual awakening.
Them relationships will put your ass into some shit. I'm telling you,
man. Look, man.
If you don't see God on this side, you'll see something else. But go ahead.
That's a fact. And I gotta. And I'm not saying I'm not perfect, but I'm genuine. I'm very intentful. And I got out of a narcissistic relationship. And right now I'm kind of, right now I'm going through it with stuff because, I have a 7-year-old daughter who I love dearly. And, she blocked my number from being able to talk to my daughter. So that's some of the things I've kind of been going through. I could really resonate on a rough week, because I've literally have not been feeling the best the last 2 to 3 days because it has been bothering me a lot. But, I'm making
brother, you got my email. Give me your number again. We'll talk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I got you. We'll be here. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
You don't need to walk by yourself on that deal.
But yeah, I am single. That's just kind of what I got out of. I am single. Definitely single.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my thing would be, I think you're probably in a great position because you could probably sit here and meet one of these chicks and pull a car with a bunch of swords and be like, get the fuck away from me. You know what I'm saying? Be like, why? Get the fuck away from, it's like 18 daggers in your head and shit. You know what I'm saying? But
The
like,
devil card gonna come out.
yeah. You be like, babe, this is not going to work. I see the future. Or you could pull a card and say, I'm supposed to hit that tonight. What? Look at this. See the 6 and 9? You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
you gotta follow
either the loving card
baby.
gonna come out or the devil card coming out. Which one go?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You be like, hey, baby, this is the deal. I could imagine, just really going through that. But have you ever, again, well, like you was in a relationship, but would you use that the next time you meet somebody? Would you pull some cards to say, I don't know about this? Even though she's talking right, she's looking right, she's saying shit right, lying, some of them lie. But you get what I'm saying? You be like, the card says something different. Which
that
one
might
would you
be a
go
good
with?
idea. That might be a good idea. Like I probably will, but I have to I'm so like genuine with shit. I don't like tapping into people's energy without permission from them. But I can just tap into my own energy and say, hey, the person in my energy, you know what I'm saying? So I just might try that. That's not a bad recommendation.
Don't let him.
I was just about to say.
That's not a bad recommendation.
Listen, man, we need
us
men.
Us
men need more than a third eye chakra with some of these women. We need fucking eyes back here, eyes over there. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you, man, it's too much. They can say things, and I'm telling you, I have lost a lot of. I can't even explain it. You have this picture of greatness over here, and then reality teaches you something totally different. I have never been trained as hard as I have in the last month or two than I ever have over my life.
Oh, that's how I feel. That's literally how I feel about how I feel about the last year, man.
And I know some of them out there talking, what do you mean by training? Okay, Scooby-Doo ears, I'll tell y'all. I'm saying when you see, why are you laughing? She just laughing like it's the Joker or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying you see life this way because you go toward it being the person that you are out of wisdom. But reality that most of these people live in teaches you what is happening today, and it doesn't clash for you to be a better man over here, but you got to react to society over here to fit in. And I don't get it these days. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's been interesting with women, man. It's definitely been interesting with women lately, for sure. Some of them just, first of all, ladies. There's very few people that love women more than me. Like I love being in the feminine energy, for real. But man, some of y'all need to get rid of these filters. These filters are killing the fucking game. They gotta chill.
Photo filters.
These filters are, man, like they're out of pocket with these filters. I don't know what's worse, filters, old pictures that they be using, like it's getting out of hand out here, man.
Let me tell you something. I talk about the bonnets here, and and they try to take it as a literal joke. We see you, Rita. We see you. And I talk about even now we have a technology. We have this awesome technology that can bring people together from great distances. And to make you feel like maybe you're close enough to get to know each other. It's called FaceTiming for some of y'all. And it is the worst thing for some people because it's like, all right. But I get it now because if you got to prepare for that, then you say, and if it's a woman, you're like, hey, I want to see you in your natural state. After all, I just may roll over one day and there's no camera, there's no filter, there's my eyes. Mm-hmm. And I'm okay. But it's like, it's a travesty. And like you say, you got filters. AI is now tricking everybody. I see more people posting AI of themselves of what they want to look like. It's crazy, and it's like, and so I don't care. I mean, I'm here, I'm face up. They can see me mostly, at some point. I do hide the muscle a little bit. That's okay. Y'all can visualize that. But the whole point is, it is those filters, technology. And I'm not talking about any of the people here, Me and the Moon or Philly Cat or Rita. I know y'all FaceTime like crazy, your friends and family. Y'all love it. Y'all got, oh, you don't FaceTime Philly Cat either? Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. All right. But okay, that's cool. What about, I ain't going to ask anybody else. But I'm saying it's good. It's all good. But yeah, man, I if I had the ability to read some people before, oh, it'd be awesome.
I'm gonna start doing it too. Just because you said it, I'm gonna start doing it. I'm gonna start pulling cards. Guys gonna be on it though. My guys don't play no games. They be like,
Look,
my guys like hers, man. They loud. You know what I'm saying?
See, you could be the Kevin Samuels of tarot card for men.
Oh gosh.
Yo, he always pops up in my head. So it's funny that you say that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I miss him. I miss him. I don't know why he was so dreaded. I learned so much of my own reality. And I haven't laughed so hard in years than listening in some of the stuff.
Because let's be honest, a lot of women, not every woman, but a lot of women hate the truth. He would. Now, I'm not saying I agree with every single like way he argued with women, because he would like pin them into a corner and he wouldn't allow them to really have any say so. But a lot of them didn't have any. They shouldn't have had any say so because they were straight up fucking lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just keep it the bean. So. Yeah, Kevin Samuels is definitely missed for sure. I
mean, he really was. I just think people took him for granted, and he was this. But I try to tell even my friends that are women, I'm like, you have no clue what that dude was really, really doing. They may hate it because he would literally call somebody, "Oh, you fat," or whatever, and that's cool. Because if I got on it, he would call my ass fat. He would say, "Oh, unless you got a big whatever," you know what I'm saying? He was just blunt. But at the end of the day, it taught you the mindset that there's not too many women that want to partner, because that we're 50-50 or we both pulling this sleigh together trying to, it was just crazy. I ain't say all of y'all, so don't y'all go in all hard and shit and unsubscribe and stop calling, stop taking my calls and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mooney already started stop not taking your call, so you good.
Who?
I said, Mooney already not taking your call, so you good.
Who, Mooney? Like me and the moon? How you know it was her?
You pretty much told us it was.
Oh.
Dave told us it was.
She sleep now because she'll be talking shit.
She must be off.
Yeah, she fell asleep.
Mooney, where you go?
She fell asleep.
I did not fall asleep.
What's up, didn't say anything. What's going on?
She usually be talking shit. That is so surprising. Unless I'm right for the first time. Yeah. She be talking shit like whatever, going to school. All right, Rita, what's going on with you? I think Rita wants to do, this will be the last one I'll put on you, David, then we can all just hang out. Is that fair enough?
Yes, sir. I got you.
All right. And like I said, y'all make sure y'all support the gentleman here. And
Rita, what's up?
All right,
Hi,
Rita.
David.
What's going on?
How are you doing?
I'm good. It was a crazy day. Happy Friday, right?
Happy Friday, you two, sending you positive energy. You already know. What do you want to know? Any questions?
Excuse me.
Just a generalized.
General.
Anything that needs to be said.
I got you. So basically just guidance. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I had my cards done last night. I did them myself. My girlfriend did them. We had a tarot party at like midnight.
Oh, that's dope. I never even heard of that.
It's fun.
That's dope.
Yeah.
I need to go to one of them shits. All right, let me tap into your energy.
That sounds like fun.
Your ancestors. Let her know what she needs to know. Give her any guidance. Did a card pop? That's too many cards. Is that? No, they want me to take all of it. They want me to take all of it. Actually, yeah, they want me to take all of it. Number one, Virgo energy, you have high standards. 8 Pentacles. Physical reality stuff. High Pentacles, you are very ambitious. You're definitely coming in success for sure. 2 of Cups right after that tells me divine partnerships is very significant to that. Continue to stay balanced and stay in your authentic energy and protect your energy as well. And control your emotions. You know, Cups is always emotions and feelings. The Chariot came out on top of that. Sometimes you'll have to use your divine willpower. Again, a 7, highly spiritual number that talks about self-reflection and mastery. Amongst other things, the Moon card symbolizes the new moon in Pisces with the solar eclipse on Sunday. And you're determined to get victory. You're really determined to win, period. Like that's basically what these 3 cards are telling me already. But it's important that you stay confident. Don't let anyone, no matter what anyone says, does, because sometimes, people, they project their energy on us, whether it's intentional or not, so make sure you watch out for the projections as well. Because
Yeah,
people do
definitely.
project at all times. People are always projecting.
All the time. I like your earring.
Thank you. It's funny. This is my first time wearing these. Like, it took me a minute to like really want to wear something like this, but I just said, fuck it. It's the Ankh. Yeah, I love like ancient Egypt. I love ancient Egypt.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm related to Ramses.
Oh, fire. Yeah, I was it's funny because I just learned the other day that Aset and Isis is the same person. Isis is just her Greek name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just learned about that. Three of Pentacles, that confirms divine partnerships because that talks about teamwork and collaboration and also learning and education. For sure. Tell me more. Also, 3 is on this card, so that talks about, expansion. Bro, this card came out in like every reading.
Sweet.
This card, but it makes sense. It makes sense though, because we're hitting Aries season. It's a change of seasons, and I don't know. Look, I meant to say this earlier. When we hit the fall and the winter phase, and it's darker for a longer period of time, that is because we are seeing our subconscious side more than we are our conscious side, which is the light. You know what I'm saying? So when daylight savings comes up and it's more lighter and it's lighter outside longer than dark, that's because the light is illuminating more of the dark, metaphorically, in every part of life. That is what's going on. So we're always told, even through seasons, what is actually happening. It's at a literal perspective. Tell me more. But this card just tells me, again, we went through a portal already. You're definitely on the good side of karma. You've been putting out good energy. Libra talks about the diplomacy and balancing the scales. Also, mental clarity. You are going to be getting clarity on any situation you had going on lately.
Excellent.
Yeah, so clarity is definitely coming. And it's funny because remember I brought up truth earlier. I don't know if you was in here, but I pulled before. I didn't plan on being on here, but I pulled my own moon card before I was about to go in my bedroom, and the card was truth. So now it makes sense that truth is being revealed for pretty much everyone at this point in time. The 8 of Wands, 8s are significant. We are in an 8 year, 2024. 2 + 2 + 4 is 8. And this talks about quick progress and movement happening very soon. Again, Aries season is the initiation. It's the first sign in the zodiac, so it's initiating the change. And Taurus season is all about, it's a fixed sign. So it's talking about taking the initiation and taking the things from the initiation, and it's taking it to a different level into the next season, which is Gemini, which is the adaptable, which is the mutable sign. The mutable signs transmute that energy that Taurus brings to Gemini. That's what the zodiac does on a literal basis. 3 of Swords. This is confirming you need to stay balanced, and it's also confirming truth will be revealed as well. You're pretty much you're severing any relationships that aren't working for you. Like, that's literally what's going on.
This is a reminder.
That's very easy for me now that I'm older, definitely.
Another 8, and it's the Swords.
Wow.
And you can't make that up. Stay out. Make sure you stay out your head. Make sure you stay out your head. That's confirmation because my camera just started blurring out of nowhere. That's confirmation. So stay out your head. And I mentioned Gemini, so that's confirming also. Again, just make sure you stay out your head. Bad thoughts are going to pop up. It's just the biggest thing is being aware of those bad thoughts. Definitely spend time with yourself if you're not already. I'm pretty sure you are, but keep spending more time with yourself so you can understand, so you really know who's projecting. Once you know your energy, your true authentic energy, you can never miss another projection ever.
Mm-hmm.
So continue to spend more time with yourself. All right, I'll take these 2, and I'll pull one more card for guidance. Queen of Wands came out again. This is another card that came out in damn near every reading. You're standing in your independence and your power. Again, Queen of Wands to me is literally Taraji P. Henson, Regina King type of energy. You know what I'm saying? Like taking care of their business. They got that real fiery attitude in them, but it's a controlled fiery attitude, and they channel it into the right direction. That's that type of energy. The King of Wands is funny because you got the King and the Queen of Wands back to back. So you're creating your reality. You are a visionary. You are, at this point, you are a visionary. So control your thoughts. I'm putting emphasis on that. They want me to put emphasis on that because you're in a very potent manifesting time. All right. So definitely control your thoughts. Give me one more. All right, that makes sense. They ain't let too much time go at all. If you control your thoughts, you're going to be rewarded very heavily for it. And again, the 9, we had a lot of 8s. The 9 is confirming that you've already pretty much made it past that cycle. So if you see anything that's really like throws you off, again, it's your reflection because we just came out the full moon phase. So a lot of people are seeing the reflection and they're mistaking it for like them supposed to react to it, but they're not. You're not supposed to react or respond. It's your reflection is meant for you to know you've already passed that phase.
Yeah.
All right. Let me pull a moon oracle deck for you. I got you. Tell me what's up.
I love this. This is great.
I love tarot, man. Like, I love tarot.
Me too. I have stacks and stacks. I have a bookcase full of different tarot cards, but you have your favorites, right?
I do. I have.
Yeah.
I do. It's funny because I wasn't sure if I was going to get into it, and during Halloween, I was getting a costume for my daughter, and they had a tarot deck on the shelf. I said, I know that's not no tarot deck. Because I would have never knew. I just never would have thought tarot would have just been. Now it makes sense, but I never would have thought it. So when I seen it, I said, "Get the
It found you."
You literally, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
all right. Card out. Avoid drama.
That's my life. I try to avoid it at all costs.
Avoid drama. Moon madness. Now it's funny. Remember when I mentioned? I think you were in here. Remember when I mentioned to Todrick when you be in traffic and people be just going crazy, and that's when you know you shift into a different timeline because they are reacting to the energy, but you are aware of it, so you don't need to react. You just start like, and it's been very like it became very apparent to me because I kid y'all not, one day I was sitting at a light. I was sitting at this traffic light, and there was some crazy shit. Like people were literally acting crazy on this road, and I was sitting at the light. And there was a truck beeping beside me, like not even beeping. He was like mushing the gas. And I was like, why is he mushing the gas? And I sat there for a second. I said, what are y'all trying to tell me? You know what I'm saying? And I thought about it and I said, people, we shifted into a different timeline and people are reacting to the energy. And that's ever since then, I started paying attention to this type of shit. You'll just know, trust me, when you will just know. Look at how people start reacting during a full moon, and you're not ever going to miss that shit again. I promise.
Yeah, I had a pretty magical day today out in nature with the mountains on the east side of Oahu at Kualoa Ranch. I'm going to send Roderick some pictures from today. It was just so magical.
That's amazing, man. Like, I'm very close to like birds and stuff. Like, I got a bunch of cardinals in my backyard. I'm very close to this hawk. There's this hawk that like, it sound. I have this hawk on video, and I kid you not, the first time I seen her, she was like, I seen her a lot, like just flying. Like sometimes she'll fly when I'm bike riding right in front of me. But then one day I see her sitting on this tree branch when I came around the corner. I was coming back from Charleston, South Carolina, and I wasn't even going to ride my bike, but I was like, something telling me to go. So I rode my bike, and I seen her coming around the corner. I literally had videos of this. And I was breathing so hard. I don't know if it was because of the bike ride or I couldn't believe I was seeing the hawk. Now, check this out. About a month later, I'm on this trail and I seen her again. As I was coming up, she swooped down and landed on a branch right as I turned the corner.
Wow.
And the first time, she didn't allow me to see her fly off. But in my head, when I was recording her, I was like, I said, I wonder if you're going to let me see her fly, let me see you fly off. And when I ended the video, she flew off. I said, fuck. You know, so the next time, so I kid you not, the next time I seen her when she swooped up on this branch, I have this on video. I was like, you gonna let me see you fly off? And she shook her wings. I promise.
Wow, she was talking to you.
Yeah.
I was attacked by a bird 2 days ago.
It's telling you to avoid the drama. It's telling you to stop fucking playing.
And I've been attacked by birds before. A parakeet attacked me once. So I try to like, but I love hawks and eagles.
Yeah, me too. I
Yeah.
love hawks. I have a bunch of Cardinals, Blue Jays, all type of stuff in my
Nice.
backyard. Moon Madness avoid
I'm using the Hawk. It has a message for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's too easy for you to get wrapped up in dramas right now. Even to feel a little like it's all too much. What you are dealing with is noise. Don't fall for it. And don't believe everything people tell you. It's time for you to take a step back from everything that is swirling around you. Being overly involved is an easy trap. The more you wade in and get entangled now, the more unnecessarily intense the whole situation is going to become. Consider the possibility that you are not quite thinking straight at the moment. Maybe you need to quell your emotions so they don't lead you astray. Taking a back seat will help. Gentle breathing exercises will help you get back into alignment. All the better to deal with the question you are asking the cards about. Exhale and let events unfold in their own time. It could be that everyone in the situation you are asking about is feeling too much pressure. Detach from drama, which can end up hampering everything. Breathe out. Your energy field will thank you. Additional meanings for this card. There is too much drama in the air to think straight. Someone is being overly provocative. Don't stress. It won't change anything. Backing down or off is sometimes your best play. You need to trust that the situation will be fine. About this symbol, lunacy was once said to come from sleeping in the rays of the moon, a belief that persisted through the Middle Ages. Even Shakespeare wrote in Othello that the moon makes men mad.
That makes sense. Yeah. I have somebody trying to bring me into their drama, and I do not want it, but they're dragging me in.
That's because energetically, if I'm being honest, energetically, they know you're about to walk into some like an abundant ass time frame. Like they know this energetically. They may not tell you, but they know this. So they, and I always tell people, man, when people siphon your energy, it's manipulation. Think about it. If a person needs your energy, right? If a person needs your energy, are they going to come to you and say, "Hey, I need your energy. Can you call me so I can use it?" They're not. They're going to keep on calling you, acting like they need something when they don't. When in all actuality, they're just siphoning your energy and you don't even know it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
definitely, she wants to go into business with me, and like I have so much on my plate right now. It's like, I can't think about that. And then on top of it, her personal affairs is just like every day trying to call. And, like I burnt my oysters on the barbecue today because she called and my husband was like, just tell her I gotta go. And, I should have just said, I gotta go.
Let me ask you, like when she calls, does your body tense up a little bit?
Yes.
That's
why are you talking about her?
That's definitely her body telling her that, like, you just need to tell her how you feel and just let that shit be that. That's what your body's telling you. For sure. Also, get you some jade. If you don't have any jade,
I do. You know what? I was like looking at it the other day that I should wear it more often.
It's going to be it's going to be soothing for you. It's going to help you. It's going to help you deal with that tense energy more and help you breathe more. So when you're in those type of, energies, it's going to help you stay more calm while you express your opinion. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Rita, is your husband home?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, because I'm like, why did that light in your hall go on and go off? Damon said I had it. So I'm looking at your background like I'm waiting for something to go by. Okay.
Yeah, my husband's here. I don't know. Maybe he was in the bathroom.
Yeah.
With the door?
Yep. That's your reading.
All right. Well, there we are.
Good
so
stuff. I need his Cash App.
Shit, he don't have Cash App. He got PayPal, baby.
PayPal, man. My Cash App doing some shady, Cash App doing some shady shit. They closed my account out of nowhere. Like,
whoa.
They're not giving legit reasons, and they're they're blocking they're not even blocking Cash App from the like numbers anymore. They're blocking you from like your device MAC address and shit. And I didn't do nothing shady. Like I did no shady shit. I literally just woke up one day and they were like, we're closing your account. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And I had to go through support like 4 different times. I didn't get a legit answer. They just said I violated the terms of service. Yeah, so I can't even use it. So I just have to do it.
Oh
That's
man, that was my favorite. I love Cash App. That's a shame. It's a real shame. Well, the guy got killed who started Cash App, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Last year.
Yeah.
Yes. Wait, you said what?
The guy who started it.
Murdered. Yeah. Allegedly, some random guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put my PayPal in here one more time just in case you didn't see it.
Yeah.
If you have it. But yeah,
Damn shame.
It is, man. Like there's something, I don't know what it is, but there's definitely something behind that though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I got kicked off of Twitter years ago, and they have yet to reinstate me. And I keep asking, and they're like, "Nope, you're banned for good." They just will not let me back on there. Even after.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely some shaky stuff going on. I mean, with that, but we already know there's a lot going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot going on.
It's a huge battle.
Yeah. Back in the day, way back in the day, I used to be Philadelphia's #1 blogger. And I got sick when I was supposed to re-up my domain. And it was stolen by Russian hackers. And they are paying it every year. And it's been going on 20 years almost.
Wow. They just took it.
And there's nothing on it. If you put it in, it doesn't come up. And like a friend of mine who, he's in that industry, every 2-3 years, he contacts them and tries to get it back, and they will not release it. And I'm like, he's like, who did you piss off? I was like, well, how long you got?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're on the list. You're red flagged.
You're definitely red flagged.
Well, I tell you what, it's a lot of shit going on out there, and pretty much. All right, well, I'm gonna put all of y'all back into the thing here for a moment, and I'll be here probably just a little longer. I'll sum up, but make sure, man, you send me. You got my email address still, right?
Yeah, I think you still got the same number. I'll just text you because
yeah, you got my shit. Text me real quick. Make sure. Hang on, I'm gonna see if I got you in here before you even do that. Hold on.
You got my old number, I think. Hold on.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then text me on that number.
Oh, David, put your like how to contact you your contact information in the chat again.
Oh, I got you. I'm gonna put
chat.
Email. I might need to email you because I thought I had it somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, contact at whythebigsecret.com.
Oh no, I have it. Roderick Martin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. I just sent it. You should have it now.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. All right. There you go. Yeah, we'll connect too, man. I'll call you tomorrow too, and just get you a little support system on what you're going through.
I appreciate you, man. Definitely appreciate you.
Yeah, and then we'll make our own set of tarot cards for reading women, just only women in attitude.
Hey,
it'll be a good product. Probably be a #1 seller.
You know what we're gonna do?
This is extremely inaccurate.
We're gonna use women characters from different movies. So like Angela Bassett from like who, you know what I'm saying, from from How Stella Got Her Groove Back. And so if that card pop out, we like, hey, leave her ass the fuck alone.
Leave her alone.
Like,
what about like body parts? Maybe if it's Oh, it's dry down there. Don't that card. Get away from it.
It's gonna be a desert. It's gonna be sand. It's gonna be sand.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying? Pull a dry card. Pull a card and just dusty and shit. Be like, oh shit.
It's gonna be.
Nicole, where'd you go?
David, what would that card be?
He said a sand card.
It'll be a sand card, like some sandpaper or something, or like a mummy, like.
The sandpaper card, yeah. Fuck that. I mean, we need cards that get right down to it. You know what I'm saying? We don't need that out of shell card. We want that motherfucker just like, oh no, dude, that's a, oh no, porcupine. You're gonna get in trouble for that one.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
We
definitely gonna collab on a tarot card.
You pull a medic card. Oh, don't put that in there. Medic card. Nope. Medic.
Hey,
nope.
don't do. Hey.
He hasn't come up with one positive card yet.
It's gonna be shoe sizes. It's gonna be shoe sizes. It's gonna be shoe sizes. Baby shoes and goofy shoes. You know how big goofy shoes is. Like,
you pull a card with a gun, like killer. She's a killer. No.
Hey, facts.
Wilma Flintstone. She's just gonna shop in and charge it.
Now you pull that sexual goddess card, you be like, oh, I got a winner, I got a unicorn.
It's gonna be New York. We're gonna have New York on one. Like, remember Flavor Flav in New York? We're gonna have New York on one card.
Hey, I'm telling you.
What would you do? What would you do with that card? What would that represent?
I might buy a whole new deck. I might have to throw that shit away.
Hey, why did you be walking away? Why this shit got to be so right?
Hey, be like, why my hands start burning? Why my hands start burning when I pick it up?
Oh my God.
I always pull the bad ones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Martin, she might not be what she appears.
Hey, when you pick up the car, you go just all of a sudden you're gonna hear an ambulance outside just going crazy.
Oh my God! Yeah, I mean,
something wrong with y'all.
You pull a card with the dead bodies. Like, what happened to your ex?
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? Be like, well, that's 6 bodies. Shit, what happened to them? You know, bunch of dead bodies laying around. You be like, oh shit.
Bags of lime. Oh my God.
Broken wine bottles and a knife.
And don't get me wrong, you pull that whole card, you be like, oh yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Oh, you tried?
That's going to have a lot of bodies on it. It's going to have a bunch of bodies.
The card don't lie. The card don't lie. You pull a whole card, the card don't lie.
With a police shield on protection.
13 ghosts. Facts. And it's going to say Magnum or something just along those lines.
Oh no!
There you go. Yeah, there you go. You see what I'm saying? You just, Then you pull a tunnel card. You pull one of them cards with a big ass hollow tunnel. You be like, I ain't going in there.
No.
Hey.
That's shadowy place. I'm not going in there.
Yeah.
Well, David, you said we had to do shadow work, so you should be all right.
I swear to God, it's gonna have a tunnel with a hot dog in the front of it.
Oh shit! Yeah. You be
cavern
like,
with bats.
They didn't even get that one. They didn't get that. Was gonna be your most. That's the biggest card. A tunnel with a hot dog. You be like, I'm not going to. No.
I'm not going to this.
No.
A tunnel.
She not even going no in here. She not even going in the tunnel.
Yeah. Y'all will get that one later. See, they don't even understand that one.
Immediately.
I know what that is. No,
that's when you start singing Lionel Richie songs. Hello, is it you I'm looking for? You start singing hollow songs and shit.
Hey, remember the Grinch that stole Christmas? He was like, hello. You heard the echo. It was like,
yeah. I know about that one. Yeah. You got that one that'll wake your ass up. You like, this is not working. This is not gonna. Yeah, you're like who been here? King Kong? What the fuck is going on?
Godzilla been over here, man.
Damn.
Should make that card deck. It would sell.
It would sell. It would sell.
I'm telling you, you do that. I mean, don't get me wrong. There should be what card would just represent all go? Like this is a good one. What would that be?
Let me see. That's
kind of like the magician card.
Would it be like the Empress card?
They probably don't even make that one.
You mean in the
first thing
regular
that comes
day?
to my mind, and this always pops up with me with women. I started to watch F1, and you know all the little green lights be like boom, 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 boom. So it's just a bunch of green lights just flashing. Like, go.
Only positive
You
card in the
have
deck.
all the permission from the gods. Go, motherfucker, go.
All the go. You permission to go.
Then you see that little
I would
one
buy
little,
those cards.
you see that one little caution light. That's her mind. Be like, yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for a good one yet. You know how that
No,
shit
little
works.
caution like be your mama. No, she's not.
No, I don't listen. No, I don't listen. Mama. She knows. I'm hard.
Mom always knows. Mom always knows.
Now she picked my daddy, so she can't give me advice.
I
I
really resonate with that for real.
You know what I'm saying? She cannot give me relationship advice. She picked my daddy. We can't go that route.
No commento.
Well, you use it as reference.
That is cold.
Yep, that's real talk. And I think a lot of people don't look at it that way. You should be looking at the person your parents picked, and then you be like, they're trying to give you advice. Like, what the fuck? That didn't work for you either.
Yeah,
you know?
like what do I look like? Your advice. I could end up in the same place.
Right.
And it's in the bloodline. You'd be like, no, hell no. I got to change some shit. So, no, that's cool. We're not bashing you women. Like I said, there is a card that's going to give us the go ahead to say this is the one, go on in and all that shit. But, I mean, it might be just one card.
Y'all just went
and 22 that say
on
no.
our asses. Y'all just went Kevin Samuels on our asses with cards.
No,
So
if we went Kevin Samuel, we'd be pulling cards with dress sizes. Oh, that's the 14. Oh yeah,
patience.
Maybe a little bit more than that. Y'all definitely hit the.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. But I'm telling you, y'all bashed the dude. The dude is speaking some good stuff though. He really was.
I'm not gonna lie. Kevin Samuels was speaking something. He was speaking a lot of truth.
He really was.
And
women are still arguing about it today. Yeah, he is that. I'm telling you, he was speaking some stuff. Yeah, and so it was good. We'll meet him on the other side. You know, he'll be over there.
He just gave me a headache. He just gave me a headache.
Who? Kevin Samuels gave you a headache?
No, you did. Kevin Samuels ain't nothing. You did.
All right, so tell me what bad of things he said that you don't resonate with.
I don't know. Like I said, I've never listened to the man. I have no idea what he said.
So how would you interpret somebody's bad? You never even listened to the dude.
I didn't say he was.
You just. But he's giving you a headache.
I didn't say he gave me a headache.
Oh, I gave you a headache.
You gave me a headache.
For mentioning his name?
No. You just gave me a headache.
Oh.
You and your deck of cards. You just gave me a headache.
My deck of cards.
I think
he went Kevin Samuels.
All right, so you see, I'm giving them headaches because of the cards, Dave. You know what I'm saying?
No, I like the card idea. I think y'all should go for it for sure.
Yeah, it most definitely will sell.
Yeah, we're gonna collab on that. We're definitely.
You need more than one positive card, though. That would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, more than one.
Of course.
Right now, we're brainstorming.
Spitballing.
We're brainstorming.
Brainstorm phase. Yeah.
It's definitely gonna be an Oracle deck, like what's his name said in the chat, Rob, or what's
that would be so cool.
It's gonna be an Oracle deck.
Yeah, and people will buy it. What guy in the cards in the chat that wouldn't buy? Women will buy them. They be want to know about other women. Like, I wonder if
they're gonna be studying that shit more than men.
I know. They're gonna be like, well, this card. And they keep pulling this. Why I keep pulling the same card about myself all the time? Damn. Well, cards don't lie. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I keep pulling the same card, So, yeah. I mean, you asked one. Hey, you been pulling the deck? Yeah. What you pull? What's that mean? What do you mean a card that got an X over everything? Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
We're gonna have Wendy Williams in the deck for the out of pocket ones. We're gonna have
Oh, poor Wendy.
Yeah, poor
so sad.
Y'all see, Damon says Kevin was the guy. Jay says rest in peace, Kevin. See, I'm telling y'all didn't know the impact this dude was doing.
Yeah, they got it. Man, he was definitely set up, bro. He was definitely set up.
Oh yeah. She came because when you start thinking about it logistically, you know, the girl was in the medical field, so she kind of knew what she could have gave, and they couldn't detect anything and everything. Bumped him off. But I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not putting it out here to be knocked off. But if I'm gonna be knocked off on why somebody up there doing that, and I get to see my murderer like that, you know what I'm saying?
You said take me out just like that.
I mean, we're gonna fight for my life, but I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? But if I know I'm about to die right there, oh, it's on. It's on.
Big facts.
It's on. I'm like, oh, you finna what? Right now. I'm finna die right now, and be like, all right, okay, we finna go at this thing. But I'm just saying that's all, because y'all gotta remember the police report. She said she died on top of him. Or was he on top of her? Whatever was, he started turning blue and he fell. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, remember that was in the police report.
It was.
Oh, that's
I didn't read the whole thing. I gotta go back and read it.
And then did y'all hear the 911 call? And she was like, and they was like, well, who is it, ma'am? And she said, Kevin fucking Samuels. And I'm like, they didn't know who the fuck it was, but she was like y'all should know who it is.
I wouldn't have known. I didn't know who he was till he died. I never heard of him before. I'd seen him before, but I never knew his name.
Oh man,
Kevin, yeah, he wasn't even like really hitting his prime and what he was doing yet. Like he was.
I'm telling you, I remember at night I used to just scream out loud laughing, dude. Some of the shit was just so fucking funny and real.
Some of the women that came up on their line was crazy. Yeah. Like what? Shorty, go to sleep, man. You be bugging.
But it's all right though. Like I said, you know,
in the bed, go sleep.
And then what he was proving is that the older women wasn't teaching the younger women nothing, and they didn't like that. They didn't like it because they was out of control. But anyway, we'll get out of that because I'm feeling this energy. This energy.
Coffee energy.
Coffee energy. Yeah, listen. If you don't like, here's the deal. This is Black Don't Like Kevin Samuels coffee. If you don't like him, this will verify your unlikeness by buying this coffee. Okay? There you go. I bet you I'm selling out right now. I got 5 boxes, $35. Send me your number. I'll call you and ship it to you. Month supply. And
I definitely plan on getting some, man. I mean, I'll probably get the tea, not the coffee. I really want to try the energy.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, me too.
They got tea on there. They had tea, and then I'm also taking. I take their hydrate. This stuff has really been doing from when I get on this little thing. But this stuff is really good. All their products
hydrate
are good.
Powder.
Mm-hmm. You mix it in with water.
I tell you, I ordered this morning, and they like less than 2 hours later they had already shipped it. So
oh yeah, they quick.
I'll be zooming like him probably the next time.
Yeah, they're really good, but they're a good company. Like I said, they're here in Dallas. You know, one thing I'll say this, and I hate pushing it this way, but they got a real good customer program. And when I started looking at their customer program, and I'm saying this to y'all openly, but I had to start determining how I want to get to support, because oftentimes I want reciprocity. People get what they're getting because it just changed. But this is a community supporting type thing, and I don't think a lot of people understand how important their support is. But then you can't really ask, you know. So I figured I started looking at it. I was like, if there's products and stuff they're already buying, they're already doing it, and it's better or whatever, would they at least buy from you because you know me, right? Or whatever, and just position that. But when I started looking at like just the coffee, you know, just 20 people just, and the coffee is not that expensive, but however they do it, 20 customers give $1,000 residual. I'm like, I can use that. But y'all drinking coffee. It's not, you know, the guy who told me he has a YouTube channel, he got 300 and some customers and getting like 16 grand a month from these people, you know, for the partner program. I'm like, fuck that. You know, so. But it's good product, it's good everything. So, You say
You're
what?
like, I'm selling coffee.
I'm selling coffee and then anything else.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna use the products so that y'all see me, you know, get smaller right before your eyes. I got $1 million gut. So I figure by the time I lose 100 pounds right here in front of y'all and then raise my value even more, and then people be loving me for sure, right? And then, you know, it's like, okay, I mean, I'm lovable now. I'm lovable.
They
now,
love
right?
you now.
Yeah, but
Bear.
I'm talking indesirable love, like some shit where I can act bad. Like, what you talking about? You ain't gonna call me back? You ain't gonna call me back? All right, cool. I'll call you in a minute. But you get what I'm saying? It's like, you just, there you go. There it is in the chat. There.
And do you ever need like a workout? But I mean, I know we far apart, but I work out all the time. Like I bike, I'm lifting. I play a lot of flag football and stuff, man. So,
that's the point. I used to run track and stuff. I was telling myself the other night, I said, I want to run again. I want to get out there and just run like a freaking stallion. Just be.
And it's always good to like have people on a list because how Apple got the fitness app. I have like 10 people on the fitness app. And it just always motivates people to do something. Like, someone will do something one day and be like, let me go out and at least go on a walk, or let me go get my cycling in today. You know what I'm saying? And you get the little updates when they finish stuff early in the morning. People be finishing at 5 a.m. So it's a really good thing. Like when you have people to do that with. I just noticed that with people, man. So I'm all for, just going on our journey with you. And because I just like, just obviously me being better, everyone around me being better.
Oh, absolutely.
Giving out that energy, man. That's the energy that, I
100%.
No, I accept the invite. I accept it because I'm in the right headspace for it now. There was a while that I just had so much other little things you had to focus on, and from production and trying to learn the YouTube stuff, because this is a grind and things, but it's now coming together, a little bit, and in the future it's just a beautiful thing. But I had to study and just continue. But then also, look at this space of ufology, and people don't understand what it happens in our community. And for me, trying to get out front, because I still get shunned from a lot of the spaces and organizations, and we don't supposed to have this in-depth knowledge, and it pisses me off. But yeah, now I'm just like, okay, now get yourself together personally, and I'm at that space. Everything else is coming together, and it's like, okay, this is the last, I had to identify what was really happening there, and now it's like, okay, you love you some you, but now love you more, and so that's where I'm at, and pretty much, and it's to give y'all more, right? I want to give y'all something y'all never seen before. I want this to be a destination place, right? When people come and give a variety of personality of what we do, but also infotainment, keep you informed. As I move into a little more conspiracy, little stuff that's going on, because I think there's a lot of stuff classified as high strangeness, and they're pulling so many things left and right on our eyes. But you got to have that energy. I want to get out there on the street and talk to people, and then when I walk down there, be like, fuck no, that's too tired, or whatever. Mm-hmm. But now it's like, let's do this. So being accountability partners, man, I'm down, and I'm transparent. I don't care. I think it's time to do that.
I'm proud of you already, man, because you're already taking that first step.
And I'm doing it out here in front of everybody, right? Because 6 months from now, they'd be like, that dude ain't lost a goddamn pound,
The cheat code of it, is really doing something you enjoy doing because you don't notice you're doing it. I ride my bike a lot. Like sometimes I ride my bike, I'll literally put I put it on my playlist, and I'll hop on my bike, and I'm going like every day. I'll probably bike 8 miles, and I don't even really notice. You know what I'm saying? But because it's fun, playing flag football is fun. So once you really find stuff you enjoy doing, that's when the cheat code. That's when it really is a cheat code. So I'm proud of you already, man. You taking that step, and again, man, I'm gonna be here with you for the long run period. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these people in here are as well. So
yeah, cause I'm gonna hit the road, man. I'm buying this custom conversion van. I've been looking at those, and I'm gonna have it converted a little bit so that have a little driver, and we can hit Louisiana, different places, interview people like on the go, pull up to your house, and you come out here in the studio. It's like in the van, like the fan plus bus, But we'll talk about how strange this stuff. So, and then, like I say, put the street team together, because I think that's where we're going to really do some damage in this space, is getting out on the streets, talking about, aliens, extraterrestrials, past lives, whatever. We get out there with this high strangeness and stuff. And so I got the equipment. We're down. I've been blessed to have the support to do that. Now, like I said, in the next month or so, I got a couple of big things about to happen, and then we're going to give them something they never seen before. I'm going to take this shit to another level.
Let's go.
Rod,
I'm with you.
Rod, when you said that you were shunned, do you think you were shunned because you weren't in an inner circle and you weren't supposed to have the information you have, or was it your skin color?
Skin color first. This space is always, especially ufology, has always been a different barrier. Now, I'm not saying everybody is like that, but the ones who control the top information, who's putting a monopoly on it, commercializing it, that is just one barrier. Now, that is because, number one, that I've now detected, as I wear this Project Black hat, it is because we are disproportionately reporting, trusting the people in our area, so we don't have the power of information to command to get into those circles. And I say it's important because, being, African American, of course, then, black or whatever we want to call it, and some people say I'm not that, I'm indigenous, whatever y'all want to call ourselves. But the whole point, or melanated, I'll use the word, there is a trust factor, and there is a way that we handle these type of information. And once we were able to penetrate that in the public to where people are coming trusted and talking about it, then we will end up getting servicemen, businessmen, all these different people coming out talking to us because our outlook is different. And a lot of people don't see it that way. And I'm not making it a racial thing. It's just our culture sees it a little different. And once we do that, and then we can couple with a little humor. And that's the problem. See, when I came into it, I will talk with it and I'll laugh. And you might see in the chat, oh, there he is joking or whatever. But I do take it serious. But I do know laughter is the barrier. Because until we can get to the point where we laugh and say, did you see that ET last night? Yeah, that motherfucker came by my crib too, or in my dream, you know what I'm saying? And all those anxiety for people, but we have to address how our society deals with things. And so when I was getting out there in all these groups, if I told y'all some of the real horror stories, when I was going to conferences, when the TV shows were having 10 cameras around me, nobody wouldn't talk to me. I'm at a conference, there's 500 people, and we got 8 cameras. They're doing reality. They follow me in every angle. I'm walking up to these people, and they were just like, no. And we had a UFO event. Right, but just unfortunately, it was me out of 500, maybe another African American there. But they knew I was there for the TV show. They didn't want to give them the footage with me. You get what I'm saying? It was crazy. It was crazy. They came back and said, "Hey, blah blah blah." So I don't call the names on that. I've had them to call the producers and why him? Why would you put him out there? But it's one of those things. But I figure over time, you begin to, so what I had to do was work on my presentation of talking to things, and whether he do this or whether he, and now I can catch him. I'm in my knowledge phase now. I'm in my research phase. It's in my book. I can read stuff now. I'm reading, and I'll catch their ass with knowledge because that's easy. But they can't catch me with style and personality. They don't have it. You get what I'm saying? And so therefore,
you got the flavor.
Yeah, and so I'll get them that. And the only thing now is to be a little more presentable. I do lose deals because of my size. It does cost them more to fly me around, so therefore when it's a budget, they can use that as the word. And now I can always come back and say, well, just pay regular and I'll top it off myself. But financially, I haven't been able to do that. So I miss TV opportunities consistently because of budgeting. And sometimes it seems to be the excuse. Now, I've had bigger, people say, okay, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now, I'm thankful for the opportunities, but now I'm creating my own opportunities too. Because now I'm coming in with creativity and things that they don't see. So my goal is to get a group of people together who want to invest eventually. We do our own productions. I'm learning now that is the new goal, these streaming platforms and content, but it's going to take a group, but it's long-term money. It ain't no quick fix because it's royalty. So, but you can set your catalogs together for the future. So I've been putting that together and I try to talk to people, but the hardest part, and then I'll land the plane, is meeting and finding people who want to go on that exact journey, right? Because this is a journey that's going to take some camaraderie to put ourselves in, because we're tapping in areas that mentally, some people don't want you to go. There are some people on the other side don't want you to open their people's eyes, right? And so you can be definitely hated in the worst ways.
Yeah, you can. I have had a black helicopter in front of my house. I live across the street from a school, and black helicopter was in front of my house. That was before they took my my website from me, and I didn't know, but I was sleepless for a week, and then a week came, and my neighbor came knocked on the door and said, "What have you done?" And I'm like, "Huh? I haven't done anything." And he said, you know, he and a couple other neighbors, they were outside, and he was staring at this dark blob that was across from the house, and he kept staring because there was no lights in it. And he recognized the shape was a helicopter, and he stared at it long enough. He said, "Do you guys see that?" And as the other guys turned around, it went so fast it disappeared, and only one
Was
person.
it a smaller size one, like a smaller size, like one man operated?
I don't
helicopter?
know. And he's deceased now, so he died of mysterious causes.
And let me ask this question before I get out of here, Rod. You mentioned your the black cat. Is that a reference to the Black Cat Cabal?
No, this is right here.
Yeah.
No, this is the logo and design. I'll put it on the screen real quick for Project Black. There's a lot of symbolic stuff that I haven't gotten into everyone yet, but there it is right there if you can see it.
I can't see. Okay, yeah, I can now. I was wondering because I'll be watching. I watch Richard Doty a good bit, and he mentioned the Black Hawk, the Black Cat Cabal, and so when you said that, that's kind of what popped up in my head.
No, we have to begin the process of developing a group of trusted people in such a way, because what people don't understand, moving in this space is a deadly, in some places, situation. We already see it on the news. And like I say, the risk that you run is exposing information that you really don't know how sensitive it is. But when they decide you shouldn't be talking about it, it's a time that things would happen over time. And especially in this space, because people want you to be so much. They want you to be transparent. Oh, tell us, because sometimes I'll say in a show, I wish I can tell you this, and the comments go, why you don't tell me? Well, fuck it, I'm not dying for your ass, right? I'm not going to do that. You get what I'm saying? And if I did, those are the very ones who don't support. If I'm going to go out, at least go out that they gave me $5, I died for it. You get? I'm just saying in the worst way, that people don't understand that we're not dealing with. I'm not telling you no ancient secrets. I'm talking about multinational corporations that'll whack folks off for knowing their secrets, or businesses and governments and church groups that want to protect the most deadly secret out there, who is God. So we're talking true stuff here, and the ones of us that's doing this. And I mean, I got piles of stuff that I just don't say, and I want to. Sometimes I want to say it to my inner circle, but it's not who you tell them. It's because when you think you're their friend, they're actually a friend of somebody else, and the other friend. You know how the hookup is. Somebody got TVs for sale, and then you call your buddy. Hey, I just want to tell you about these TVs. Then they call their buddy, who you really not their buddy, and then they call their buddy. Everybody calling their friends, and now everybody know.
Exactly.
Right? You rarely have that I call my friend who I thought was my friend and it stayed there. And that's why until you develop those people, you cannot, and like Billy and I, we talk, periodically, but like I'll be at their house in a few months. But the whole point is then you really talk. But we don't waste time to try to collaborate different stuff. Yeah, we may do some encrypted conversations. But there are people who watch what we say and do, yeah, and they just do, and that's the world that we're in. But it's a good world. I mean, so I'm gonna put especially when we do Project Black, because the more new people come out, it's gonna get a little risky, because these are stories that have never been told, they never heard about. It's the same black folks who was on the same basis that they were on, who was in these same corporations, who was and so it's not a racial thing. It's just us, and white people are part of it now. It's just there's an area that's disproportionately talked about and represented. And if we can crack that open, imagine how much more information that we can add to the collective. You know.
Right. Okay.
Got you.
You know. So that's
I'm
the new.
gonna get up out of here, y'all.
All right, man.
We're
Appreciate
having a
you.
conversation. Appreciate you having me on.
All right.
Thank you,
Okay.
David.
All right, man. We'll talk. I'm gonna give you a holler tomorrow, brother.
Yes, sir. You already know. Y'all be easy. Have a great evening.
All right. All
You
right.
too.
All right, Philly Cat and Rita. I'll see y'all in a bit, and we'll talk. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So, me and the moon, you here. I'll keep you here for about 5 more minutes, and then we gone. Fair enough?
Yeah.
I mean, you have sleep the fuck anyway, so. You
I'm
know.
not. I'm just quiet, but I'm not asleep.
Okay, so real quickly though, you mentioned something earlier that you didn't really want to go deeply into for the COVID side of things. So let's go into that real quick for the audience so that we can kind of go there.
No, I just heard something. Of course, I don't know for sure, but I just heard something that mentioned about the jab, kind of interfering with, how can I explain this? It would serve as a blocker for like any spiritual evolution or abilities if something was to take place. So it's like, sir, I know like that's supposed to, according to what people say, that it's supposed to serve as some sort of tracker device or something like that. So
Right.
basically serves as a way to weaken you in a sense. So I did hear something about how the jab could potentially affect people during a solar eclipse, which would kind of put them in the state of if something was to take place spiritually, it would put a blocker on you so that you can be more controlled during that's if something was taking place consciously, if we were able to elevate consciously during some sort of powerful I don't know how I can explain this, but it would just serve as a blocker where if we were to get some sort of boost in abilities, spiritual abilities, it would block that from taking place. Now, I'm not saying that's 100% true or not, but I do know that that didn't serve the purpose that they say it was supposed to serve. So it just, when I heard that, I was like, that's interesting because who's to say? You know what I mean? Everybody ran out instead of having faith and trusting that we would be able to get through it, which I understand because, you know, when they throw out health issues and people having health issues and how, you know, we desperately needed to have that, almost as if something like that took place, we wouldn't be able to make it through, because that's basically how they presented it to us. We basically wouldn't be able to make it without it. That was our test to have faith. Like, you know, we should have faith if we get into a spiritual aspect of things or religious, you know, either or. And during that time, that was a test. Like, will you have faith enough to not go and get something like that? Because we don't know what kind of effect it will have on people in the long run. And a lot of studies are being done as when it comes to the jab, and it's saying that, you know, it's causing different types of cancers. It didn't necessarily help for anything. I know I heard a case today in the UK where they were saying that a mother was being she was taken to court because she decided not to give her son, who I believe was disabled, she decided not to allow him to get the jab. And so it was like a big deal. They took her to court. So it just seems like it is like a huge force on people to get that. And it's like, what is this really for? Because we know that it wasn't to stop, you know, people from getting it. And the best way to strengthen your immune system is to get whatever that is so that your body can become immune to it and fight it off itself. So that's what would make your body be able to handle that, is by taking it in and your body basically becoming immune to it. But instead of us having faith, a lot of us went out, and I'm thinking, it's always, I guess that's the conspiracy side of me, where, it's always a form of control in a sense. So with all these situations taking place and us getting prepared for something big, I'm just like, why? Just for you, because you believe so many things. We talk about conspiracies, we talk about all types of stuff. So I couldn't understand why you would be so why you would agree to something like that. And we all have our reasons for doing things.
You may
so
agree to get the jab?
Yeah.
Like 3 times?
You would agree. Yes, you would agree to that, but you already are with all the conspiracy theories and stuff like that. So what would make you think that wouldn't be used as a form of control in a sense, and possibly a form of control when it comes to some sort of chaotic situation, or you being held back from some sort of spiritual evolution or something like that?
You want me to answer that, or are you just talking?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Okay. All right. So, for starters, about 30 years ago, I was at a car wash, washing my car. And these 2 guys came up, said, "We want change," and one of them shot me. And at that time, I lost my left kidney. The other one took over just fine. I was just instructed not to donate the other one. Right. And while I was living, of course. So at that point, that was the deciding factor of health risk, number 1. Number 2, of course, I'm big for my age at that time. And then, I was a diabetic. So I was like, okay, you have all these issues that could spawn other problems that's out there. And yes, I knew up front that it wasn't a cure or a blocker. It just will help you fight what was happening. Now, being a conspiracy person, knowing that there was many ways for them to whack us off, in many ways that they're already doing it, a new agenda just wasn't that to spar. But then when the reality of death came to people that I knew and other people, regardless to the fact whether it was because they took it or because or whatever, but one serious effect, which was in New York, which I had some family and friends that worked there at the hospitals, was sending photos, stuff that the media was blocking. It was some real shit going on, right? Coagulated blood, all this different stuff. So at this moment, knowing I was a risk, I had a decision to make. And I can't tell you the countless of stories of people who were advocates of no jab, who were laying up dying or being unalive, we would use that word, and the ones who wasn't. So it wasn't so much of, one of those things. And so it was a personal approach for any and everybody. But I will say this, though, the most other side, and I'm not saying statistically I knew, but I knew that most people who were in better health stood the separation between the people who wasn't, because it became a point where, you're healthy, but I'm not asking anybody to put themselves in my shoes, and I wouldn't have them to walk in it. But I will say this, when I was married to the she-wolf, and I will say the blessing of the divorce, because she was an advocate of nothing. She's not doing this, blah, blah, blah. And I remember her mom passed away of cancer, and she was doing more of an herbalistic approach, trying to eliminate this thing. And cancer is horrible, right? And so we were there together as her mom succumbed to it. But I will say that what I would have known this 1,000%, had I did have any inadequacies to fight off this thing, and I did not get the inoculation or the jab, because I ended up catching it. I don't know if y'all remember, I did a show. And one of the things about it was her kids, the boys, they all was catching, we were separated. They all was sick going I would have been gone. And she wouldn't have, as my wife or them being as a stepfather, would not have protected me. And I would have been the casualty of a situation or either their non-belief or whatever it was. But even for me as an individual, if I was against it, but I knew the person I was with was subject to the problem, I would have gotten it to protect them. They wouldn't have done that for me. They would have stood by their loins and everything else. And that's when I truly knew. And I'm not putting that on anybody. I don't even want you to answer that. I would hate to know. But I'm saying, you know, for people that's listening or anyone else out there. But I will say that I had a bigger decision to make. And I remember friends that are no longer with us today that, you know, this thing kicked their ass, whatever it was. See, and this is the problem. Whatever it was kicking people's asses. And and whatever it is. Now, what I tell people all the time is this. There are good people out there. There are people who are ordained by God to be great doctors and scientists and all of this stuff to prevent these things. So I'm not a person to think that all of those people were bad who were trying to cure a problem that someone else caused, right? Or whatever it is. But I do know when I did catch it, it hit hard. It was scary.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm still here and think that the protocol that they had when I caught it versus the early on stages when nobody knew what the fight it was, whatever was going, and the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that did. And you couldn't have them to line up today and they all would have said I would have taken it. Now, I'm not saying that it worked for everybody or whatever the protocol or whatever it was. But I do believe that people today take more things other than that than everything else. And so I'm here and I'm okay. And I think if the plan was to do that, step one and step two, to jab me in the arm, and step three, and you're telling me don't go outside and look up, like the movie, you know, don't look up. And would I listen and not go outside? We only would know. So Tuesday, if I'm not live streaming Wednesday, you'll say Rob went outside.
We know why. He took his ass outside.
He took his ass outside.
And then y'all can say, she told him not to go outside, but he still took his ass out there anyway. I don't know how it will affect, but I do know I don't trust it. So I wouldn't play games with it. And I don't think any of us should, based off of, I don't know. I feel like this is different.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just feel like it's definitely different. And I feel like the way they pushed that wasn't for protection, in my opinion. That was for a setup for something later.
No, I think it was. I think people look at, but I'm saying this to say this. I have at least 6 people that their grandmothers passed away because of whatever it was, because they brought it to her. You know what I'm saying? Or the kids brought it to them. And whatever the weapon, whatever it was weaponized or not, the key to it is testing society and see what sacrifices will one make for another. That showed a lot of people won't take sacrifices for one another, regardless of their own beliefs and faith. I will say this. And I'll say it 100%, that there are things that are there, and I will say that, okay, here we are. You know, hang on. Somebody said, speaking of that in dangerous topics, what would you tell someone that came to you with an ET experience that led them to significant detailed knowledge of things the keepers are doing to people? Now, and that's a great question. Let me put it on screen for all of y'all to see. The question is, speaking of things that are dangerous topics, what would you tell someone that came to you with an ET experience that led them to significantly detailed knowledge of things the keepers are doing to people? And I will be honest to tell you, I've already heard stuff. I've already had the experience, okay, Ari and Diva. And the reason I'm saying this is that is the world that I'm in. I get things all the time where you and sometimes you either validate whatever they're going through so you can let them know, but there is people that tell you some stuff. I've had some people that are here, and I'm not giving out the details, but they worked at a company, and their boss left one of the computers open. They end up going into a file because they was trying to do some work and discovered that they was a biotech company, and looked into and saw all these chambers of weird creatures down below their building, and fucked them up. You know what I'm saying? And I say this because this stuff happens. It really does. It happens, all the time, where people are dealing with stuff. So I would say to someone, now that there's new laws in place, there's new laws within whistleblower laws and amendment and protection, then that's something they would have to decide to do, especially if they're going to go public. And if they're not trying to go public, they just want to get it off their chest, then their secret's going to die with me anyway, at this point, because I don't have no skin in the game to be going to upset no $1 trillion company who's going to, put something in Church's Chicken knowing that I'm going to drive by and get a piece of chicken for some reason, or put it in a jab and fake it that they're going to get thousands and they just after me. You get what I'm saying? So I don't look at all of that, but that is a good question that does happen. And there's people out there that do have some dirty ass secrets, and their secrets need to be protected. But right now there is a push to try to protect these people. And we're hoping that with Project Black that we're going to get more people who comes up too, where we can kind of be there for them. But other than that, any other questions you got? But that's why I took it, because I was afraid. I didn't want to take a chance on what I was dealing with and let someone else be answering that question for me at my funeral.
Yeah, I understand that, and it the way that it was a very scary time, because I remember working in the hospital, and I mean, when I was coming in contact with it, I was scared shitless. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I know when they started threatening people's jobs and things of that nature, that's when shit really got real, where people decided, like they almost felt forced to. And I feel like when they force your hand like that, something just is not quite right. So when they say things like, this whole zombie situation and solar eclipse situation, I mean, I'm not saying I believe it all, but I just feel like nothing really surprises me anymore. And I'm not saying I would say, oh no, I know that's not true for sure, or it is true. It's just like now in these days, you just never know what could be true and what could be false. So I just feel like, the way things are going, how it seems like the solar eclipse is like they're presenting it to be like it could potentially be something negative in a sense. Then it just like when I heard that, I felt the need to mention it, because but that wasn't the first time I've heard somebody say that, on a YouTube channel. But another person I followed, she was speaking on that a long time ago, how this zombie apocalypse was going to take place. They were showing so-called videos in China on trolleys and stuff where these people acting almost like how you would see in a movie, where people would act like zombies or something like that. And what's that movie that they did that was similar to the what was that movie? What was it? Contagion or something like that? What was that movie that was similar to what we experienced?
World Z? Brad Pitt movie, or which one are you talking about?
No, that's the one I had mentioned to you. But it was another one. It was called Contagion or something like that.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne played in that one.
That he played in that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was just like, and then those people had like a zombie type of, like it had some type of zombie effect on them. I don't know. With this lady, she was prophesizing about it, saying that eventually it would come to this so-called zombie apocalypse. And she was just saying that, it was time for people to repent because they didn't have trust in God, and they didn't, that time that they had to have faith that people would make it through. Yes, we would see a lot of people dying and so on and so forth, but to just have faith that we would make it through. And she said a lot of people did not have faith, and they went along with this whole agenda, and it's going to be like some sort of zombie apocalypse in the near future. And I was like, damn. So that was the very first thing I heard about it. And then that's when I heard, someone else speaking on during the solar eclipse to be careful because it could potentially activate something in the people that have had the jab. And it's done intentionally, where it'll be an activation that will cause people to, I guess, like, I don't know if it would have a controlling effect or would have like a contagion effect on people, but it was definitely, even if it's not true, definitely an interesting.
My question is this, and I'm not putting a name or individual to this, but if you at a time were living with someone that was acceptable to the outcome of this thing because they had a weakened immune system, or maybe they was dealing with something, and yet you or the children, everybody was going out in public every day that could bring it back home, what would you do? Would you protect them and maybe say, okay, we're just going to run the risk that I'm going to give you, like somebody said, I'm going to give you some vitamin C, but that they got a weakened immune system. They're dealing with chemo or something. I don't know. I'm just using some examples. What would you do in a scenario like that?
I mean, I would protect, and I wouldn't go and run out and make everybody get the jab. No, because my dad lived with me at the time where all that was going when it first started, and he was one to, and this is what bothered me. He was one to go out, and he ran out and got it. He's a veteran, and the VA was giving that out like hotcakes. So he went out there, he got his jab, he got all of them and everything like that, and we didn't have it. So my children and I did not have it. So I was working at the hospital at that time, and I had been exposed a number of times. But anytime that I was exposed, I tried to isolate as much as I could. I walked around with what's the mask? That's the highest one. I can't think of the name of it.
KN95 or something.
Whatever one it is that the hospitals give out. Like I was walking around with that. Like it was pretty deep. So the N95, yeah. So I would wear that if I got that letter, because we would get these emails to say like you've been exposed, and I worked at a children's hospital, so it would get an email would come through and say you've been exposed. So I would always try to separate myself, But my dad, he didn't give a shit. Once he got that jab, it was like he didn't give a damn. He was walking around like he was just like, oh, well, it can't touch me type of shit. And of course he would get sick, and he didn't care. Whereas if it was me, I would do the opposite. So I feel like you can definitely live in a home with someone that either had it or didn't, but it's just that respect that's there. If you have your certain beliefs and I have mine, I feel like we can still coexist. It might be a little difficult, but I feel like you can still coexist with someone as long as you have that respect. Whereas like, if I've been exposed, I'm going to separate myself. Because people were doing it either way, even if, let's say, everybody in the house had the jab, and then people were, because it wasn't like you were immune to getting it. You got the shit and you still got it. So it's like, what are we really protecting here? So we are thinking, oh, I got it, and I'm not going to get as sick as my dad. He shouted that from the mountaintops. Oh, I got it. It's not going to have that same effect on me. It was kicking his ass just like when I got it. it kicked my ass. So there was no difference at all. So I'm just like, so you got the jab, I didn't. My kids were straight. They had got sick one time, and the next day, like their recovery was really fast. So it didn't affect them. Like now, me, I thought I was on my deathbed. No lie. I was like,
okay, now be honest. Be real honest.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be honest.
Okay.
Other we gonna pull.
Okay.
Let me pull a tarot card. See if you're gonna be honest.
Here you go.
Oh shit. Maybe I need to change the question. I need to change the question. All right. So, were you while you was feeling that bad? Did you at one time think, man, I should have got that shot or that jab?
Hell no. And the funny thing is, this is how things work. I was at the hospital and I was so sick of that shit because they treated us like garbage. They treated us like shit. Let me tell y'all, they told us that they gave us a brown paper bag, and this ain't no lie, a brown paper bag and one mask. And they said to us that y'all got to wear this mask for the rest of the week. Because y'all remember on the news, they were reporting about PEO. Oh, we're running out of supplies. Bullshit. They was giving us a brown paper bag, and they told us that we had to use that same mask. Now, of course, we had access to things, and we was swiping left and right. Of course, we wear gloves, everything. So, but that's what they put on us. So a lot of shit they put on us where we couldn't have protection, all this stuff. So I went through that, and then finally, like at this point, everybody's dog ass tired. We are scared, but we realized once we got exposed to it, we weren't getting it. So we were cool, we were working through it. But I got to a point where I just was so sick of that shit, and I was ready to get another job. So a friend of mine, she had told me, she said, listen, I'm going to try to see if I can get you in to my job, which was a work from home job prior to the C word. So right when they told us, that's when they had pushed the jab and everything and got it through, and they told us, you have to get that in order to work here. Oh, I cried and I cried and I cried. And I was like, oh no, I don't want to get this. I don't want to get it. It was just so against how I didn't agree with it at all. And right when they were pushing it so hard, I got hired at the work from home job. Got to the work from home job, and this is when I ended up catching, I caught it. I didn't catch it when I was working at the hospital. I caught it after, because your immune system, it's not as strong because now you're not going outdoors, you're not being exposed to it, so you're just in one place. So when I started working there, I ended up getting it, and it tore me apart. Like I was like, oh, I'm gonna die. I was praying. I told my dad, look out for the kids. I isolated everything. So during that time, that's when I had ended up getting it. Okay, and then the job, my work from home job, they said that we needed to get it. And I said, oh no, I'm thinking I'm safe from it. I'm like, oh no. So at that point, I just was like, F it. I guess I'm just going to be out of work for a little minute because there's no way in the world they're going to force me to get this. Not working from home. We are not interacting with anybody. I strictly work from home. All of a sudden, I think I had ended up setting an appointment at Kroger. And I was like, still praying about it. I was like, I'm not going to go through with this. I just made the appointment, but I know I'm not going to go through with this. They ended up passing the, we didn't have to get it. If we worked from home and as long as we weren't entering the building, we didn't have to get it. So although I made the appointment, I had no intention on ever getting it. I was willing to risk it. So
so I pulled this card, and I didn't want to tell you what it says. So you telling me you was prepared to lie to those people that you got it, but you didn't?
No, because you couldn't lie. I just was prepared to not get the shit at all. I wasn't going to get it. I set that appointment, and my friends and I had went back and forth about it because they were in the same position. They worked at hospitals, and they were in the same position as me. They ended up going ahead and getting it. Some did, some didn't. But it just so happened that I ended up making it through without needing, being forced to get it. If you don't get it, you're gonna lose your job. I still was able to maintain. So it was that thing where, and it kicked my ass. I'm not even gonna act like that situation didn't kick my ass. I was sick as hell. I mean, some of the worst pain I've ever experienced in my whole entire life. But during that time, I would never say, "Oh, yeah, I wish I would have got it," because everybody that was getting it was still getting sick. You just said it yourself.
Yeah, they never said it keep you from getting sick. They always put it out there from day one that it will help you fight it, especially for those who need a little more help with it. It never said this was a blocker. They never said that.
But even still, even saying that it was going to make you go through it faster, I didn't see that taking place. And it could have been just straight up your immune system that fought through it. It might not have necessarily meant that was what was helping you get through it faster. Who's to say?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. So now that all right. So is it how would this affect another person who has and hasn't? And what about people today meeting each other? Young folks, one got the jab, one didn't, and they want to create a baby. Would you tell them not to?
No, I mean, why would you tell them not to?
Because one of them got something in their DNA now that was injected.
So it's like they're compromised in a sense.
Well, I'm asking if that's a theory or hypothesis,
Could be, or it could affect you even being able to make a baby. Who's to say?
Oh, form of birth control? I don't know. That'll be interesting.
It could. It's just like, we really don't know for sure, but I just say, like, I don't really trust it. And the fact that they're like forcing this on parents to make their kids get it and things like that. I mean, even after the fact, I mean, we've survived. Yes, a lot of people died, but a lot of us did make it through. And you would be willing to put someone on a stand because they decided not to give their child the jab? That's crazy. That seems a little weird to me.
Well, they do it now. You can't go to school without the measles shots or chicken pox.
I mean, that's
and all
bad
that stuff.
too. Yeah, that's terrible too. And a lot of people did say, well, you got all your shots and you did this, that, and the third, but why won't you get that? Well, but I can say no. That's why. I can say no. Now these days, getting all of your vaccinations, they don't necessarily they don't allow you to come. I hope they don't try to do that with the jab, where they say eventually it leads to them saying that you can't get into school or you can't do this, you can't travel, you can't do anything. I mean, they did do that with traveling and stuff at some point, but I mean, like making it mandatory with the rest of the things that you have to get from baby up. That would be terrible. That's how you would know it would be a world agenda.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's, I think we just have so many other widespread things, because I think when people see that whatever people are up to do something that's on a massive level, like chemtrails or all of these different things that can expose millions of people to it, I don't think people think about the collateral damage of that, where some of these people who are doing this may have family all over the world and they can't stop it, right? They can't stop it happening to everybody. So I think, an isolated, stuff that's maybe in a cluster is more possible, but something that's going to be widespread, I think, is a little different. Now, don't get me wrong. We're talking about an apocalypse of zombies, which you can see, and you got to be bitten or whatever it's going to take to move this stuff around. That's a different story, because hopefully you can protect people and say, get in your fucking bunker or get out of the way. You know what I'm saying? That, and that'll be how it would go, at the end of the day. But I think if you look into it from other scenarios, then it's just hard to imagine that someone who says we're going to do this and it's going to take out 5 10 million people, I just hope it doesn't get its way to my kids at school, or because it's a contagion. Well, how come it wouldn't be, Now, if there's some inoculation for them to protect them, the antidote, so to speak, then there you go. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you just never know. I just think when you think about all these things that, people are doing to prepare for whatever they're preparing for, bunkers, and I mean, I've never heard so many bunkers being built in my life.
I'm building.
So the fact that we already know that.
Hell yeah.
We already.
I'm getting me bunkers. Y'all already know, and it's going to be rules to the bunker. First of all, if any of you tonight find any value from the show tonight, there is a way you can support the show. Just looking for a few more supporters. If a couple of you want to still support, there's a Cash App at the top. At the bottom, support the show. This is what we are. We're a community-supported channel, and any of your contributions will be so respectfully helped and wanted and needed, and thank you for thinking about it in advance. All right, so we're back. I just had to do a commercial.
Of course.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I'm just, it just so much happens these days when we get down to these conspiracies. Like you said, can't walk outside and look up, so I got to stay in Monday all day. Now, do I got to stay in all day according to your sources, or are you saying just through the 4-minute eclipse?
I'm staying in all day, so I believe you should too.
Why are you staying in all day? You didn't get the jab, so why are you staying in?
I don't care. I don't know what's coming. It ain't got to do with that for me. I don't know. I've never seen any solar eclipse have this effect where they're keeping kids home from school. That is just crazy to me.
Only because of traffic.
Could it be large crowds? Yes. Could it be for traveling in traffic? Yes, it could.
And a lot of teachers could have called in and took off that day, and they knew they was going to have a teacher shortage. Using their legal vacation time.
I don't think so. I got some people that are teachers, and they didn't report that. They'll be right there too with the kids. The schools that didn't give them off.
I don't know. I mean, I just. Okay, so if y'all in the chat, there's over 100 plus people here. Who is not going outside that day at all? You're just going to stay inside, and you already got your, stay in place food, and, like she got fish and whatever, fried chicken and stuff. But y'all going to stay inside, grills and shit, can of corn and stuff. All right, Damon says I'm going out. Philly Cat says I'm not. Me and the Moon, which is you, typing 2 places. I'm staying inside. Caleb says I'm going to go about my regular fucking life.
I heard that.
Rita says I'm not. I just want to know the minds of y'all conspirators, of the no outside people. Damon says I'm going out and I'm going to drop it like it's hot. Hell yeah. We Love Canada said going outside that day. Who else? What else y'all gonna do? Put in the chat. Interact with us today. You going out or you staying in? Everybody is coming here and we'll watch it from here. And where is here, RN Diva? Where is that at?
Maybe she means on here.
Here is in here? Dallas? Here. Here is where
on or your channel.
Oh, okay. Damon said it's just the moon. And then Tina said probably staying inside because I'll most likely be sleeping during that time. Okay. Summer says I'm going to peek at it. Okay. Cobb says I will stay inside meditating and chilling, sleeping. CJ says, Gray said we're going out for the minutes. New York says New York had an earthquake today. We know that. We'll talk about that next. My Chinese metaphysics teacher said never go out in the eclipse if you have to make sure your head is covered. Okay. Right, there we got the tinfoil hat right there. I'm going to put the book on my dresser, Brandon says. She says she's in New York, Syracuse. Beef ribs will be on sale. All right. Some say it's shit. I'm gonna miss the sale. Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah, I agree 100%, Rita. Okay.
all right. So where were you when you heard about the earthquakes in New York in your home, and what are your thoughts about it?
So I was working, of course, and got a phone call from a friend of mine, and he lives in Philly, of course, and he's the one that told me about it. I had no idea um that it happened. I didn't even believe him. And he was like kind of kind of nervous about it, and I said I don't believe you, and he was like, you haven't been on Twitter? I'm like, no. And I said, send me whatever you see. So he took a screenshot and he sent it to me. And I was like, oh my God. And so I started getting text messages and I started checking on people. My mom's still in Philly. So of course I called her and asked, who felt it. But I was shocked, number one. And I told him to check the news because we had talked about it to try to figure out what was going on. And check the news to see what scale, what was it on the scale? Because I know that, Philly would experience tremors, or, up north would experience tremors and stuff like that. Very light tremors where you can't even feel it. But nothing like a real earthquake. I've never heard of nothing like that before. So I started thinking, because, this might be a little weird, but you know how people talk about how these dark entities or reptilians and all that stuff like that, they will attack us from underground.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go with a movie. I saw a movie. I feel like I may have told you about it. And it was something like they hit from underground. And when these teams, it was almost like a video game in a sense. They rallied up all these people to conquer like whatever was coming. And when they went underground to see what it was like all these alien baby sacks that were underground. Anywho, that's taking it kind of far. But I just felt like that could have potentially been, like, I just said, what if we were being attacked from underground or something? Because, you hear all these bunkers and you're like, people are preparing for stuff. And you're like, well, what exactly is everybody preparing for? So it just had me on the lookout. So to hear about an earthquake in an area that doesn't normally happen, that kind of was weird to me. But I think about what you say sometimes, so I kind of teeter back and forth, because you speak of some stuff like that, not about the way that I saw it, but, with them trying different things to try to rev our engines up to get us all chaotic and scared and all that type of stuff like that. So I was kind of thinking about those things. But, I just really, really thought it was weird. But I know some people were nervous about it. And I guess I could say I wasn't necessarily nervous because I didn't experience it. But to me, it was kind of interesting. And it leads me to say, well, what's next? Because, of course, we know something is coming after that. So that's kind of how I felt about it. What about you?
Well, thank you for asking. I think that, first of all, your thoughts on reptilians. I believe that they're already under the ground. They're already ruling society. They control the elites and shapeshift. And so they don't need to devise a plan to upseed what they're already winning at. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't think that will be their route to conquer, because they've already figured out they can do that, according to what we hear about. So when it comes down to, once again, the plan for any of this, and so, I think that there are powers that be that do start these conspiratorial rumors to get people to think about how this is happening, how they're going to do something, but they don't allow people to focus on the why. And the why is where the true answers and the thoughts lie to investigate. Because, you know, as I've said it before, you can have any kind of crime and you go to the scene, the police know how they did it. They know what weapons that they use. They always are looking for why, because that gives you more answers than anything else. And so I think that if people pay attention to that and start seeing, okay, why wouldn't they want us to go outside? Well, okay, maybe because NASA's going to do something they never done, and they're going to fire rockets up there, and maybe it does do something that pierces these eyeglasses that everybody think they're wearing to protect themselves. Because we don't know. Remember, it says they're going to pierce the ionosphere. So maybe they're trying to say if we spread a rumor, if the people don't go out, we can limit the collateral damages if something happened that unbeknownst to us that we don't is going to happen.
That's true.
So I will look at it like that, and that will give me more reason why not to go outside when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? And that'll be there. Y'all give a shout out to Daniel for the $2. Thank you for the super chat. Let me give you a clap somewhere. Yeah. I think he heard me that I said we needed a little more contributions tonight. Yeah, because nobody else heard shit. My Cash App just stopped working. Somebody test my Cash App. I just need to know if it works. Maybe it stopped working. You know, y'all heard David said his was fucking up. I just want to know if mine. It was working earlier, but it hadn't worked in so long. I don't know if it works. So it's up there on the screen. You know, test it big though. I mean, make sure it really knows it works. But if someone can just test it for me, what do you think? You think somebody will test my Cash App? Make it not working. Yeah. So like we're saying is, so I just kind of look at things a little different to look at what is happening and why would they do such a thing? Because I think at the end of the day, it makes no sense for the reptilians, like you were saying. And I'm not saying your opinion is not valid, but I'm just saying they're already in control. You know what I'm saying? They're in control. Why would they want to do something else? They don't have to. You know, now, could it be some other alien race that we're missing that want to, because you remember there's already a lot of battles between the reptilians and other alien races. So there could be a bigger plot that consists of, and then now we have the Guardians and we have all these other people. So there always could be the aftermath of the coup being bigger, you know? So I'm not.
And I feel like, you know, if we go off of it being some sort of war or fight for the people, you know, for the people, I think you were saying something about that before, where, didn't you mention something about it's like giving the planet over to the people? Did you say something like that? Like it's fight for the planet, for the people. You said something about saving something for the people. I can't remember what you said. Oh. But let's say you're
talking about the seed thing for Bill Gates?
Right. So what if it's something like that going on and we don't even really know it? You know what I mean? What if it's like a war right now for power, a power play? Like, will they continue to rule the planet, or will we have our reign finally? Like, what if we don't know when that time will come? What if it is people are going to the Bible and they're talking about the revelations, and now, you know, we saw that how they're talking about angels being referenced as aliens or something like that in the Bible, some type of correlation or something like that. So who's to say that time is not now, and the planet is at war for power? We don't know. It sounds crazy, like a damn video game or something like that, but who's to fucking say? Because the fact that the reptilians is even a real thing, I mean, anything is possible to me. Or I just believe that. So I don't really know what to believe, but I mean, I just know an earthquake in Philadelphia, running through Philadelphia, Jersey, and New York, something's not quite right with that, as well as how we had that ship that made the Baltimore Bridge collapse. And there's a lot of stuff connected to that. So something's definitely brewing. That's all I can say. And it's happening right before our eyes, and we don't know what to expect. And we can constantly come up with all types of scenarios and things that it could be. But I remember you saying this the other night. You said at the end of the day, we don't know shit.
Right. And I agree.
And it's real.
And see, even like the Baltimore Bridge thing, when you look at the footage, it was clearly lights was going in and out on this thing. And some people, I was at the gym and it was a young lady there and named Nancy, and Nancy is very conspiratorial. She was like, well, it shouldn't have lost power. It shouldn't have done this, or maybe it's still controlled by satellites. That thing was going dark completely. Now,
Yeah.
So whether it was out of control, and in a ship like that can't turn on a dime, and it can't stop. It's just not going to just come to a full stop. It's going to continue to move with the wave. So, what it did, once again, now I think what it could have done was expose vulnerability within our infrastructure for someone else who would do something. Because there you
For
go,
sure.
it done those things. But I don't think that there was some intent of an accident of somebody saying we're going to pick it. Because if that's the case, outside of the main side of this, wouldn't it could have happened many times. And most people probably would have, if they wanted to do it, just like 9/11, they would have done it during the day when high traffic is crossing this bridge, right? Because ships go through there all the time. Right. So, or maybe they don't. Okay. So maybe they had access to that one, and that was the only time they can control it to do it. But I just don't look at that one being that big of a sign, because we got car incidents every day. We got airplane crashes. We got, stuff that happens that we're numb to that happens every day, but we're not putting it together as some kind of thing. From there. And so I want to let me give a shout out for the contribution that I just got. Y'all give a shout out to No One. Okay, No One is always here. So, yeah. Y'all give a shout out to No One. Okay. No One is my buddy. I mean, No One always shows up, and pretty much. But that's okay. That's all right. All right. Y'all going to be laughing one day when the lights really goes out because of lack of contributions and stuff. But that's cool. They treat me like that. They treat me like that. But anyway, I'm just saying, I just don't think that the world plot would be. Now, am I saying this if that is not possible? Absolutely, it's possible. Yeah, and everything else. And is it possible of any kind of way? Yeah. So, and like I said, that'd have been a prime thing to learn, that you can take out a bridge, and bridges infrastructure. That's one thing I would say. There's things out there that what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, the exposure of our weaknesses comes in a lot of many ways, and so that could be it, because infrastructure, every war, even in the armies, they all know the importance of a bridge. No matter what war and fights, they take out bridges because bridges are connections. And once you take out a bridge, you can stop a lot of stuff from happening.
That is true. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. I don't know. There's Okay.
All right. So if y'all can hear me, I'm in my office. And so I'm going to kill this live stream. I'm not really for sure what happened, but I'm in my office. So anyway, I'm going to kill this live stream because something happened. I don't know. Maybe because I didn't get enough contributions. I told y'all they're trying to turn stuff off or whatever. So I'm going to say good night to everyone purposely. And so, yeah, you can hear me now. I'm in a whole nother room. So I'm just going, look, he said he was joking about all of that. Yeah. So y'all got to go to bed. And yeah. So I'm on my little desktop in my office. And so we're just going to, yeah. So night, y'all. Good night, all of you. And everything else. I love y'all and everything. And thank y'all for supporting me. Thank you for all of you who supported me with your thoughts, and who said you was thinking about supporting me tonight, you know, and all those stuff, and the ones that did. And so let me say that to all of y'all and everything else. And so hang on. Let's take it out. So that's it. Let's go. I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.